When my will was read aloud, they argued in front of me as if I were already dead. I'm 82 years old, and I've been living alone in the house I built with my late wife Margaret for the past 3 years since she passed. People keep asking me if I'm lonely or if I need help, but my mind is still sharp as a tack, and I can take care of myself just fine. I still drive to the grocery store, still pay my own bills, still remember every birthday and anniversary that matters. This house has been my home for 43 years, and I'm not ready to give it up to some nursing home just because my back creaks when I get out of bed. I have 3 children who turned out nothing like Margaret and I hoped they would. Robert is 58, my eldest son, works in finance up in the city, and makes more money in a year than I made in 10. He's got a big house, fancy cars, sends his kids to private schools. Linda is 54, my daughter, been struggling ever since her divorce 5 years ago. She works 2 part-time jobs and lives in a cramped apartment across town, always complaining about money troubles. Then there's Michael, 49, my youngest, who never quite figured out what he wanted to do with his life. He's had a dozen different jobs, never married, still rents a studio apartment like he's 25 years old. After Margaret died, I knew I needed to get my affairs in order. I'm not getting any younger, and I've seen too many families torn apart by inheritance fights. My own brother didn't speak to his sister for 15 years after their mother died without a clear will. I didn't want that happening to my kids. So last month, I went to see Jim Brennan, my lawyer, and had him update my will. I decided to split everything equally 3 ways: the house, my savings account, Margaret's jewelry collection. Everything divided fair and square. No favorites, no special treatment based on who called more or who needed money more. Just straight down the middle, the way Margaret and I always tried to treat them when they were growing up. Most people would have just let their kids find out about the will after the funeral, but I thought I was being smart. I figured if I told them my plans ahead of time, there wouldn't be any surprises or arguments later. They'd know exactly what to expect, and hopefully wouldn't be any confusion down the road. I thought they'd appreciate the transparency, maybe even thank me for thinking ahead. I explained that I was splitting everything equally between the 3 of them. 1/3 each of the house value, the savings, Margaret's jewelry, everything. I told them I thought it was the fairest way, that Margaret and I had always tried to treat them equally, and this felt like the right thing to do. The reaction wasn't what I expected. Robert was the first one to speak up. He leaned back in his chair and shook his head, saying it wasn't right for everything to be split equally. He started going on about birth order and tradition, how the eldest son should inherit the family home. He said that's how it had always been done in our family, which wasn't even true. My father left everything to my mother, and she divided it up however she saw fit after he died. Before I could even respond to Robert, Linda jumped into the conversation. She started crying, saying she needed the house more than her brothers did because she was barely making ends meet. She kept talking about her financial struggles, how unfair it was that Robert made so much money while she could barely pay rent. She said I should consider need, not just fairness. Michael, who had been quiet through dinner, suddenly spoke up. He muttered something under his breath about being cheated again, about how nothing ever changed in this family. When Robert asked him what he meant, Michael said he was tired of getting the short end of the stick, that Robert always got everything handed to him and Linda always got sympathy, but nobody ever cared about what happened to the youngest. That's when the real arguing started. Robert told Michael he was being ridiculous, that he'd earned everything he had through hard work. Linda accused Robert of being selfish, saying he didn't understand what it was like to struggle. Michael started bringing up old grievances from when they were kids, things that happened 30 years ago that I thought were long forgotten. The volume kept getting louder. Robert was standing up, pacing around my dining room, talking about responsibility and making good life choices. Linda was sobbing and saying she deserved more consideration because she was the one who called me every week. Michael was getting more and more agitated, his face turning red the way it used to when he was a little boy having a tantrum, discussing my belongings like I was already buried in the ground next to Margaret. That's when I realized this wasn't about fairness or need or family tradition. This was about greed, pure and simple. They weren't thinking about preserving memories or honoring what Margaret and I had built together. They were thinking about cash value and what they could get out of my death. The shouting got worse after that. Robert started pacing around my living room like he owned the place already, going on about how he was the responsible one, how he'd been managing his finances better than his siblings his whole life. He kept saying, "Dad, you know I'm the most qualified to handle the estate." Like we were talking about a business merger instead of the home where I raised them. Linda wasn't having any of it. She started crying those angry tears, the kind she used to get when she was 12 and didn't get her way. She kept bringing up her divorce, how her ex-husband cleaned her out, how she was working 2 jobs just to keep her apartment. "I sacrificed my career to take care of Mom when she was sick," she kept saying, which wasn't even true. We had home health aides for Margaret. Linda visited twice a week, same as the boys. Michael just sat there, getting more and more wound up. I could see it building in him, that resentment he's carried since he was a kid. He started muttering about how nothing ever changes, how Robert always got the bigger bedroom, and Linda always got more attention because she was the only girl. 30 years later and it's the same bullshit, he said, which made Robert spin around and start yelling about Michael's language in front of me. That's when they really lost it. Robert told Michael to grow up and take some responsibility for once in his life. Linda screamed at Robert that just because he made money didn't make him better than everyone else. Michael stood up and got in Robert's face, saying he was tired of being treated like the family failure. And through all of this, I'm sitting in my recliner, the same chair where I used to read them bedtime stories, watching my children tear each other apart over money I haven't even died for yet. But what really broke my heart wasn't the yelling. It was when they started talking about my things, like I was already in the ground. Robert started calculating out loud, like he was doing inventory at a store closing sale. They kept going. Linda mentioned selling Margaret's piano because none of them played anymore. Robert said something about the garden being a waste of space, how you could probably fit a deck back there. Michael wondered out loud if the old photo albums had any value, or if they should just throw them away. I sat there listening to them divide up 40 years of my life with Margaret. They were talking about getting rid of the piano where she played Christmas carols every December. They wanted to tear up the garden where she grew the tomatoes we ate every summer. They were discussing throwing away the photo albums that had pictures of their first steps, their birthday parties, their graduations. The worst part was how they kept saying, "Dad would understand," or "Dad would want us to be practical." They were speaking for me while I was sitting right there, like I'd already lost the ability to speak for myself. Linda actually said, "You know Dad would want the house to go to whoever needs it most." Robert shot back with, "No, Dad believes in tradition and doing things the right way." Michael just kept shaking his head and saying, "Dad always said to be fair to everyone." They were all wrong. I wasn't thinking about need or tradition or fairness anymore. I was thinking about how Margaret and I scrimped and saved to buy every piece of furniture in that room, how we painted those walls together when Linda was a baby, how we built that garden with our bare hands because we couldn't afford to hire landscapers. I was thinking about how we chose that china pattern together for our first anniversary, how Margaret polished those pieces every holiday for 30 years, how she played that piano every evening after dinner, how the music filled the house and made it feel like home. But my children weren't thinking about any of that. They were thinking about square footage and resale value and who deserved what. The final straw came when Robert started talking about renovations. He said the kitchen was too small, that he'd probably have to knock out the wall between the kitchen and dining room to make it more open concept. That was the wall where Margaret hung all their school pictures, where we measured their height with pencil marks as they grew up, before I was even dead. That's when I realized they weren't seeing me as their father anymore. They were seeing me as an obstacle between them and their inheritance. They were waiting for me to die so they could finally get what they thought they deserved. The worst part was realizing they'd probably been thinking this way for a while, maybe years. Every visit, every phone call, every, "How are you feeling, Dad?" How much of that was genuine concern, and how much was them just checking to see if I was getting closer to making them rich? I looked at each of their faces and didn't recognize any of them. I stood up from my chair slowly, my knees creaking the way they do now, and looked at each of them. The room went quiet for the first time in an hour. Robert stopped mid-sentence about property taxes. Linda wiped her nose with a tissue. Michael just stared at me. I didn't yell. I didn't curse. I just said, "Get out. All of you. Get out of my house right now." You should have seen their faces. Robert tried to backtrack immediately, saying they were just having a discussion, that families need to talk about these things. Linda started crying harder, but different tears now. Scared tears instead of angry ones. She kept saying she was sorry, that they didn't mean anything by it. Michael was the only one who looked ashamed. He stood up and headed for the door without arguing, but Robert and Linda kept trying to explain themselves. Robert said something about how they were just being responsible, planning ahead like good children should. Linda grabbed my arm and said they loved me, that they were just worried about my future. I pulled my arm away and pointed to the door. I told them I was 82 years old, not dead, and I didn't need them planning my funeral while I was still breathing. Robert tried one more time to say something about family obligations, but I cut him off. I told them they had 10 minutes to get their coats and leave, or I was calling the police. That got them moving. They gathered their things in silence, shooting looks at each other like this was somehow my fault for overreacting. Linda tried to kiss my cheek goodbye, but I stepped back. I wasn't ready for that yet. After they left, I called Jim Brennan, my lawyer, and told him I needed to see him right away. Jim's been handling my legal stuff for 20 years, since before Margaret got sick. He knew what kind of man I was, what kind of marriage we'd had. When I walked into his office that Monday morning, I was calmer than I'd been since Sunday dinner. I told Jim I wanted to change my will completely. He asked if I was sure, reminded me that estate decisions made in anger sometimes get regretted later. I told him this wasn't anger anymore. This was clarity. I explained what had happened, how my children had talked about my possessions, my home, my life with Margaret, like it was all just inventory waiting to be liquidated. Jim nodded and took notes. He's seen enough family fights over money to know how ugly they can get. The new will was simple. The house, my savings account, Margaret's jewelry, all of it goes to the Riverside Animal Shelter, where Margaret volunteered every Saturday for 15 years. She used to come home with stories about the dogs they'd saved, the cats they'd found homes for. She'd cry sometimes when they had to put an animal down because nobody wanted it. For my children, I left tokens. Robert gets his grandfather's pocket watch, the one that's been passed down through 3 generations of firstborn sons. Linda gets Margaret's wedding ring, because despite everything, she was our only daughter, and Margaret would have wanted her to have it. Michael gets all the family photo albums, because he was always the sentimental one before he got so bitter. That's it. 3 small items, instead of a three-way split worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Jim drafted everything up within a week. I signed the papers on a Thursday morning, and by Thursday afternoon, the whole thing was done. I felt lighter than I had in months, like I'd finally done something that would make Margaret proud, instead of rolling over in her grave. I didn't tell the kids right away. I let them stew for 2 weeks, probably expecting me to call and apologize for throwing them out. Robert called once and left a voicemail saying he hoped we could move past this little disagreement. Linda sent a card with a generic message about family being important, brought me a casserole, and told me she was proud of me for standing up for myself. She said her own kids had done something similar when her husband died, fighting over his tools before he was even buried. My old coworker Pete from the factory called me up after he heard through the grapevine what had happened. He told me his father went through the same thing, kids circling like vultures, and he wished the old man had been brave enough to do what I did. The extended family has been split down the middle. Some think I'm being cruel and petty. Others think I finally showed some backbone. My sister-in-law called me a bitter old fool. My nephew said I was the smartest man in the family. 3 months later, none of my children have called. The house feels quiet, but it's a different kind of quiet now. It's not lonely. It's peaceful. I wake up every morning knowing that when I'm gone, this place will help animals the way Margaret always wanted to. The money will go towards saving lives instead of tearing my family apart. I've been sleeping better than I have since Margaret died. The animal shelter sent me a thank you card, even though I'm still alive, telling me about all the good they'll be able to do with the donation. That's the kind of legacy Margaret would have wanted. That's the kind of legacy I want now, too. At Christmas dinner, they handed out gifts bought with my savings, but gave me nothing. I'm 77 years old, living on a modest pension, but I've always managed to scrape together money for Christmas gifts. My youngest daughter, Sarah, is 42 and has 2 kids, Emma, who's 16, and Jake, who's 12. Sarah's married to Tom. He's 45, and they do all right financially, but always seem to be complaining about money. My other kids are David, 48, with 3 teenagers, and my oldest, Lisa, 50, who has twin 8-year-olds. I've always been the grandfather who shows up with thoughtful presents, even when money was tight. It's been my thing for decades. The kids expect it, and honestly, I love seeing their faces light up. This year I started saving back in February, putting away $20 or $30 each month in an old envelope I kept in my dresser drawer. By November, I had about $300 saved up, enough for something nice for each grandchild, and a little something for my 3 adult children. The problem started when my arthritis got really bad this year. My hands shake too much now to wrap presents properly, and shopping has become difficult when I can barely grip a shopping cart for more than 20 minutes. I asked Sarah to help, since she lives closest to me, only about 15 minutes away, and she's always been good with that kind of stuff. She seemed excited to help when I asked. I gave Sarah the envelope with all my savings and a handwritten list I'd worked on for weeks. I had it all planned out. A gaming headset for Jake that cost about $60, a nice jewelry box for Emma for $45, gift cards for David's teenagers since they're impossible to shop for, some educational toys for Lisa's twins, and something small for each of my adult kids. Nothing fancy, but thoughtful things I knew they'd appreciate. Sarah took the envelope and the list, said she'd take care of everything and not to worry about it. She even said she was excited to help me pick things out and that we'd make sure everyone got exactly what they wanted. A week before Christmas, she called to tell me everything was all set, Mom and Dad. I kept waiting for my turn to give gifts, looking around for the presents I'd asked Sarah to buy and wrap. Emma opened up this gorgeous jewelry box, way nicer than the $45 one I'd had on my list. Jake got not just gaming headsets, but a whole gaming setup with a new controller and games. David's teenagers got these premium gift cards, like $100 ones to stores I'd never heard of. Lisa's twins got these elaborate toy sets that must have cost a fortune each. I sat there watching all of this, getting more confused by the minute. Where were my gifts? I'd specifically asked for my name to be on the presents so the kids would know they were from Grandpa. But there was literally nothing left under the tree with my name on it. I quietly asked Sarah where my gifts were, trying not to make a scene in front of everyone. She got this panicked look on her face and said she forgot about them and would handle it later. But there was no later. This was Christmas Eve, everything was closed, and everyone was opening presents right now. The worst part was watching my grandchildren thank Sarah and Tom for everything. Emma immediately posted on social media about her amazing parents and how lucky she was. Jake hugged Sarah tight, telling her she was the best mom ever for getting him exactly what he wanted. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there empty-handed while everyone's starting to notice that Grandpa didn't bring anything. I could see the looks. Lisa kept glancing at me with this worried expression, and eventually she whispered asking if I was okay financially and if I needed help. David's wife gave me this pitying smile and patted my shoulder. Even the little ones seemed confused about why Grandpa didn't have presents this year. The whole evening felt surreal. Here I was, watching my family open presents that I'd essentially paid for, while everyone assumed I'd either forgotten Christmas or couldn't afford gifts anymore. Sarah kept avoiding eye contact with me, and when she did look my way, she'd give me these guilty little smiles like she was hoping I'd just let it slide. I spent the night at Sarah's house as planned, since that's what we always do on Christmas Eve. But I couldn't sleep. I kept doing math in my head, trying to figure out what had happened. The gifts I'd seen shown up empty-handed on Christmas Eve, and there was nothing I could say or do about it without ruining everyone's holiday and making the children feel terrible about their presents. The next morning I couldn't take it anymore. I'd been lying awake all night thinking about what happened, and I needed answers. Sarah was in the kitchen making coffee when I walked in. The kids were still asleep, and Tom had gone for his usual morning run, so it was just us. I asked her straight up what happened to my money. At first, she tried to play dumb, asking what I meant, but I wasn't having it. I told her I knew exactly how much I'd saved and what everything on my list should have cost. The math didn't add up with what I'd seen under that tree. That's when she broke down crying. She admitted she'd used my money to help pay for their Christmas gifts. She said they'd been struggling financially more than they'd let on, and when she saw my $300, it felt like a lifesaver. She claimed she was planning to pay me back after the holidays, when Tom got his bonus. I asked her why she let me sit there all night, looking like I'd brought nothing for my own grandchildren. She said she panicked when Christmas Eve arrived and realized what she'd done. She thought maybe I'd be happy just seeing the kids so excited, and that I'd understand once she explained everything privately. The more she talked, the angrier I got. She kept saying things like how she knew I'd want the kids to have a good Christmas, and how the money went to good use anyway, since it was all for the same people. She actually tried to convince me that it didn't matter whose name was on the presents, because it all came from love. But it did matter. It mattered a lot. I'd spent months saving that money specifically so I could be the grandfather who brought thoughtful gifts. I'd made that list carefully, thinking about what each kid would really want. And she'd taken that away from me, and made me look like I'd forgotten my own family on Christmas. When I pointed this out, she got defensive. She said I was being dramatic about money, and that the kids got great presents either way. She couldn't understand why I was so upset about the credit when everyone had such a wonderful time. That's when Tom came back from his run and walked into this mess. She'd made a mistake. But then she'd turn around and justify it by talking about how tight money was and how much the kids loved their presents. Tom kept interrupting to defend her, saying she'd been stressed about Christmas and just made a bad decision. I told them both that this wasn't just about money. This was about trust, about respect, about my relationship with my grandchildren. I explained how it felt to sit there while everyone assumed I'd brought nothing, how Lisa had asked if I needed financial help, how the kids thanked their parents for gifts I'd essentially bought. Sarah got angry then, saying I was making her feel terrible about trying to give her kids a good Christmas. She said she was sorry, but that she couldn't change what happened now, and getting this upset wasn't helping anyone. Tom nodded along, saying we all needed to move past this for the sake of family harmony. That's when I knew I had to leave. They weren't really sorry. They were sorry they got caught. They were sorry I was making them feel bad about it. But they weren't sorry for what they'd actually done to me. I packed my things and told them I was going home. Sarah begged me not to leave angry, saying it would ruin Christmas for everyone. She wanted me to stay and pretend everything was fine, to keep up the family tradition like nothing had happened. She actually suggested we could tell the kids the presents were from both of us if it would make me feel better. The fact that she thought that would fix anything showed me how little she understood what she'd done. This wasn't about getting partial credit. This was about the fact that she'd betrayed my trust and stolen something that meant a lot to me. I left without saying goodbye to the kids, which killed me, but I couldn't pretend to be cheerful and act like everything was normal. Emma and Jake would have seen right through it anyway. They're smart kids. I spent Christmas Day alone for the first time in 20 years. My phone kept ringing with calls from family members wondering why I'd left early, but I couldn't bring myself to answer. How do you explain to people that your own daughter stole your Christmas money and left you looking like a deadbeat grandfather? Lisa called multiple times, then finally showed up at my door in the afternoon. She was worried something was seriously wrong, because disappearing on Christmas wasn't like me. I ended up telling her everything.
Grandfather hadn't cared enough to bring them anything, while their parents looked like heroes for giving them such an amazing Christmas. I'd protected their joy by staying quiet, but at what cost to myself and my relationship with them? The day after Christmas, I went straight to the bank and opened a new savings account. I wasn't going to let something like this happen again. I set up small automatic transfers, $10 a month for each grandchild, so I'd always have money set aside for their birthdays and holidays. More importantly, I'd be in complete control of it. When I got home, I called Sarah and told her I wouldn't be giving her money to manage anymore. She immediately got defensive, asking if I didn't trust her. I told her she was right. I didn't trust her, and she'd given me good reason not to. She started crying again, saying she'd made one mistake and I was punishing her forever. But this wasn't about punishment. This was about protecting myself from being put in that position again. I'd learned that Sarah was willing to steal from me and humiliate me if it served her purposes, and I wasn't going to give her another opportunity. She kept calling over the next few days, alternating between apologies and anger. Sometimes she'd be sorry and promise to pay me back soon. Other times she'd be furious, saying I was being stubborn and holding grudges. Tom called once too, trying to mediate, but I told him I didn't want to discuss it with him. The whole thing might have stayed between us if Emma hadn't overheard something she shouldn't have. About 3 weeks after Christmas, she called me out of the blue. She sounded upset and asked if we could talk. I thought maybe she wanted to know why I'd left Christmas early. Instead, she told me she'd overheard her mom on the phone with her friend complaining about me. During the conversation, Sarah had mentioned using Dad's Christmas money, and how I was being unreasonable about the whole thing. Emma said it took her a minute to put two and two together, but then she remembered how I didn't give any gifts that Christmas. She was furious with her mother. Emma's always been sharp, and she'd figured out exactly what happened. She felt terrible that she'd posted
The full situation. That just made Emma angrier. Jake found out because Emma told him. He called me, asking if it was true that Mom had used my money for Christmas. I confirmed it, but asked him not to hate his mother, that people make mistakes when they're stressed about money. But Jake was old enough to understand what had really happened, and he was upset about it too. Both kids started treating their parents differently after that. Not disrespectfully, but there was definitely tension in that house. Sarah called me screaming one day, blaming me for ruining her relationship with her children. She said I'd turned them against her by telling them what happened. I reminded her that I didn't tell them anything. They found out because she couldn't keep her mouth shut when talking to her friend. And when Emma asked me directly, I wasn't going to lie to my granddaughter. Sarah said I should have denied it, or told Emma to ask her parents, that I'd deliberately damaged her relationship with her kids. This is where things got really ugly. Sarah started telling other family members that I was being manipulative and using money to control people. She painted herself as the victim, saying I was destroying the family over a few $100s. She claimed I was turning her children against her out of spite. Lisa thinks I should have handled the whole thing privately and never let the grandchildren find out. She says kids shouldn't be involved in adult financial disputes, and that I've put Emma and Jake in an impossible position between their parents and their grandfather. She's probably right about that, but I wasn't the one who involved them. That happened when Sarah couldn't control what she said on the phone. David is completely on my side. He says Sarah needs to take responsibility for what she did, instead of blaming everyone else for the consequences. He thinks she's trying to rewrite history to make herself look better, and he's furious that she's spreading lies about me manipulating people with money. The family is essentially split now. Some people think I'm being too harsh and should forgive Sarah for the sake of family unity. Others think what she did was unforgivable, and that she's making it worse by not taking real responsibility. I haven't spoken to Sarah in 2 months now. She still hasn't apologized for what she actually did, only for how it turned out. She hasn't paid back the money about her willingness to betray me and let me be humiliated to cover for her own problems. Even if she pays me back tomorrow and apologizes sincerely, how do I know she won't do something like this again when she's desperate? Now we have another Christmas approaching, and I have no idea how we're going to handle family gatherings. The grandchildren shouldn't have to choose between their parents and their grandfather. But Sarah has made this situation impossible by refusing to take real accountability for what she did. I keep wondering if I should have just stayed quiet and let it go. But then I remember sitting there on Christmas Eve, watching my grandchildren thank other people for gifts I bought. And I know I couldn't have lived with that forever. The day after Christmas, I went straight to the bank and opened a new savings account. I wasn't going to let something like this happen again. I set up small automatic transfers, $10 a month for each grandchild, so I'd always have money set aside for their birthdays and holidays. More importantly, I'd be in complete control of it. When I got home, I called Sarah and told her I wouldn't be giving her money to manage anymore. She immediately got defensive, asking if I didn't trust her. I told her she was right. I didn't trust her, and she'd given me good reason not to. She started crying again, saying she'd made one mistake, and I was punishing her forever. But this wasn't about punishment. This was about protecting myself from being put in that position again. I'd learned that Sarah was willing to steal from me and humiliate me if it served her purposes, and I wasn't going to give her another opportunity.
She kept calling over the next few days, alternating between apologies and anger. Sometimes she'd be sorry and promise to pay me back soon. Other times she'd be furious, saying I was being stubborn and holding grudges. Tom called once too, trying to mediate, but I told him I didn't want to discuss it with him. The whole thing might have stayed between us if Emma hadn't overheard something she shouldn't have. About 3 weeks after Christmas, she called me out of the blue. She sounded upset and asked if we could talk. I thought maybe she wanted to know why.
Told her not to be too hard on her mom, but Emma wasn't having it. She said what Sarah did was stealing, plain and simple, and that she was going to confront her about it. I asked her not to cause family drama, but she said some things were more important than keeping peace. Emma did exactly what she said she would. She confronted Sarah directly, demanding that her mother apologize to me and admit what she'd done. Sarah apparently tried to minimize it, saying it was complicated and that Emma didn't understand the full situation. That just made Emma angrier. Jake found out because Emma told him. He called me asking if it was true that Mom had used my money for Christmas. I confirmed it, but asked him not to hate his mother, that people make mistakes when they're stressed about money. But Jake was old enough to understand what had really happened, and he was upset about it too. Both kids started treating their parents differently after that. Not disrespectfully, but there was definitely tension in that house. Sarah called me screaming one day, blaming me for ruining her relationship with her children. She said I'd turned them against her by telling them what happened. I reminded her that I didn't tell them anything. They found out because she couldn't keep her mouth shut when talking to her friend. And when Emma asked me directly, I wasn't going to lie to my granddaughter. Sarah said I should have denied it, or told Emma to ask her parents, that I'd deliberately damaged her relationship with her kids. This is where things got really ugly. Sarah started telling other family members that I was being manipulative and using money to control people. She painted herself as the victim, saying I was destroying the family over a few $100s. She claimed I was turning her children against her out of spite. Lisa thinks I should have handled the whole thing privately and never let the grandchildren find out. She says kids shouldn't be involved in adult financial disputes, and that I've put Emma and Jake in an impossible position between their parents and their grandfather. She's probably right about that, but I wasn't the one who involved them. That happened when Sarah couldn't control what she said on the phone. David is completely on my side. He says Sarah needs to take responsibility for what she did, instead of blaming everyone else for the consequences. He thinks she's trying to $50, with a note saying it was a start on paying me back. Emma and Jake still call me regularly, and if anything, they seem to respect me more now. Emma said she learned something important about standing up for yourself even when it's family, and Jake has started asking more questions about managing money responsibly. But I hate that they had to learn these lessons this way. The worst part is that I don't know if I can ever trust Sarah with anything important again. This wasn't just about money. It was about her willingness to betray me and let me be humiliated to cover for her own problems. Even if she pays me back tomorrow and apologizes sincerely, how do I know she won't do something like this again when she's desperate? Now we have another Christmas approaching, and I have no idea how we're going to handle family gatherings. The grandchildren shouldn't have to choose between their parents and their grandfather, but Sarah has made this situation impossible by refusing to take real accountability for what she did. I keep wondering if I should have just stayed quiet and let it go. But then I remember sitting there on Christmas Eve, watching my grandchildren thank other people for gifts I bought. And I know I couldn't have lived with that forever. For my 80th birthday, they threw a party but never even mentioned my name. I'm 80 years old, and honestly, I've been looking forward to this milestone birthday for months. When you hit 80, you start thinking about legacy, about all the people whose lives you've touched, and I was so excited to celebrate with everyone who mattered to me. My daughter Sarah is 52, and she's always been the organizer in our family. When she offered to host my party at her house, I was over the moon. She has this beautiful home with a big backyard, perfect for entertaining, and she promised to invite all my friends, my other kids, and the grandchildren. We're talking about 40 or 50 people, cousins I hadn't seen in years, neighbors from my old street, church friends, the whole crew. I spent weeks preparing for this party. I went through all my old photo albums and organized them by decade so I could share stories with my grandchildren. I found little keepsakes from my travels over the years. Nothing expensive, just meaningful things like pressed flowers from my honeymoon in Italy and ticket stubs from Broadway shows I saw with my late husband. I even wrote down some family history stories because my grandson Jake, who's 16 now, had been asking about how we met his grandfather and what life was like when I was young. The week leading up to the party, I was practically vibrating with excitement. I got my hair done at the salon, bought a new dress. Nothing too fancy, just a nice blue one that made me feel confident. I kept calling Sarah to ask if she needed help with anything, but she kept saying she had everything under control. She seemed a little distracted when we talked, but I figured she was just stressed about hosting such a big event. I should have known something was off when I called her 3 days before the party to ask about decorations. I offered to bring some of my own family photos to display, maybe create a little memory corner where people could look at pictures from different eras of my life. Sarah brushed me off and said she had the decorations handled. When I asked what colors she was using, she gave me some vague answer about keeping it elegant and tasteful. The morning of my birthday, I woke up with butterflies in my stomach. Good butterflies, the kind you get when you're genuinely excited about something. I put on my new dress, did my makeup, professional-looking signs and displays set up in the living room. I let myself in with my key, calling out that I was there, and that's when I saw it. The entire house was decorated with banners and signs that said, "Congratulations, Sarah's Design Studio," and "Grand Opening Celebration." There were easels set up with what looked like business portfolios, professional photos of interior design projects, and a whole table covered with glossy brochures and business cards. I stood there in the entryway, holding my tote bag full of family photos, trying to process what I was seeing. Sarah came rushing over from the kitchen, looking flustered, and gave me a quick hug. She was dressed like she was going to a business networking event. A sharp blazer, professional heels, hair pulled back in a sleek bun. She looked nothing like someone who was about to host her mother's 80th birthday party. When I asked her about the decorations, she got this defensive look on her face and explained that she'd decided to combine my birthday celebration with the launch party for her new interior design business. She said it made sense because she was inviting so many people anyway, and this way she could introduce her services to a wider network. She kept emphasizing how expensive it was to host events and how this was a smart way to multitask. I felt like the wind had been knocked out of me. All those months of looking forward to celebrating my life, my relationships, my 80 years on this earth, and it was being turned into a networking opportunity for my daughter's business venture. I asked where the birthday decorations were, where I was supposed to display my photos and keepsakes, and Sarah pointed to a small side table near the kitchen that had a generic "Happy Birthday" balloon tied to it. People started arriving right on schedule at 3 p.m., and I watched their faces as they walked in. My friends from church looked confused by all the business signage. My neighbor, Mrs. Peterson, who's 78 and had been so excited to celebrate another milestone birthday with me, kept looking around like she was in the wrong place. Even my son Michael, Sarah's brother, pulled me aside within the first hour to ask what was going on with all the design studio stuff. But Sarah was in full networking mode, greeting everyone with business cards and launching into her elevator pitch. I've been standing awkwardly by that pathetic little side table with the single balloon, watching my guests mingle around her business displays, and I figured she was about to give a speech about my life, or maybe ask people to share memories of me. Instead, Sarah launched into this elaborate presentation about her design philosophy and how she was filling a gap in the local market for affordable luxury interior design. She had a whole PowerPoint set up on her laptop connected to the TV, and she went through slide after slide, showing before and after photos of rooms she'd redesigned. My friends and family stood there politely listening while she talked about color theory and space optimization and her competitive pricing structure. I watched my own grandchildren get more engaged with her business presentation than they'd been with me all afternoon. My grandson Jake, who I'd specifically brought those family history stories for, was asking Sarah questions about whether she did commercial spaces and if she needed any part-time help with social media. My granddaughter Emma was taking pictures of Sarah's portfolio pieces with her phone, probably for her Instagram story. These kids who I'd been so excited to share my keepsakes with were completely absorbed in Aunt Sarah's professional debut. The worst part was listening to my friends try to be supportive while clearly having no idea why they were being pitched interior design services at what they thought was my birthday party. My neighbor, Mrs. Peterson, nodded along when Sarah talked about aging-in-place modifications, but I could see the confusion in her eyes. My church friend Dorothy kept looking over at me like she was waiting for me to explain what was happening. Even my son Michael looked uncomfortable, shifting from foot to foot and checking his watch. Sarah's presentation went on for almost 20 minutes. 20 minutes of my own 80th birthday party dedicated to her business launch, while I stood there like a piece of furniture nobody notices. When she finally wrapped up, she got a polite round of applause, and then she said the words that still make my stomach hurt when I think about them. She said, "And of course, while we're all here, we're also celebrating Mom's 80th birthday. So happy birthday, Mom." Just like that, like it was an afterthought. Like my milestone birthday was a convenient excuse to gather potential clients in one room. Started with happy birthday for me. Others were clapping for Sarah's business launch, and it turned into this awkward mishmash where nobody knew where to look or what to celebrate. I had to stand there smiling while cameras flashed, pretending to be delighted with this cake that represented everything wrong with how this day had gone. After the cake ceremony, Sarah started working the room like she was at a trade show. She had printed brochures with her contact information and examples of her work, and she was handing them out to everyone while talking about introductory discounts for family and friends. I watched her corner my elderly neighbors and pitch them on bathroom renovations. She gave my son's wife a whole spiel about kids' playroom organization systems. She even asked my church friends if they knew anyone on the decorating committee who might need professional help with the fellowship hall. Meanwhile, I was still standing by that sad little side table with my tote bag full of photo albums that nobody was going to see. A few people did come over to wish me happy birthday, but every conversation got interrupted by Sarah swooping in to talk business, or by someone asking me questions about her services like I was her unofficial sales assistant. My friend Helen tried to ask me about how I was feeling about turning 80, and before I could answer, Sarah appeared with her portfolio, asking Helen if she'd ever considered updating her living room color scheme. The most crushing moment came when my granddaughter Emma, who's 22 and just graduated college, came over and said she thought it was so smart of Sarah to combine the events because it was more efficient and cost-effective. She said something about how milestone birthdays didn't need to be a big deal anyway, since they happened every year. But launching a business was a once-in-a-lifetime thing. She actually used the words, "more productive use of everyone's time." I realized then that this wasn't just Sarah being thoughtless or getting carried away with her excitement. This was deliberate. She had invited all these people to my birthday party specifically so she could pitch them her services. And my 80th birthday
was just the hook to get them there. I wasn't the guest of honor at my own party. I was the bait. As the afternoon wore on, I watched.
I went to each person who had come specifically for my birthday, not the ones who seemed more interested in interior design services, and thanked them personally for remembering me and taking time out of their day to celebrate with me. Mrs. Peterson grabbed my hand when I told her I was leaving early and said she'd been wondering all afternoon why there was so much business stuff at my birthday party. My friend Dorothy hugged me extra tight and whispered that she thought something seemed off about the whole setup. Even my son Michael looked relieved when I said I was heading home, like he'd been waiting for permission to leave this awkward situation too. The hardest part was saying goodbye to the grandchildren, because they were still completely absorbed in Sarah's presentation materials and barely looked up when I tried to hug them. Jake was asking Sarah about her graphic design software, and Emma was taking notes about color palettes on her phone. These kids who I'd been so excited to share family stories with didn't even notice I was leaving my own party early. When Sarah finally realized I was saying goodbye, she rushed over looking panicked and asked if everything was okay. I told her I was just tired, which wasn't entirely a lie. I was exhausted from smiling and pretending to be happy while watching my milestone birthday get turned into her professional networking event. She gave me this quick, distracted hug and said she'd call me tomorrow to see how I was feeling. But I could tell she was eager to get back to her potential clients. I drove home with my tote bag of unused photo albums sitting in the passenger seat, and I swear I've never felt more invisible in my entire life. 80 years old, and I spent my milestone birthday watching my own daughter use me as an excuse to launch her business. I sat in my living room that evening, still in my new blue dress, looking through those family photos I'd been so excited to share, and I just cried. The next few days were almost worse than the party itself because people started calling. Helen called the day after to say she'd left early too, because the whole thing felt wrong to her. She said she'd never seen anything like it, where someone's birthday party got turned into a business launch without even telling the guests beforehand. Mrs. Peter introducing her to Sarah's work and said she was thinking about hiring Sarah to help redecorate her apartment. She spent 15 minutes talking about Sarah's design aesthetic and asking if I knew what her rates were. And then, right at the end, almost like an afterthought, she said happy belated birthday and hoped I'd had a good time at the party. That's when I decided I needed to do something. I sat down and wrote Sarah a letter, not an email or a text, but an actual handwritten letter, explaining exactly how painful the whole experience had been for me. I told her that I understood she was excited about starting her business and that I wanted to support her dreams, but that using my 80th birthday party as a networking event had made me feel completely invisible and unimportant. I wrote about how I'd spent months looking forward to celebrating this milestone with the people I love, how I'd prepared family photos and stories to share, and how instead I'd spent the afternoon watching her pitch interior design services while my birthday became a footnote to her business launch. I explained that when you turn 80, you start thinking about legacy and what really matters, and that having my own daughter reduce my milestone birthday to a marketing opportunity had broken my heart. I told her that I wouldn't be attending future family events if this was how I was going to be treated, as a prop or an excuse to gather people for other purposes, rather than as someone worth celebrating in my own right. I mailed the letter and then waited to see how she'd respond. Sarah called me 3 days later, and she was furious. She said I was being dramatic and making a huge fuss over nothing. She insisted that she'd worked really hard to host that party, and that I should be grateful she'd put so much effort into bringing the family together. She said most 80-year-olds would be thrilled to have such a well-organized celebration, and that I was being ungrateful and selfish. When I tried to explain that it wasn't really a celebration of me at all, she got even more defensive. She said she didn't mean to overshadow me, and that combining events was just practical and efficient. She kept repeating that I should be happy the family was together at all, like I should be thankful for whatever scraps of attention I could get at my own birthday party. Now it's been 3 weeks since my birthday, and we haven't spoken.
Even if it's caused this rift in the family.
For my late wife's memorial, they turned it into a gender reveal party without warning me. I'm Harold, 84 years old, and I lost my Eleanor 6 weeks ago after 60 years of marriage. She went quick. Pneumonia that turned serious in just a few days. One morning she was complaining about a cough. 3 days later she was gone. The doctor said her body just couldn't fight it anymore. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it all. I wanted to do something special for her memory, so I planned a small gathering at our house for this past Sunday. Nothing fancy, just 25 people or so. Our kids, grandkids, Eleanor's closest friends, Margaret and Rose, some neighbors who knew her well. Eleanor always said she didn't want a big fuss when her time came, but I couldn't let her pass without people sharing what she meant to them. I spent 3 weeks getting everything ready. Made a slideshow with photos going back to when we first met in 1963. Our wedding day. The kids growing up. All our anniversaries. Her volunteering at the hospital gift shop. Set up her favorite white roses and lilies all around the living room. The same kind she grew in her garden every summer. I even cooked some of her signature dishes. The beef stew she made every Sunday. Her apple pie recipe. Those dinner rolls everyone always raved about. My hands aren't what they used to be, but I managed. Sunday afternoon came and people started arriving around 2. My son David showed up first with his wife Patricia. Then my daughter Linda came with her husband. Eleanor's friends Margaret and Rose brought some of those little sandwiches Eleanor used to make for church events. Everything felt right, you know. Quiet and respectful, the way Eleanor would have wanted it. My granddaughter Sarah arrived about 20 minutes later with her husband Mark. Sarah's David's daughter, 28 years old and pregnant with their second child. She's due in a few months. When they walked in, Mark was carrying this big black box decorated with question marks and ribbons. I figured it was some kind of memorial decoration, or maybe photos they wanted to share. Sarah gave me a hug and said she was sorry they were running late. She seemed a little distracted, kept each other, and toward the kitchen where they'd stashed that box. Mark got up during Rose's story and disappeared for a few minutes. When he came back, he had this look on his face like he was trying not to smile about something. Sarah kept fidgeting with her purse and checking the time on her phone. I was in the middle of showing photos from our 50th anniversary cruise when I heard some rustling from the kitchen area. Mark had gotten up again and was moving something around back there. I figured maybe he was just getting a drink or something, so I kept going with the slideshow. Eleanor looked so happy in those cruise pictures. We'd saved up for 2 years to afford that trip. Then I was telling everyone about Eleanor's volunteer work at the hospital, how she spent 15 years in the gift shop and knew every nurse by name. I was holding her favorite coffee mug, the one with roses on it that she used every morning. That's when Sarah suddenly stood up and said she had something special she wanted to share with everyone. Mark wheeled out that big black box from the kitchen and positioned it right in the middle of the living room, in front of Eleanor's photo display. Sarah was grinning now, and she looked around the room and said she wanted to add some joy to this difficult day. She said Eleanor would have wanted the family to celebrate new life and happiness even in sad times. I still didn't understand what was happening. I thought maybe they'd put together some kind of tribute to Eleanor, or maybe they were going to announce the baby's name or something like that. Everyone was looking at Sarah expectantly. Margaret and Rose looked a little confused, too. Sarah asked everyone to gather around the box. She and Mark positioned themselves on either side of it, and Mark started explaining that they'd been waiting for the right moment to share some exciting news with the whole family. That's when it hit me what this was about. But I still couldn't believe they'd do it here, today. Without asking me, without any warning at all, they popped open that box. Pink balloons exploded everywhere, dozens of them floating up to the ceiling, pink confetti scattering all over the furniture, some of it landing right on the photos of Eleanor I'd carefully arranged on the side table. The room erupted. Everyone started cheering and clapping and rushing over to hug Sarah. People were shouting if I was excited to be a great-grandfather again. Mark was grinning and shaking hands with David. Someone moved my laptop with Eleanor's slideshow to make room for people taking selfies with the balloons. The beef stew was getting cold on the kitchen counter, and nobody seemed to notice or care. That's when I realized what had just happened. They'd hijacked Eleanor's memorial and turned it into their party. And from the looks on everyone's faces, they thought this was perfectly fine. Within minutes, the entire room had transformed. People were pulling out their phones, taking photos with Sarah in front of the floating pink balloons. I watched Patricia post something on Facebook with hashtags. I caught a glimpse of the screen and saw #babygirl and #newlife. The conversation had completely shifted from Eleanor's memory to baby names, nursery decorating, and pregnancy symptoms. Someone had pushed aside my laptop with Eleanor's slideshow to make room for the gender reveal photos. The carefully arranged white roses were now mixed in with scattered pink confetti. One of Eleanor's photo frames got knocked over when people were crowding around to congratulate Sarah. I bent down to pick it up. It was our wedding photo from 1964, and noticed the glass had a small crack running through Eleanor's face. Margaret and Rose were still sitting on the couch looking uncomfortable, but they weren't saying anything. They're both in their 80s like me, and I think they were as shocked as I was but didn't want to cause a scene. Rose kept glancing at me with this worried expression, like she was waiting for me to do something. But what was I supposed to do? Stand up and tell everyone to stop celebrating my granddaughter's pregnancy announcement? That's the thing that was eating at me. I love Sarah. I really do. She's always been close with Eleanor and me. But this wasn't the time or place. I kept thinking about Eleanor and how she always put family first. How she would say family harmony was more important than being right. Eleanor probably would have just smiled and gone along with it. But Eleanor wasn't here anymore, and this was supposed to be about her. David pulled me aside into the hallway while everyone was still celebrating. He had this look on his face like he was trying to manage. When I got back to the living room, Patricia was telling someone that life goes on and families need to focus on the future, not dwell on the past. I heard her say that maybe this was exactly what we all needed to start healing. She was standing right next to Eleanor's memorial table when she said it, like Eleanor was already history that we needed to move past. The worst part was overhearing Sarah talking to her cousin near the kitchen. She said she thought the memorial needed some life in it, that it was getting too depressing, and people were just sitting around being sad. She laughed and said she figured this would help everyone remember that good things still happen even when someone dies. Like Eleanor's death was just a downer that needed to be balanced out with something cheerful. Meanwhile, the kids were getting louder and more excited. Emma, Sarah's 4-year-old, was running around popping the balloons that had fallen to the floor. Each pop made me flinch. Other kids were throwing handfuls of the pink confetti at each other, and it was getting everywhere. In Eleanor's flowers, on her photos, ground into the carpet she'd picked out 30 years ago. I kept having these flashes of memory. Eleanor teaching Sarah how to bake cookies when she was little. Eleanor staying up all night with Sarah when she had the flu in high school. Eleanor crying happy tears when Sarah got engaged. Eleanor was the one who threw Sarah's baby shower when Emma was born. And now Sarah had turned Eleanor's memorial into her own celebration, without even thinking about it. People started talking about leaving around 4 o'clock. The memorial was supposed to go until 5, but nobody seemed interested in getting back to remembering Eleanor. A few people came over to shake my hand and say thank you for hosting, but they were clearly more excited about the baby news than anything else. One neighbor said it was such a nice surprise to have something happy happen during a sad event. Sarah asked if I was excited to be a great-grandfather again, and when I didn't answer right away, she looked confused. Mark was grinning and talking to David about how they'd been planning this reveal for weeks, waiting for the perfect moment when the whole family would be together. He said they almost did it at Easter but decided to wait. The perfect moment. At Eleanor's memorial. That's when I noticed something that just about broke me. Someone had suggested they should do this more often. Confetti was scattered all around the base of the photo. The room was getting louder, not quieter. This was supposed to be a peaceful reflection on Eleanor's life, and instead, it felt like a birthday party. I realized that Sarah genuinely didn't understand what she'd done. When she looked at me, she saw a grandfather who should be happy about his great-grandchild. She didn't see someone whose wife's memory had just been pushed aside for a gender reveal party. She thought she was being thoughtful by including me in their announcement. She had no idea she'd just ruined the one thing I'd planned to honor Eleanor properly. I couldn't take it anymore. I told everyone I needed to check on something in the garage and walked out of my own house. I could hear the celebration continuing behind me as I closed the door. I sat in the garage for 30 minutes among Eleanor's gardening tools, just trying to make sense of what had happened. Her potting bench was still covered with the last plants she'd been working on before she got sick, some seedlings that never made it into the ground. I broke down completely out there. 60 years of marriage, and this is how her memory gets treated. When I finally heard the cars leaving, I went back inside. David, Patricia, and Linda were cleaning up, stuffing pink balloons into trash bags and sweeping confetti off the floor. The house looked like a tornado had hit it. Pink streamers were still hanging from the ceiling fan. The leftover gender reveal cake was sitting on the kitchen counter, right next to Eleanor's apple pie that nobody had touched. David tried to talk to me about how nice the day had been, how Eleanor would have loved seeing the family together. Linda just gave me a hug and said she'd call me later. Patricia was busy taking down decorations and didn't say much. They all left within an hour, and I was alone with the mess. It took me 3 days to figure out what to say to Sarah. I'm not good with confrontation. Eleanor was always the one who handled family disputes, but I couldn't let this slide. I sat down and wrote her a letter, the old-fashioned way with pen and paper, because I needed to get the words exactly right. I told her how much that memorial meant to me, how I'd spent weeks planning every detail to She was just trying to bring the family together during a hard time. She said she thought adding some happiness would help everyone cope better with losing Eleanor. She said she didn't understand why I was so upset, since Eleanor loved babies and would have wanted us to celebrate new life. That text message made it worse, honestly. She still didn't get it. She thought this was about me not wanting to celebrate her pregnancy, when it was really about her taking over Eleanor's memorial without asking. She made it sound like I was being selfish for wanting one afternoon dedicated to my wife's memory. Then David called me the next morning. He was angry, said I was being bitter and unable to move on from Eleanor's death. He said grief was making me irrational and that I needed to apologize to Sarah for making her feel bad about sharing happy news. He told me I was hurting the family by being so rigid about something that didn't really matter in the long run. Patricia started telling the neighbors that I was struggling with grief and not acting like myself lately. I know because Mrs. Henderson from next door mentioned it when she brought over a casserole. She said Patricia was worried about me living alone, and that maybe I needed counseling to help process Eleanor's death. Like there was something wrong with me for being upset, instead of something wrong with what they did. Linda got caught in the middle, which I felt bad about. She called me and said she understood why I was hurt, but she also thought maybe I was being a little harsh with Sarah. She said Sarah was young and probably just made a mistake in judgment. Linda suggested I could forgive this one incident and try to move forward for the sake of family unity. But then Margaret called me, and that conversation changed everything. She said she and Rose had talked about what happened, and they were both appalled by the whole thing. Margaret said in all her years she'd never seen anything so inappropriate at a memorial service. She told me Eleanor would have been mortified if she'd seen her memorial turned into someone else's party. Rose sent me a card a few days later, saying she supported my decision to set boundaries. She said Eleanor always talked about how respectful and thoughtful I was, and that she would expect me to stand up for what was right. That card meant more to me than I can explain. Eleanor's sister called from Arizona. Sarah's due in 3 months, and everyone wants me involved when the baby comes. They think I should just forget about this whole thing and be a supportive great-grandfather. My kids are pressuring me to apologize and make things right before the baby arrives. They say I'm going to miss out on important family moments if I keep holding this grudge. But I don't know how to explain to them that this isn't about the baby, or even about Sarah specifically. It's about Eleanor deserving better. It's about her memory mattering enough to get one afternoon without being overshadowed by something else. Yesterday I was visiting Eleanor's grave like I do every day now, and there was a small pink balloon caught on her headstone. Must have blown over from somewhere, maybe even left over from that day. I stood there looking at it for a long time, wondering if it was some kind of sign. Either a reminder of why I'm still angry, or maybe Eleanor telling me to let it go and forgive them. I still don't know if I should apologize to keep the peace or stick to my guns about this. My kids think I'm being bitter and selfish, but Eleanor's friends say I was right to be upset. Am I losing my family over this? Or am I finally standing up for what matters? On Mother's Day, they toasted everyone but me and left me sitting alone at the table. I'm 79 years old, and I've been a grandmother for over 20 years now. My eldest daughter, Sarah, is 52, and she invited me to her house for Mother's Day brunch this year. It seemed like such a nice gesture at the time. The whole family would be there. All 4 of my kids, their spouses, some of the grandchildren, even some extended family members I don't see very often. I should probably explain something about myself first. I raised these 4 children practically single-handedly after my husband died when I was just 32 years old. Heart attack took him right out of nowhere. One day we're planning summer vacation. The next day I'm a widow with 4 kids under 12. And no real job skills to speak of. But I figured it out. I worked 2 jobs for years, cleaned offices at night after spending days doing data entry at the insurance company. I missed PTA meetings, missed school plays, missed having any kind of social life whatsoever. But my kids got fed, they got decent clothes, they all went to college. I made sure of that. Mother's Day has always been meaningful to me, even when it made me a little emotional. Some years the kids would make me breakfast in bed or give me handmade cards. As they got older, it became dinner out or flowers delivered to the house. It wasn't always perfect, but it was acknowledgement. Recognition that I had been their mother, that I had done something that mattered. So when Sarah called 3 weeks ago and suggested hosting brunch at her place, I was actually excited. She has that beautiful dining room with the big windows, and she's always been the best cook among my children. She said she wanted to make it special this year, really celebrate all the mothers in the family properly. I spent the morning getting ready, put on my good blue dress and the pearl necklace my mother left me.
drove over to Sarah's house around 11, and the place was already buzzing with activity. My son Michael was there with his wife Jenny and their 2 teenagers. My daughter Lisa came with her husband Tom and their little girl Emma, who's 8 now and still gives the best hugs. My youngest, David, brought showing everyone their latest school projects, and the adults were catching up on work gossip and vacation plans. I was having a lovely time, honestly. It felt good to see everyone together, to watch my children being successful parents themselves. The conversation was flowing easily. Michael was telling us about his promotion at work, and Lisa was showing pictures from Emma's soccer games on her phone. David and Marcus were planning some kind of garden renovation project. Even Rebecca and Steve seemed comfortable, talking about adjusting to their new blended family situation. Patricia was sharing stories about her flower garden and asking Sarah for recipe tips. I was sitting between Sarah and David, feeling pretty content with everything. The food was delicious. Everyone looked healthy and happy, and the sun was streaming through those big windows in just the right way. This is what I had worked for all those years, I remember thinking. This family, these relationships, these Sunday mornings where everyone could come together. After we finished eating the main course, Sarah stood up from her chair and tapped her coffee mug with a spoon to get everyone's attention. She had this big smile on her face and said she wanted to take a moment to make some toasts to celebrate all the mothers who were with us today. That made me sit up a little straighter. I was looking forward to hearing what they might say. Over the years, my children have gotten better at expressing appreciation, and I was curious what they'd come up with this year. Maybe they'd mention how proud they were of how far we'd all come, or joke about some of the crazy things that happened when they were kids. Sarah started by toasting Jenny, talking about what a dedicated mother she is to her teenagers, and how she manages to balance everything so gracefully. Jenny blushed and thanked her, and everyone raised their glasses. Then Michael stood up and toasted Sarah for hosting such a beautiful brunch and being such a wonderful sister and mother to her own kids. Lisa got up next and toasted Rebecca, congratulating her on becoming a stepmom and saying how well she was handling the transition with Steve's boys. I thought that was sweet, even though I still barely knew Rebecca. Rebecca seemed really touched by it and got a little teary. Then David stood up and toasted Patricia, saying how much he admired single mothers and thanking her. Down. People were sitting back down, reaching for their water glasses, and Sarah was starting to clear some of the empty plates. I kept waiting for someone to realize they'd missed someone, that they'd forgotten the most obvious person to toast at a Mother's Day celebration. But nobody seemed to notice. They just started talking about dessert and asking if anyone wanted more coffee. The realization hit me like a physical blow. They were done. The toasts were over, and no one had mentioned me at all. I sat there in complete shock as Sarah started stacking plates and asking who wanted coffee with dessert. The conversation had moved on to some story Patricia was telling about her grandson's baseball game. Everyone was laughing and chatting like nothing had happened, like they hadn't just completely ignored the woman who gave birth to most of them on Mother's Day. I kept thinking someone would suddenly remember, that one of my children would look around the table and realize what they'd done. Maybe they'd make a quick joke about saving the best for last, or Michael would tap his glass again and say something about how they couldn't forget the woman who started it all. But the minutes kept ticking by, and nothing happened. The worst part was trying to keep the smile on my face. I've had decades of practice hiding my feelings when I need to, from all those years of working multiple jobs and pretending I wasn't exhausted, from putting on a brave face after their father died. But this felt different. This felt like my heart was breaking in real time, and I had to sit there and pretend everything was fine. Sarah brought out this elaborate dessert tray, fancy little tarts and chocolate-covered strawberries, and some kind of layered cake she'd probably spent hours making. Everyone was oohing and eyeing over how beautiful it all looked.
Lisa was taking pictures to post on social media later. The grandkids were getting excited about the sugar. It was all so normal and celebratory, and I felt like I was watching it happen from outside my own body. I started replaying the toasts in my head, trying to figure out if I had somehow missed something. Maybe someone had mentioned me and I'd been distracted. But no, I'd been paying attention to every single word. They'd toasted Jenny for being a good mother to teenagers. They'd toasted Sarah for hosting. They'd toasted Rebecca's school. The breakfast in bed attempts that usually resulted in burnt toast and spilled orange juice all over my sheets, but I acted like it was the best meal I'd ever had. The flowers they'd bring home from the grocery store when they got their first jobs and could afford to buy me something with their own money. Had all of that just been obligation? Something they did because they had to, not because they actually appreciated what I'd done for them. The conversation around the table kept flowing without me. David was telling everyone about some new restaurant he and Marcus had tried. Lisa was complaining about Emma's soccer coach. Michael was showing pictures on his phone of some home improvement project. They were all so engaged with each other, so comfortable and happy, and I was just sitting there, trying not to let my face show what I was feeling inside. I started wondering if this was some kind of test. Maybe they were waiting to see if I would say something, if I would speak up for myself. Maybe this was their way of teaching me some lesson about not expecting recognition, about being humble. But that didn't make sense either. Why would they want to hurt me on Mother's Day of all days? Or maybe they really had just forgotten. Maybe it was an honest oversight, and they'd all assumed someone else would handle toasting me. But how do you forget to toast the mother at a Mother's Day celebration? How do you remember to include the neighbor and the brand new stepmom, but somehow skip over the person who literally gave life to half the people at the table? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Not just sad, but genuinely angry. I started thinking about all the things I could say. I could stand up right now and ask if anyone had forgotten something. I could make a joke about how apparently being a mother for over 50 years doesn't qualify you for a Mother's Day toast anymore. I could point out that I was the only actual biological mother of children at this table who hadn't been acknowledged. But I also knew that if I said anything, I'd be the one who ruined the day. I'd be the one making things awkward and uncomfortable. They'd all look at me like I was being needy or attention-seeking, like I was making Mother's Day about myself, when really all I wanted was the same basic acknowledgement they'd given to everyone else, drawing to everyone else. And I was alone again. When people started talking about heading home, I felt this strange mixture of relief and dread. Relief because I could finally stop pretending everything was okay. But dread because I knew I'd have to drive home alone with all these feelings, and I had no idea what I was going to do with them. I made it through the rest of the afternoon somehow. When people started getting ready to leave, I hugged everyone goodbye like I always do. I thanked Sarah for the lovely brunch and told her how delicious everything was. I kissed the grandkids and told them to be good for their parents. I acted completely normal, like nothing had happened at all. But driving home alone in my car, I finally let myself fall apart. I cried harder than I had in years, sitting in my driveway for 20 minutes before I could pull myself together enough to go inside. I kept replaying the whole thing, wondering if I was being too sensitive, if I was overreacting to what might have been an innocent mistake. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just about one forgotten toast. It was about feeling invisible to the people who mattered most to me. The next few days were rough. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time the phone rang, I wondered if it would be one of them calling to apologize, to say they'd realized what happened and felt terrible about it. But the calls never came. Sarah called on Tuesday to thank me again for coming and to chat about some neighborhood gossip. Michael called on Thursday to tell me about his son's baseball game. Normal conversations, like nothing had ever happened. When Sarah called the following week to invite me to Lisa's birthday dinner at that Italian restaurant downtown, I surprised myself by saying no. I made up some excuse about not feeling well, but really I just couldn't face sitting around another table with them, pretending everything was fine. Sarah sounded a little confused, but said she hoped I'd feel better soon. 2 weeks later, Michael called to invite me to his daughter's graduation party. I declined that too, saying I had other plans. Then there was David's housewarming party for the new place he and Marcus had bought. I sent a nice card and a gift, but I didn't go. Instead, I started doing something I hadn't done in years. I began reaching younger. These women asked about my health, remembered things I'd told them from previous conversations, actually seemed interested in what I had to say. I felt valued again, like I mattered as a person in my own right. It was amazing how much lighter I felt when I stopped waiting for my phone to ring with invitations I didn't want to accept anyway. I started reading more, took up crossword puzzles again, even signed up for a watercolor class at the community center. For the first time in years, I was doing things because I wanted to do them, not because I felt obligated to show up and play the role of the grateful grandmother. It took about 2 months for them to really notice my absence. I guess at first they figured I was just going through a phase, or maybe they were actually relieved not to have to include the old lady in their plans. But eventually Lisa called, and she sounded genuinely concerned. She asked if I was feeling okay, if something was wrong with my health. When I assured her I was fine, she got quiet for a minute, then asked why I wasn't coming to family gatherings anymore. I told her I'd been busy with other things, that I was enjoying spending time with my own friends for a change. That seemed to upset her more than I expected. The conversation got tense pretty quickly. She accused me of being petty and holding grudges over nothing. She said I was punishing the whole family because of one little oversight that nobody even remembered. She used the phrase, making everything about yourself, more than once, which stung because it was exactly what I'd been afraid they'd think if I'd spoken up that day at brunch. According to Lisa, I was being dramatic and selfish. She said they all missed me at family events, but that my behavior was causing unnecessary drama. She wanted to know what my endgame was, how long I planned to keep this up. The whole conversation made me feel like a scolded child, which just reinforced my decision to stay away. Michael called a few days later, and that conversation went very differently. He was quiet for a long time after I explained what had happened at the Mother's Day brunch. Then he said something that surprised me. He admitted he had noticed that nobody toasted me that day, but he'd assumed someone else would handle it. When nobody did, he said he felt like why I was letting it affect everything else. Only David seemed to really get it. When he called, he didn't try to minimize what had happened or rush me into forgiving everyone. He just listened. And when I was done talking, he said he was sorry I'd felt invisible that day. He didn't ask me to come back or make excuses for the others. He just said he loved me and wanted me to do whatever made me feel happy and respected. Now here I am, 6 months later, still hosting my little luncheons and still declining most family invitations. My children are split between thinking I'm being reasonable and thinking I've lost my mind. Some days I wonder if I'm being too stubborn, if I should just let it go and move on. But other days I remember how it felt to sit at that table, waiting for acknowledgement that never came. And I know I made the right choice for myself. At my grandson's wedding, they seated me outside the tent so the photos would look nicer. I'm 83 years old, and I've been looking forward to this day for months. My grandson Jake is 26, and he's always been the light of my life since his grandmother passed 3 years ago. His fiancée Sarah is 24, and while I don't know her as well as I'd like, she seems to make Jake happy, which is all that matters to me. When Jake first told me he was getting engaged, I was over the moon. He came to visit me at my house, the same house where he spent countless summers as a kid, and sat me down in the living room. He had this nervous energy about him, fidgeting with his hands the way he used to when he was little and had broken something. Then he told me about Sarah, about how he wanted to propose, about how they were planning this big outdoor wedding. The thing is, Jake's parents are good people, but they've never had much money. His dad works construction, and his mom works part-time at a dental office. I could see the worry in Jake's eyes when he started talking about wedding costs. That's when I made the offer. I told him I'd been saving money since his grandmother died, just sitting on it really, and I wanted to help make his wedding dreams come true. I offered $15,000 up front to help with the venue and everything else they needed. Jake's eyes lit up like he was 10 years old again, and he hugged me so tight I thought my old bones might crack. He kept saying thank you and how much it meant to him, how he'd never forget this. I felt like the proudest grandfather in the world. The wedding planning went on for months. Jake would call me every couple weeks with updates. They'd found this beautiful outdoor venue. They were getting these elegant white tents. Sarah had found her dream dress. I loved hearing about every detail. Sometimes Sarah would get on the phone too and thank me for making their dream wedding possible. Everything seemed perfect. I've been using a cane since my hip replacement surgery last year. It's nothing dramatic, just helps me keep steady when I walk longer distances. I get around fine, drive myself everywhere, still live independently in the house I've called home for 40 years. The cane is just part of my life now, like reading glasses or taking my blood pressure time because I didn't want to be late. When I arrived, there were cars everywhere and people in fancy clothes walking toward these big white tents set up on a sprawling lawn. It looked expensive and elegant, exactly what Jake and Sarah had described. I felt proud, knowing I'd helped make this possible. I walked toward the main tent, where I could see rows of white chairs set up facing an altar decorated with flowers. There were ushers in bow ties directing people to their seats. I figured I'd find Linda and Tom and sit with them, maybe catch up before the ceremony started. But before I could even get close to the seating area, this young usher intercepted me. He looked like he was barely out of college, probably one of Sarah's friends or relatives. He had this awkward smile and immediately started guiding me away from where everyone else was being seated. He kept saying he had a special seat set up just for me. I was confused because I hadn't requested any special accommodations. I just wanted to sit with my family, like any other wedding. The usher led me toward the edge of the tent setup, past all the main seating, to where a single folding chair was positioned just beyond the tent's perimeter. It was isolated, off to the side, like an afterthought. I stopped walking and told him I thought there had been some mistake. I explained that I was Jake's grandfather, that I should be sitting with the immediate family in the front rows. That's when the kid got really uncomfortable. He started stumbling over his words, looking around like he was hoping someone else would come handle the situation. Then he said something that made my blood run cold. He mentioned my cane, and something about a wheelchair which confused me since I don't use one. But the part that hit me like a punch to the gut was when he said the wedding planner had arranged this seating specifically so I'd be more comfortable and wouldn't have to worry about being in the photos. The photos. That's what this was about. They didn't want me visible in their perfect wedding pictures because my cane would somehow ruin the aesthetic. I stood there processing what he'd just told me, feeling this wave of humiliation wash over me. This wasn't about my comfort at all. This was about hiding me away so I wouldn't be an eyesore in their precious wedding album. From where I could see other family members finding their spots in the front rows. My chest felt tight, like someone had wrapped a band around it and kept pulling it tighter. I thought about making a scene right then and there. Part of me wanted to march up to that front row and demand to sit where I belonged. But what would that accomplish? It was Jake's wedding day,
and causing a disruption would only make things worse for everyone. So I walked over to that lonely chair and sat down, feeling smaller than I had in years. From my banished position, I watched as the ceremony began. I could see the backs of heads, the general movement of people standing and sitting, but I missed most of the actual wedding. The tent fabric kept fluttering in the breeze, blocking my view of the altar. When Jake and Sarah exchanged vows, I caught maybe every third word because the microphone was pointed away from me and there was too much distance. This was my grandson, the boy I'd raised during those long summer months, the kid who used to help me in the garden and ask me to tell him stories about his grandmother. And I was watching his wedding like I was some random passerby who'd wandered onto the property. The worst part was watching other guests walk past me to get to the real seating. Some of them recognized me and gave me these pitying looks, like they felt sorry for the old man stuck in the cheap seats. A few people I knew from family gatherings over the years actually stopped and asked why I was sitting so far back. I didn't know what to say. How do you explain that your own family decided you were too unsightly to be in their photos without sounding pathetic? About halfway through the ceremony, I caught sight of Linda, Jake's mom. She turned around in her front row seat and looked directly at me. The expression on her face told me everything I needed to know. She knew. She knew about this seating arrangement, and from the guilt written all over her face, she'd probably been part of the decision. Linda had always been sweet to me, especially after my wife died. She'd call to check on me, invite me to family dinners, make sure I felt included. But apparent offensive object that it couldn't be seen in a family photo. I've been using mobility aids for less than a year, and suddenly I'm persona non grata at family events. I started thinking about my late wife and how she would have reacted to this situation. She never would have stood for it. She would have marched right up to whoever made this decision and given them a piece of her mind. But she also wouldn't have wanted me to ruin Jake's day. So maybe she would have handled it differently. Maybe she would have found some graceful way to address it without causing drama. I wished she was there to tell me what to do. As the ceremony continued, I noticed that Tom, Jake's dad, also glanced back at me a couple times. Unlike Linda, he didn't look guilty. He looked angry. I couldn't tell if he was angry at me for some reason, or angry about the situation, but his expression was hard to read. Emma, Jake's sister, was sitting near the front too, but she never turned around to look for me. Either she didn't know I was supposed to be there, or she was part of this whole arrangement too. The photographer kept moving around during the ceremony, taking shots from different angles. At one point, he positioned himself in a spot where he would have had me in the background of his shots. But then he moved, presumably to get a cleaner image without the old man with the cane cluttering up the frame. It was like watching myself being edited out of my own grandson's wedding in real time. When Jake and Sarah finally kissed and everyone started clapping, I felt this overwhelming sense of disconnection from the whole thing. I was supposed to be celebrating, supposed to be crying happy tears like the other grandparents probably were. Instead, I felt like an outsider looking in on someone else's family celebration. The applause sounded muffled from where I was sitting, and I couldn't even see Jake's face clearly when he kissed his new wife. People started standing up and mingling as the ceremony concluded. I watched families hugging and congratulating each other, taking photos together, laughing and celebrating. Nobody came over to include me in any of it. I just sat there in my exile chair, feeling more alone than I had since my wife's funeral.
That's when I made my decision. Bedroom and took off that navy suit. I hung it back in the closet and put on my comfortable clothes, the ones I wear around the house when nobody's watching. Then I sat down in my living room recliner and stared at the envelope sitting on my coffee table. Inside was a check for $10,000. The wedding gift I'd planned to give Jake and Sarah at the reception. I'd written it out the night before, feeling so proud and generous, imagining their faces when they opened it. I picked up that envelope and held it in my hands for a long time. $10,000, on top of the $15,000 I'd already contributed. $25,000 total, for a wedding where they couldn't even be bothered to save me a decent seat. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Not just about the money, but about what the whole thing represented. They'd taken my generosity and thrown it back in my face. The next morning, Jake called me around 10 o'clock. I could hear the concern in his voice when he asked where I'd disappeared to the night before. He said people had been looking for me at the reception, that they'd saved me a seat at the family table. I almost laughed at that. They'd saved me a seat at the reception, but couldn't manage to include me in the actual ceremony where it mattered. I told Jake exactly how I felt about being hidden away, like some embarrassing relative. I explained how humiliating it was to sit outside the tent, unable to see or hear his vows, while other family members got front row seats. Jake got defensive immediately. He started making excuses, saying it wasn't his idea, that Sarah's mother had insisted on the seating arrangements for the photos. He kept repeating that he had no idea I'd been placed there until after the ceremony was over. Then he said something that really got under my skin. He told me I had to understand how important those wedding photos were to Sarah's family, how they'd be looking at them for years to come. Like somehow that justified treating me like damaged goods that needed to be hidden from view. I'd heard enough at that point. I informed Jake that his wedding gift, that $10,000 check, would no longer be given to him and Sarah. Managed. The fallout started almost immediately. Over the next few days, my phone wouldn't stop ringing. First, it was Linda calling to try to smooth things over. She apologized profusely and claimed she'd tried to object to the seating arrangement, but got overruled by Sarah's parents. She begged me to reconsider about the gift, saying Jake was devastated and that Sarah was crying constantly. I told Linda I appreciated the apology, but the damage was done. Then Tom called with a completely different approach. He was angry, telling me I was being petty and vindictive, that I was punishing Jake for something that wasn't even his fault. He said I was acting like a spoiled child who didn't get his way. That conversation didn't last long because I hung up on him. Emma called too, trying to play peacemaker. She said she understood why I was hurt, but thought withdrawing the gift was going too far. She suggested maybe I could give them half the money instead, as a compromise. I told Emma there was no compromising on basic respect and human dignity. The most unpleasant calls came from Sarah's parents. Her mother called me twice, and both times she was practically screaming about how I was a selfish old man who had ruined their daughter's perfect wedding. She accused me of making everything about myself, and said I was punishing two innocent kids for a simple misunderstanding. Her father called the next day and was even worse, telling me I was bitter and jealous, and that they were better off without my money anyway. But it wasn't all negative reactions. My sister called from Arizona to say she'd heard about what happened and thought I'd done exactly the right thing. A couple of my neighbors, who I'm friendly with, stopped by after Linda had called them looking for allies, and they both said they would have done the same thing in my position. Even my doctor, when I saw him for my regular checkup the following week, said he thought I'd handled the situation with dignity. It's been 3 weeks now since the wedding. Jake hasn't called me since that first conversation, which hurts more than I want to admit. I keep hoping my phone will ring and it'll be him, ready to have a real conversation about what happened and why it was so wrong. But so far, nothing. I miss him, but I'm not backing down on this. For my birthday, they gave away my piano, the one I saved for years to buy, without asking me. I'm 78 years old, a retired music teacher who's been living in the same house for over 50 years. This is where I raised my 3 children, David, 52, Sarah, 49, and Michael, 45. My husband passed away 8 years ago, but I've been doing just fine on my own, despite what my kids seem to think. They're always checking on me, asking if I need help with this or that, like I've suddenly become incapable of taking care of myself just because I hit a certain age. The piano has been the heart of my home for 43 years. It's a beautiful upright Yamaha that sits in my living room, right where everyone can see it when they walk in. I bought it when David was 10 years old, and let me tell you, it wasn't easy. I was working as a music teacher at the elementary school, but teacher salaries weren't much back then, especially with 3 kids to feed and clothe. I wanted that piano so badly, though. I'd grown up with music, learned on my grandmother's old spinet, and I knew I wanted to give my children that same gift. So I worked extra hours tutoring neighborhood kids after school. I sold my grandmother's pearl necklace and the diamond earrings my husband had given me for our anniversary. I wore the same 3 dresses to church for 2 years and patched holes in the kids' jeans instead of buying new ones. Every penny I could scrape together went into a coffee tin I kept hidden in my bedroom closet. It took me 3 years of living like that, but I finally had enough. The day I brought that piano home was one of the happiest days of my life. The delivery men had to remove the front door to get it through, and half the neighborhood came out to watch. My kids were so excited they could barely contain themselves. David immediately started banging on the keys. Sarah wanted to know when she could take lessons, and little Michael just stood there with his mouth hanging open, like he'd never seen anything so magnificent. That piano became everything to me. I taught lessons on it for 25 years, sometimes having 6 or 7 students a day, trudging through scales and simple songs. During the holidays, we'd gather around it and sing carols while I played. When my husband was going through his cancer with her. Last month was my 78th birthday, and all 3 of my children came over with their families like they do every year. I was expecting the usual celebration, maybe a nice dinner, some flowers, definitely cake because Sarah always brings my favorite chocolate cake from the bakery downtown. The grandkids would probably give me cards they'd made at school, and we'd sit around catching up on everyone's lives. It's become a tradition I really cherish, especially since I don't see everyone together very often. But when I walked into my living room that afternoon, expecting to find everyone gathered around, waiting to surprise me with cake and presents, I found something else entirely. There was an empty space where my piano had always been. Just an indentation in the carpet and a slightly different colored patch on the wall where the piano had protected the paint from fading. I stood there staring at that empty space, trying to process what I was seeing. Emma was standing in the middle of the room with tears in her eyes, but they were happy tears. She was practically bouncing with excitement. David had this huge grin on his face like he'd just pulled off the greatest surprise in the world. Sarah and Michael were beaming too, all of them looking at me expectantly, waiting for my reaction. That's when David announced what they'd done. They'd decided to give Emma my piano as an early graduation present. He said they thought it would be wonderful for her to learn on the same instrument that had taught so many children over the years, including her own father and aunts. Sarah started talking about how meaningful it was to keep the piano in the family, how it was like passing down a precious heirloom from one generation to the next. Michael chimed in about how proud I should be to see my granddaughter carrying on the musical tradition. They kept using words like legacy and family treasure, and talking about how perfect it was that Emma would be able to use it instead of letting it just sit there. They acted like they'd done me some incredible favor, like they'd solved some problem I didn't even know I had. The whole time, Emma kept thanking me over and over, telling me how much it meant to her and how she promised to take good care of it. I just stood there in my empty living room, surrounded by... I had two choices. I could tell them exactly how I felt about what they'd done, or I could keep my mouth shut and avoid ruining what was supposed to be my birthday celebration. Looking at their expectant faces, especially Emma's excited expression, I knew what would happen if I spoke up. They'd make me out to be the selfish old woman who couldn't bear to share her possessions with her own granddaughter. So I smiled. I walked over and hugged Emma and told her I hoped she'd love playing it as much as I had. I listened to them talk about how wonderful it was that the piano would stay in the family and how meaningful this moment was. The whole time, I felt like I was watching myself from outside my body, going through the motions, while inside I was screaming. They spent the next hour talking about their plans for the piano. David had already arranged for a moving company to pick it up the following day and deliver it to his house. Sarah had researched piano teachers in David's neighborhood. Michael kept going on about how this was so much better than the piano just sitting in my living room collecting dust. That phrase kept coming up over and over, how the piano was just sitting there, like it was some useless piece of furniture, instead of an instrument I played every single day. When I didn't immediately burst into tears of gratitude, Michael made a comment about how I barely played anymore anyway. He said it so casually, like it was an obvious fact that everyone knew. I wanted to tell him that I'd played that morning, just like I do every morning with my coffee. I wanted to explain that I still play in the evenings when I'm feeling lonely, or when I want to remember my husband. But I could see from his expression that he genuinely believed what he was saying. In his mind, old people don't really do things anymore. They just exist. Sarah started talking about how she'd noticed I didn't give lessons anymore, as if that somehow meant the piano had lost its purpose. She seemed to think that because I'd retired from teaching, the piano had retired too. She didn't understand that it had never been just about the lessons. The piano was where I went to think, to feel, to remember. It was where I processed my grief after my husband died, and where I celebrated small joys when I learned a new piece. Someone mentioned how happy I must be, or how proud I should feel. I felt a little piece of myself disappear. I was betraying my own feelings to keep the peace, and I hated myself for it. The moving truck showed up right on schedule the next afternoon. I watched from my window as these strangers loaded my piano onto their truck like it was any other piece of furniture. David supervised the whole process, making sure they wrapped it properly and secured it for transport. He waved at me through the window and gave me a thumbs up, still thinking he'd done something wonderful. After they left, I sat in my living room staring at the empty space. The silence was deafening. For 43 years, that corner had been filled with music and memories, and now there was just nothing. The carpet still had indentations where the legs had been. The wall behind it was a different shade of paint because the piano had protected it from fading. It was like looking at the outline of something that had died. That's when it really hit me what they'd done. This wasn't about giving Emma a piano. There are plenty of pianos for sale, plenty of ways they could have gotten her an instrument if they'd really wanted to. This was about them deciding that my attachment to my possessions was less important than their idea of what made sense. They'd looked at an old woman living alone and decided that her things were really family property, just waiting to be redistributed. I kept thinking about all the times over the years when they'd made comments about my house being too big for me, or how I had too much stuff, or how I should think about downsizing. I'd always brushed those comments off, But now I realized they'd been building up to this moment. They'd been preparing themselves to make decisions about my life without consulting me. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. They'd stolen from me. There's no other way to put it. They'd taken my most valuable possession without my permission, and then expected me to thank them for it. They'd made me complicit in my own theft by putting me in a position where objecting would make me look like the bad guy. I realized that if they could do this with my piano, they could do it with anything. What would be next? My grandmother's china, because Sarah's daughter was getting married. My husband's tools, because Michael... Morning. Harold Peterson has been handling my legal affairs for over 20 years, ever since my husband and I first wrote our wills. He's a practical man who doesn't waste time with small talk, which I appreciated that day because I wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. I told him I wanted to completely revise my will. Everything that was currently set to go to my 3 children, the house, my savings account, the life insurance money from my husband's policy, even my car. I wanted it all redirected to the local arts foundation. Harold didn't ask many questions, just took notes, and told me he'd have the paperwork ready by the end of the week. The Arts Foundation was an easy choice. They run programs for underprivileged kids, providing instruments and lessons for families who can't afford them. They understand what music means to people. They know the difference between an instrument that's treasured and one that's just sitting around collecting dust. My money would buy pianos and violins and trumpets for children who would actually appreciate what they were being given. Harold did ask if I was sure about this decision, if I wanted to think it over for a few days. I told him I'd never been more certain of anything in my life. Within a week, I had a completely new will. Everything my children thought they were inheriting would now go to kids who understood the value of music. I didn't tell my children what I'd done right away. I figured they'd find out eventually, and I wasn't particularly eager to deal with their reaction. For about 2 weeks, everything seemed normal. They called to check on me like always. David mentioned that Emma was loving her piano lessons and that her teacher said she had natural talent. Sarah brought up downsizing again, suggesting I think about moving to a smaller place now that I had more room in the living room. Then Emma called me crying. She'd overheard her parents talking and finally realized what had actually happened. She thought the piano had been my idea, that I'd offered it to her because I wanted her to have it. When she learned that her parents had taken it without asking me, she was devastated. She kept apologizing through her tears, saying she never would have accepted it if she'd known the truth. That conversation broke my heart in a completely different way. Here was a 16-year-old girl who had of turning his daughter against him. He said I was being manipulative and vindictive, that I was punishing them for trying to do something nice. Sarah left a voicemail saying I was destroying the family over a piano and that she couldn't believe I'd made Emma feel guilty about accepting a gift. Michael was the most direct. He showed up at my house unannounced and demanded to know why I was being so difficult. He kept repeating that I barely used the piano anyway, like saying it enough times would make it true. When I tried to explain that I played it every day, he actually laughed and said that didn't count because I wasn't giving lessons or performing for anyone. That's when I realized how little my own children actually knew about my daily life. They saw an old woman who used to teach piano, not someone who still found joy and comfort in playing. They decided that because my activities weren't productive in their eyes, they weren't meaningful at all. I didn't tell them about the will change during that conversation. I wasn't ready to deal with that explosion yet. But Michael must have sensed something because he started talking about how I needed to think about the family's future, how my grandchildren would need help with college expenses, how the house would be a good investment for David since his kids were getting older. A month later, I finally told them. Sarah had stopped by with her usual suggestions about downsizing and mentioned something about how much equity was built up in the house. That's when I informed her that the house wouldn't be hers to worry about because I'd left everything to charity. The silence on the other end of the phone was deafening. Then Sarah started yelling about how I was being spiteful and unreasonable. She said I was punishing my children and grandchildren because I couldn't get over losing a piano. She actually used those words, get over losing a piano, like my feelings about having my most treasured possessions stolen were just something I needed to move past. David's reaction was even worse. He called me vindictive and accused me of manipulating the situation to hurt them. He said they'd been trying to honor me by keeping the piano in the family, and I was repaying their thoughtfulness by cutting them out of my will. The entitlement in his voice was staggering. He genuinely believed that taking my piano without asking was honoring me. Michael tried a different approach. He came over with his wife and kids, thinking that
have asked before giving away my piano. They see themselves as the victims in this situation, and me as the unreasonable old woman who can't appreciate their good intentions. So here I am, 3 months later, sitting in my living room with an empty corner where my piano used to be. My children barely speak to me, except to leave voicemails about how I'm destroying the family. Emma still calls sometimes to check on me, which means more than I can express. And I have a new will that ensures my money will go to people who understand that music isn't just something that sits around collecting dust. Was I wrong to cut my children out of my estate after they gave away my piano without asking me? At the family photo session, they cropped me out of every picture before sharing them online. I'm Harold, 80 years old, and this whole mess started when my daughter Sarah, who's 52, decided we needed professional family photos. She called me up about 3 months ago, all excited, saying she'd booked this fancy photographer and wanted to do a 4 generations shoot. She made it sound like this big celebration, since my wife Margaret had passed away 2 years ago, and we hadn't done any family portraits since then. Sarah said it was time to capture the family moving forward together and show how strong we still were as a unit. The shoot was supposed to include Sarah and her husband Mike, their 2 teenagers Emma and Jake, plus my son David and his wife Lisa with their kids. The real kicker was that my great-granddaughter Lucy, who's only 2, would be there too. Sarah kept going on about how special it would be to have 4 generations in one picture, how these photos would hang in our homes for decades, how the great-grandkids would treasure them someday. I got pretty emotional about it, honestly. Since Margaret died, I'd been feeling a bit like a spare part at family gatherings. Not unwelcome exactly, but like everyone was being extra careful around me, walking on eggshells. The idea that they wanted me front and center in these important family photos made me feel like I still mattered, like I was still the patriarch of this family I'd helped build. The morning of the shoot, I spent over an hour getting ready. I showered twice, trimmed my nose hairs, even asked my neighbor Mrs. Patterson to help me iron my shirt properly. I wore the navy tie with the small silver dots that Margaret had given me for our 40th wedding anniversary. She always said it brought out my eyes and made me look distinguished. I figured if these photos were going to be around forever, I wanted to look my best. I got to the studio right on time, walking in with my cane like always. I've used it for about 3 years now since my hip replacement didn't heal quite right. It's nothing dramatic, just helps me keep steady, but I've never been embarrassed about it. Hell, it's got this nice wooden handle that Margaret picked out. The photographer seemed nice enough, this young woman named Jessica who kept calling everyone gold. I'd catch Sarah gesturing in my direction. When I asked what they were discussing, Sarah just smiled and said they were exploring different compositions and trying to get the lighting just right. The whole session took about 2 hours. We did individual family shots, group shots, different combinations. Jessica kept saying everything looked amazing and that we'd have the photos back in a few days. I left feeling pretty good about it, actually. Sure, the positioning thing was a little weird, but I figured that's how professional shoots worked. I spent the next 3 days telling everyone about the photo session. I mentioned it to Mrs. Patterson when she helped me bring in groceries.
I called my sister Ruth in Phoenix and told her to watch for the pictures on Facebook. I even bragged to the guys at the diner about how my family was doing this big professional shoot with 4 generations. I was proud, you know? Proud to be included. Proud to be part of something special. Then Sarah posted them. I was checking Facebook like I do every morning with my coffee, and there was Sarah's post with about 15 photos. The caption read, "3 beautiful generations captured perfectly. So grateful for our amazing family." 3 generations. I read it twice to make sure I wasn't missing something. I scrolled through every single photo. There was Sarah's family looking polished and perfect. There was David's family with the kids arranged just so. There were shots of all the grandkids together. Pictures of Sarah and David as siblings, even some cute ones of just little Lucy. But I wasn't in a single one. Not one. Well, that's not entirely true. In one photo, you could see my hand resting on the arm of that chair they'd had me sit in. Just my hand, with Margaret's wedding ring still on my finger, cut off at the wrist like some kind of afterthought. I stared at that screen for probably 20 minutes, scrolling back and forth, convinced I was missing something. Maybe there was another post. Maybe these were just the preview shots. But no, this was it. Dozens of comments from relatives and friends saying how beautiful the family looked, how professional the photos were, asking where Grandpa Harold was. My hands were shaking when I called Sarah. She answered all cheerful, probably expecting me to gush about family photos because I made the family look bad. After Sarah told me she'd had me edited out because of my aesthetic, I hung up the phone and just sat there for probably an hour. I kept replaying her words in my head, trying to make sense of how my own daughter could think of me as something that needed to be removed from family pictures. The humiliation hit me in waves. Here I was, the man who'd walked Sarah down the aisle, who'd helped pay for her wedding, who'd babysat Emma and Jake countless weekends when they were little. I'd been so excited about these photos, had bragged to everyone about our 4-generation shoot, and now I had to face the fact that my family saw me as an embarrassment. I couldn't stop thinking about all the people who'd already seen those Facebook photos. Our old neighbors, people from church, Margaret's sister who lives in Florida. They were all probably wondering where I was, maybe thinking the family had forgotten about me, or that I was too sick to participate. The shame of it was eating me alive. That first night, I barely slept. I kept going back to Facebook and looking at those pictures, trying to see what Sarah saw. Yeah, I'm not as tall as I used to be. My shoulders are a bit rounded from 8 decades of living. I walk with a cane because my hip gives me trouble. But in my mind, I still looked like a grandfather who belonged with his family, not like some kind of blemish that needed to be airbrushed away. The worst part was doubting myself. Maybe Sarah was right. Maybe I did look frail or out of place next to everyone else. Maybe I was being vain, caring so much about being in pictures. I started second-guessing everything, wondering if other people had been thinking the same thing but were too polite to say it. I spent the whole next day going back and forth in my head. One minute I'd be furious. The next I'd be wondering if I was overreacting. I called my sister Ruth, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her what really happened. I just said the photos came out nice and changed the subject. By the 3rd day, I couldn't take it anymore. I called Sarah back, hoping maybe she'd realize how much she'd hurt me and apologize. Instead, made it sound like I was the problem, like I was some kind of burden they'd graciously tried to accommodate. That's when something shifted in me. I realized this wasn't really about the photos at all. This was about how my own family saw me now that I was old and needed a cane to walk steady. They didn't see Harold the father and grandfather. They saw Harold the liability. the thing that messed up their perfect family image. I started thinking about how they'd been treating me since Margaret died, always asking if I was okay in this worried voice, like I might break down at any moment, making decisions about family gatherings without consulting me, then telling me about them later like they were doing me a favor by including me. Sarah constantly suggesting I might be more comfortable staying home from events. I'd been so grateful for any attention, so desperate not to be a burden, that I'd convinced myself their behavior was normal grief response. But now I saw it for what it really was. They'd already started erasing me from the family long before those photos got cropped. The breaking point came when I remembered that Jessica, the photographer, had sent me the gallery link as a courtesy. Most photographers do that for all the family members who participate. I'd been so focused on Sarah's Facebook post that I'd forgotten to check the original photos. I pulled up the link on my computer, and there they were. Dozens of beautiful photos with all 4 generations together. And you know what? I looked fine. Better than fine, actually. I looked like a proud grandfather surrounded by his family. Sure, I had my cane, and my posture wasn't perfect, but I looked dignified, happy, like I belonged there. There was one photo in particular where I was holding little Lucy on my lap, while Emma and Jake stood behind my chair with their hands on my shoulders. The love in that picture was obvious. We all looked like family, like people who cared about each other. Sarah had cropped that one down to just Emma and Jake standing together, completely removing Lucy and me from the shot. Looking at those original photos made me realize that Sarah's problem wasn't great with computers, but I figured it out. There were 43 photos total, and I was in 38 of them, looking perfectly normal. Some shots I was sitting, some standing, some with different combinations of family members. In all of them, I looked like what I was, a grandfather who belonged with his family. The next morning I drove to Walgreens and had prints made of about 20 photos. The kid working there even commented on what a nice-looking family I had. I picked the best ones, the 4-generation shot with everyone together, a few with me and the grandkids, one beautiful picture of me holding Lucy while she played with Margaret's ring on my finger. Cost me about $60, but it was worth every penny. I went home and wrote out a simple note by hand. Nothing dramatic, just thought you'd like to see the real family photos from our recent shoot. Love, Harold. I made copies of that note and stuffed everything into manila envelopes. Then I sat down with my address book and started making a list. My sister Ruth in Phoenix got a package. My brother-in-law Frank in Michigan. Sarah's godmother Helen, who lives right here in town and goes to our church. My nephew Tom and his wife. Margaret's sister Dorothy in Florida. The Hendersons, who'd been our neighbors for 30 years before they moved. About 15 people total, all family or close family friends who'd known me for decades. I mailed them all out the same day. Didn't tell anyone what I was doing, didn't make a big announcement. Just sent the photos and waited to see what would happen. The first call came from Ruth 3 days later. She was furious, and not at me. She'd seen Sarah's Facebook post earlier and wondered where I was, but figured maybe I'd been sick that day or something. When she got my package and saw the original photos, she put 2 and 2 together real quick. Ruth's never been one to mince words, and she called Sarah directly to give her a piece of her mind. Then Helen confronted Sarah at church that Sunday. Helen's known Sarah since she was baptized and has never been afraid to speak her mind. Apparently, she walked right up to Sarah in the fellowship hall and asked why she'd been hiding her father from the family photos. Made quite a scene, would have been. The family WhatsApp chat that Sarah had set up to coordinate family events turned into a battlefield. Ruth started it by asking Sarah directly why she'd edited me out of the photos. David tried to stay neutral at first, but when his wife Lisa saw the originals, she was appalled. Lisa has always been straight with me, and she flat out said what Sarah did was cruel. Sarah's response was to attack me personally. She sent this long message to the group chat about how I'd violated her privacy by sharing photos she hadn't approved for publication. She said I'd embarrassed her publicly and made her look like a monster to the extended family. She kept using words like betrayal and humiliation, like I was the one who'd done something wrong. Mike jumped in to back her up, threatening to handle this legally somehow. I'm still not sure what law they think I broke by sharing photos of myself with my own family, but he was making noise about privacy violations and defamation. It would have been funny if it wasn't so pathetic. The phone calls kept coming for weeks. Some relatives were completely on my side, horrified by what Sarah had done. Others thought I'd gone too far by making it public, instead of handling it privately within the family. A few people suggested I should have just let it go, that fighting about photos wasn't worth tearing the family apart. But here's the thing. I wasn't the one who tore anything apart. Sarah made the decision to erase me from the family record, and I just made sure people saw what really happened. If she's embarrassed by her behavior, maybe she should examine why she acted that way in the first place. It's been 2 months now, and I've stuck to my word about not attending family events where I'm treated like damaged goods. I missed Emma's 16th birthday party because Sarah made it clear I wasn't welcome unless I apologized for embarrassing the family. I skipped Jake's championship baseball game because Mike said my presence would make things awkward. The hardest part has been seeing how this affected the grandkids. Emma came by my house one afternoon to apologize on behalf of her parents. She said she thought what they did was wrong, and that she was sorry I got hurt. Jake sent me a text saying he missed having me at his games. It breaks my heart that this whole thing. That's the truth, and I'm not apologizing for making sure people could see it. During the holiday dinner, they served my recipes but told everyone they were someone else's. I'm 76 years old, and I've been the family cook for over 50 years. My daughter-in-law Sarah is 42, married to my son Tom for 15 years now. Everyone in our extended family knows me for my cooking. It's just who I am. My late mother taught me everything I know, and her recipes have been the centerpiece of every holiday gathering since before Sarah was even part of this family. For decades, I've made the same dishes every Christmas. There's my mother's apple pie with the lattice crust that takes me half the morning to get right. The herb-crusted roast that I start preparing 2 days before because the seasoning needs time to really penetrate the meat. And my sourdough bread, made from a starter that's been alive in my kitchen for 30 years. These aren't just recipes to me. They're my connection to my mother, my way of showing love, and honestly, they're what I'm known for in this family. Sarah has always been polite about my cooking, but lately she's been making comments about wanting to modernize our holiday traditions. She keeps saying things like how exhausting it must be for me to cook so much at my age, or how she wishes she could contribute more to family gatherings. I never thought much of it because I genuinely enjoy cooking for everyone. It's what I do. This year, Sarah announced that she wanted to host Christmas dinner at her house instead of mine for the first time ever. She said it would be easier for everyone, especially me, since I wouldn't have to worry about cleaning up afterwards or having people in my space. It seemed reasonable enough, and Tom was supportive of the idea, so I agreed. I told her I'd still bring my usual dishes, the ones everyone expects and looks forward to every year. She said that sounded perfect, and that she'd handle the ham and side dishes. We had it all planned out, and I was actually looking forward to being a guest for once instead of running around my kitchen all day making sure everything was ready on time. Christmas morning, I was up at 5 a.m. just like always. The pie crust had to be rolled out perfectly. Not too thick, not too thin, with just the right amount of butter worked in. The lattice work takes forever because I do it all by hand.
Started praising how amazing everything smelled. That's always been the best part for me. Seeing people's faces light up when they smell the food I've made with so much care. The house looked beautiful. Sarah had really gone all out with decorations and table settings. I have to admit, she's much better at that kind of thing than I am. I've always focused more on the food than the presentation. She seemed genuinely excited about hosting, and I was happy for her. When dinner time came and we all sat down, I felt proud looking at the spread. My dishes looked perfect alongside everything Sarah had prepared. The roast was cooked exactly right. The bread had that golden crust that only comes from years of practice. And I could tell by looking at the pie that the crust had turned out beautifully. But then something strange started happening. As people began eating and complimenting the food, Sarah kept jumping in to take credit. When my brother Dave complimented the bread and asked what made it so much better than store-bought, Sarah launched into this whole story about how she'd been working on perfecting her sourdough technique for months. She talked about feeding the starter and how tricky the timing was, using all the right terminology like she actually knew what she was talking about. I tried to correct her gently. I said something like, "Actually, Dave, that's my sourdough. I've been making it from the same starter for 30 years. But Sarah just smiled and said something about how we'd both been working on bread recipes lately. Then quickly changed the subject to ask someone about their new job. When my sister-in-law Janet asked about the pie and said it reminded her of something her own grandmother used to make, Sarah told this elaborate story about how the recipe had been passed down in her family and how she felt so honored to be carrying on the tradition. I was sitting right there, and I know my face must have shown how shocked I was. That pie recipe came from my mother, who got it from her mother. Sarah had never even met my grandmother. I kept trying to speak up throughout the meal, but every time I'd say, "I made that," or "That's actually my mother's recipe," Sarah would either talk over me or somehow redirect the conversation. It was like she had planned this whole thing out. The worst part was watching my own family members' praise erased in one afternoon. After dinner, I thought maybe the whole thing had just been a misunderstanding. Maybe Sarah was nervous about hosting and got caught up in the moment. I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt because I didn't want to cause problems, especially on Christmas. But then she started taking photos. She had her phone out constantly, snapping pictures of every dish on the table. She took close-ups of my pie, multiple angles of the bread, even artistic shots of the roast carved up on the platter. I watched her do this whole photo session like she was documenting her own cooking achievements, and I started getting a sinking feeling in my stomach. About an hour later, while we were all sitting in the living room digesting and watching the kids play with their new toys, I saw Sarah on her phone typing furiously. She was posting on Facebook, and I could see her screen from where I was sitting. The first post was a picture of the dinner table with the caption, "So grateful for family time and the chance to share my holiday cooking traditions with everyone." I felt my face get hot. Her holiday cooking traditions. I had made more than half the food on that table. Then came the individual photos. A close-up of my sourdough bread with the caption, "Finally perfected my grandmother's bread recipe. Nothing beats homemade." A picture of my roast with "Family recipe herb-crusted roast. Took me years to get the seasoning just right." And then the one that made my hands shake. A photo of my mother's apple pie with the caption, "Keeping great-grandmother's secret apple pie recipe alive. So blessed to carry on this tradition." I sat there staring at her phone screen, watching her upload my life's work and claim it as her own family heritage. The comments started coming in immediately. People from her work, her college friends,
Even some of our mutual family members who hadn't been at dinner were commenting things like, "Sarah, you're such an amazing cook," and "That pie looks incredible, you're so talented." My own niece, who lives across the country and follows Sarah on social media, commented asking for the pie recipe. My neighbor from down the street, who has eaten my cooking at dozens of block parties over the years, was praising Sarah's skills. It was like watching someone steal my identity in real time.
Way of taking care of everyone I love. And in the span of 3 hours, Sarah had stolen all of that. When I came back to the living room, Tom was looking at Sarah's posts on his own phone and laughing about something she had written. I pulled him aside into the kitchen and tried to explain what his wife was doing. I told him how hurt I was that she was taking credit for food I had made, how these recipes meant everything to me, because they came from my mother. Tom just looked at me like I was being ridiculous. He said, "Mom, does it really matter who gets credit, as long as everyone enjoyed the food?" When I tried to explain that yes, it absolutely mattered, he cut me off and said I was being petty. He told me Sarah was just excited about hosting her first Christmas, and that I should be happy she was so enthusiastic about carrying on family traditions. Carrying on family traditions. Like these were her traditions to carry on. I asked him how he would feel if someone took credit for his work achievements and posted about them online, like they had accomplished everything themselves. He said that was completely different, and that I was overreacting. Then he said the thing that really crushed me. He told me I was being jealous of Sarah's success, and that it wasn't a good look for someone my age. Jealous. Of my own recipes. I went back to my seat feeling completely defeated. Sarah was still posting, now sharing photos in what looked like cooking groups and recipe forums. I watched her join conversations about holiday baking, giving advice about pie crusts and bread making, like she was some kind of expert. People were asking her questions about techniques I had spent decades perfecting, and she was answering them confidently. The family started leaving around 8 p.m., and everyone made sure to thank Sarah for the wonderful meal. My brother hugged her and told her she had outdone herself. My sister asked if Sarah would be willing to host next year too, since she was clearly such a natural at it. Even my own daughter, Lisa, who has eaten my cooking her entire life, was going on about how impressed she was with Sarah's skills. Nobody thanked me. Nobody even acknowledged that I had contributed anything to the meal. It was like I had become completely invisible. As I was getting ready to leave, I overheard Sarah posts, commenting on her photos, asking her for recipes that weren't hers to give. I finally had to turn my phone off because I couldn't stand seeing it anymore. I lay awake until 3 in the morning, staring at the ceiling and wondering how everything I had worked for could disappear so quickly. The next few days were torture. I kept checking Facebook, even though I knew it would just make me feel worse. Sarah's posts had gotten hundreds of likes and dozens of comments. She was responding to every single one, giving cooking tips and sharing little stories about her recipes. People were tagging their friends, sharing her photos to their own pages, even asking if she did catering. I watched her build this entire reputation as an amazing cook, using my life's work, and there was nothing I could do about it, without looking like a crazy old woman starting family drama over food. Tom had made it clear that if I said anything, I'd be the villain in this story. But then something happened that made me realize I couldn't just sit back and let this continue. My granddaughter, Emma, who's away at college, commented on one of Sarah's posts, asking if she could get the pie recipe to make for her roommates. Sarah responded publicly, saying she'd be happy to share the family recipe, and that she was so glad Emma wanted to carry on the tradition. That's when it hit me. Sarah wasn't just stealing credit for one meal. She was trying to rewrite our family history. She was positioning herself as the keeper of our traditions, the one passing recipes down to the next generation. If I didn't do something,
my own grandchildren would grow up thinking these recipes came from Sarah's family, not mine. I spent the next week going back and forth about what to do. I considered calling Sarah directly, but I knew she'd just deny everything or make me out to be the problem. I thought about commenting on her Facebook posts to set the record straight, but that would cause a huge public scene and make me look petty. Then I remembered my recipe box sitting on the kitchen counter. The same wooden box my mother had given me when I got married, filled with handwritten cards in her careful script. Over the years, I'd added my own notes, timing adjustments, ingredient substitutions that worked better, little tricks I'd learned through decade collection. Not just the basic ingredients and instructions, but all my notes and modifications too. I included timing notes that had taken me years to figure out, like how the roast needs to rest for exactly 15 minutes after coming out of the oven, or how the pie crust should look before you roll it out. I wrote down which brands of flour work best for the bread, what size pan gives you the perfect crust on the roast, even which apples to use for the pie and why. These were details that Sarah didn't know because she'd never actually made any of these dishes. She could fake her way through a Facebook post, but she couldn't replicate 50 years of cooking experience. I made copies for everyone in the family. My other children, my siblings, my nieces and nephews, even my grandchildren who were old enough to cook or might want to learn someday. I put each set in a manila envelope with a handwritten note that said, "From my kitchen to yours. I hope these never get lost or forgotten. Love, Grandma." I mailed them all out on the same day, 27 envelopes to family members across the country, each containing the real family recipes with all the knowledge that Sarah was pretending to have. The response was immediate and overwhelming. My daughter Lisa called me crying, saying she'd always wanted these recipes, but had been too intimidated to ask for them. She said she'd been meaning to learn how to make my bread for years, but never knew where to start. My nephew Mark texted me photos of the envelope when it arrived, saying he couldn't wait to try making the roast for his own family. Even some of the family members who had been at Christmas dinner and praised Sarah's cooking reached out to thank me. My sister Janet called to tell me she had no idea I'd been making these dishes from our mother's original recipes, and that she was so grateful to have them preserved. My brother Dave said he'd been wondering for years how I got my bread to taste so much better than anything he could buy. The younger relatives were especially excited. Emma called from college to thank me and said she was planning to make the pie for her friends over the weekend. My grandson Jake, who's in high school and just starting to get interested in cooking, sent me a long text about how cool it was to have actual family recipes written down. But of course, Sarah wasn't happy about it. I'd been meaning to write down these recipes for years, that I'd always worried about what would happen to them when I'm gone. But he just kept saying I should have handled things differently, that I was trying to embarrass his wife. The thing is, I wasn't trying to embarrass anyone. I was trying to preserve something that belonged to my family. These recipes are my legacy, my connection to my mother, my gift to future generations. Sarah can post all the photos she wants and claim credit for whatever she feels like claiming credit for. But now everyone in our family has the real recipes, with the real history behind them. Some of the relatives have already started making the dishes and sending me photos of their results. My niece made the bread last weekend and said it turned out exactly like mine. Emma posted a picture of her pie on Instagram and tagged me, calling it Great Grandma's famous apple pie made with love and Grandma's secret notes. Sarah can call me dramatic all she wants, but at least now my family knows where these recipes really came from. When my birthday came, they sold my classic car behind my back to pay for their vacation. I'm Harold, 79, a retired mechanic who spent the last 30 years restoring a 1967 Mustang Fastback that belonged to my late brother Tommy. My daughter Lisa, 45, and her husband Mark, 47, have 2 kids. My grandson Jake, 16, and his sister Emma, 13. Let me back up and explain why this car meant everything to me. Tommy died in a car accident back in 1995, and his Mustang was just a rusted shell sitting in his driveway when I bought it from his estate. We'd always talked about fixing up a classic together when we were kids, but life got in the way. After he passed, working on that car became my way of keeping him with me. Every weekend for 3 decades, I'd be out in my garage, slowly rebuilding every single part. New engine, transmission, paint job, interior, the works. About 4 years ago, when Jake turned 12, he started hanging around my garage asking questions about what I was doing. Kid had grease in his veins just like me and Tommy. Pretty soon he was handing me tools and learning about engines. We'd spend hours together, me teaching him everything I knew about cars while we worked on the Mustang. I always told him that car would be his someday. It wasn't just a promise. It was his inheritance, his connection to his great uncle he never got to meet. The car turned out beautiful. Candy apple red with white racing stripes, chrome that could blind you. I took it to local car shows most weekends, won a few small trophies. Nothing fancy, but people would always gather around to admire the work. Jake would stand next to me, proud as could be, telling anyone who'd listen how we rebuilt the whole thing together. Now Lisa and Mark, they've always lived beyond their means. Nice house, new cars every few years, expensive clothes for the kids. Mark works in sales and does okay, but they spend money faster than he can make it. They'd been planning this big Disney World vacation for months, talking about how much the kids deserved it and how it would cost about $40,000 for the whole family to go for 2 weeks. I thought they were crazy to spend that much, but it wasn't my business. The problems started building up around Christmas.
That evening, I went out to the garage to work on the car like I always do. Flipped on the lights, and my heart stopped. The garage was empty. Just oil stains on the concrete where my Mustang should have been. My first thought was that someone had broken in and stolen it. I ran around the garage looking for signs of forced entry, checking if they'd taken any tools. Everything else was exactly where I'd left it. That's when I noticed my spare key was missing from the hook by the workbench. I called the police first, then Lisa. When she picked up, I was already yelling about how someone stole the car, and did she see anything suspicious at my house. There was this long pause, and then she got real quiet, and said she needed to tell me something. Turns out they'd taken the car 3 days earlier, while I was at my doctor's appointment. Used my spare key and somehow got the title transferred. She said they'd sold it to some dealership called Classic Car Connections for $35,000. Just like that, 30 years of my work was gone. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I asked her how she could do this to me, and that's when she got defensive. Started going on about how I never drove the car anyway, how it was just sitting there collecting dust. Said the kids deserved to make memories, and that family should come first. She actually had the nerve to tell me I was being selfish for keeping all that money tied up in something I barely used. I was shaking, I was so mad. Told her she'd stolen from me, that she'd forged my signature somehow. She hung up on me when I started yelling about calling the police. Right away I called Jake. Poor kid answered the phone all excited, probably thinking I was calling to wish him luck on his trip. When I told him what his parents had done, he went completely silent. Then I heard him start crying. He had no idea they were planning this. Turns out he'd been telling his friends at school for months about how he was going to inherit the Mustang, how we were going to keep working on cars together. That's when it really hit me. This wasn't some impulsive decision. Lisa had been planning this for months, watching the car's value online, figuring out how to get the title transferred. Maybe we could work this out somehow. Maybe the dealership hadn't sold it yet, and we could get it back if they returned the money. I was willing to help them figure out their vacation situation if they'd just undo what they'd done. Mark answered the door and immediately got that look on his face like he was dealing with some unreasonable old man. Before I could even explain why I was there, he started talking about how they'd already put deposits down on everything for Disney World and couldn't back out now. Said they'd lose thousands of dollars in cancellation fees. Lisa came to the door and I could tell she'd been crying, but she got defensive the second she saw me. Started going on about how I should be happy they could finally give the kids a proper vacation. Said I was being selfish for wanting to take that away from them. I told her they could have asked me for help with money instead of stealing from me. And that's when Mark really lost it. He actually said I should get over it because it was just a car. Just a car. 30 years of my life, my connection to my dead brother, my grandson's inheritance. Just a car. I told him he had no idea what he was talking about, and he came back with how I was too attached to material things and needed to focus on what really mattered, which was family. That's when I realized they genuinely thought they'd done nothing wrong. In their minds, they were the victims here, because I was making them feel bad about their vacation. Lisa kept saying we were family, and I should understand they needed help. Said I had more money than I knew what to do with, and shouldn't be so stingy. I left their house and drove straight to Classic Car Connections. The manager there was actually pretty sympathetic when I explained the situation. Problem was, they'd already sold the car to some collector in Arizona, just 2 days after Lisa brought it in. Guy paid cash and had it shipped out immediately. The manager showed me the paperwork, and sure enough, there was my signature on the title transfer. Looked exactly like my handwriting, but I sure as hell never signed it. The manager felt bad but explained there wasn't anything he could do. Said the sale was completely legitimate from their perspective, since all the paperwork was in order. He gave me the contact information for the car's value for months. His mom had been looking up similar Mustangs online and even called a few dealerships to get estimates. She'd planned the whole thing out, right down to timing it when I'd be at my doctor's appointment, so I wouldn't catch them taking it. Word started getting around my car club about what happened. These guys have been my friends for 20 years, and they were absolutely outraged. A couple of them offered to drive down to Arizona with me to try talking to the new owner in person. Another guy who knows people in the classic car business said he'd put the word out that the car was stolen, hoping it might pressure the buyer to sell it back. But then Lisa started calling relatives and giving them her version of events. Made it sound like I was being unreasonable and cruel, refusing to help my own family when they needed money. Said I cared more about some old car than my own grandchildren's happiness. A few cousins actually called me asking why I was being so hard on Lisa over something she could replace. That's what really got to me. The idea that she could just replace 30 years of my work. Like I could go down to the car lot and pick up another restoration project that meant just as much to me. These people didn't understand that it wasn't about the money, or even really about the car itself. It was about respect. It was about my daughter thinking so little of me that she'd forge my signature and steal my most prized possession without a second thought. Jake kept visiting when his parents weren't home, and I could see how torn up he was about the whole situation. Kid blamed himself somehow, like if he hadn't gotten so attached to the car, maybe his parents wouldn't have felt the need to sell it. I tried explaining to him that this wasn't his fault, but he was stuck in the middle of a mess that should never have involved him. The worst part was watching Lisa try to justify what she'd done. Every conversation we had, she'd come up with new reasons why she was right. First, it was about the vacation. Then it was about teaching the kids that experiences matter more than things. Then it was about how I was getting too old to properly maintain the car anyway. She never once admitted she'd done anything wrong. Mark kept trying to smooth things over by suggesting we could find me another project car to work on. Said there were plenty of classics out there, and I shouldn't get so hung up on that particular one. Time of their lives, and it was all worth it. Still no apology. Still no acknowledgement that she'd done anything wrong.
just expected me to be happy for them and move on. That's when I knew this wasn't going to blow over. She wasn't going to suddenly realize what she'd done and try to make it right. In her mind, she'd solved their money problem and given her kids a great vacation. And I was the bad guy for not supporting that decision. After they got back from Disney World and Lisa acted like nothing had happened, I knew I had to do something. I wasn't going to let this slide and pretend everything was fine. The next Monday, I drove to the police station and filed a report for theft and fraud. The officer who took my statement was actually pretty sympathetic once I explained the whole situation and showed him the paperwork proving the car was registered in my name. The police investigated and confirmed that someone had forged my signature on the title transfer. They brought Lisa and Mark in for questioning, and from what I heard through Jake, it got pretty heated. Lisa broke down crying and admitted she'd practiced copying my signature for weeks before doing it. Mark tried claiming they thought they had my permission somehow, which was complete nonsense, since they'd done it while I was at the doctor and never said a word to me about it. Problem was, the district attorney's office didn't want to prosecute, said it was a family matter, and they rarely pressed charges in cases like this unless the victim was elderly and being taken advantage of by caregivers. They suggested we handle it in civil court instead. I was frustrated, but at least it was officially documented that what they'd done was theft. While all this was going on, I called my lawyer and had him draw up a new will. Took Lisa completely out of it and made Jake the sole beneficiary of everything. My house, savings, pension, the whole lot. Set it up with trustees to manage everything until he turns 25, so his parents can't get their hands on it if something happens to me before then. When Lisa found out I'd changed my will, she completely lost it. Called me screaming about how I was destroying the family over material possessions. Said I was being vindictive and cruel for punishing her children because of one mistake. I told her she'd made her choice when she decided lawyers when we could have worked things out as a family. He actually accused me of destroying his kids' relationship with their grandfather over money. The irony was completely lost on him that his wife had destroyed our relationship when she stole from me. Jake kept coming by every weekend, usually when his parents thought he was at friends' houses. Kid felt terrible about everything and kept apologizing for what his parents had done. I told him it wasn't his fault, and that I didn't want him feeling guilty about their choices. We started looking at car ads online, trying to find another project we could work on together. About 3 months after all this went down, I found a 1969 Camaro that needed a complete rebuild. Bought it for $8,000 and had it towed to my garage. When Jake saw it, he got excited for the first time since the Mustang disappeared. We started planning out everything we wanted to do with it. Different car, but the same bond we'd always shared. Lisa found out about the new project car and somehow took it as a personal insult. Called me up saying I was proving her point that I cared more about cars than family. Said if I had money to buy another old car, I should have been willing to help them with their vacation in the first place. She still didn't get that it was never about the money. The whole situation put a strain on Lisa and Mark's marriage, too. Turns out Mark hadn't realized how expensive their vacation was going to be until the credit card bills started coming in. They'd spent closer to $45,000 total, way more than what they got for my car. Mark started resenting Lisa for pushing the whole thing, and she blamed him for not standing up to me when I changed my will. I started hearing through Jake that his parents were fighting a lot. Money was tighter than ever because they'd maxed out their credit cards on the trip. Lisa had to go back to work part-time to help pay bills. Emma started asking why Grandpa didn't come to family dinners anymore, which made Lisa feel even worse about the whole situation. Jake got a part-time job bagging groceries after school and started saving every penny. Said he wanted to help me buy parts for the Camaro and maybe eventually save enough to try buying back the Mustang someday. I told him not to worry about the money, but I was proud of him for understanding the value of hard work. Other people, I'd change my will back and start talking to her again. But she still can't admit she did anything wrong. She just wants to buy her way out of the consequences. Jake comes by every Saturday morning and we work on the Camaro together. It's not the same as the Mustang, but we're building something new. The kid has gotten really good with tools and understands engines better than most adults. Sometimes I think this might turn out even better than the original plan. The hardest part is knowing I might never have a real relationship with Lisa again. She's my daughter, and I love her, but I can't trust her anymore. Every time we talk, she finds new ways to justify what she did instead of just admitting she was wrong. Maybe someday she'll understand, but I'm not holding my breath. For my anniversary, they emptied my jewelry box and said the pieces were better off passed down now. I'm 74 years old, been a widow for 3 years now, and I live alone in the same house where my husband Frank and I raised our family. My daughter Sarah is 48, married with 3 kids. Emma, who's 17, Jake, who's 15, and Lily, who's 13. Sarah lives about 20 minutes away and has keys to my house, which I gave her after Frank died in case of emergencies. Today was supposed to be my 50th wedding anniversary. Frank passed from cancer 3 years ago, but I still mark the date every year by visiting his grave and wearing the jewelry he gave me over the years. It's become my little ritual, my way of honoring what we had together. My jewelry isn't worth a fortune or anything, but every piece tells a story. The silver necklace with the small diamond that Frank gave me for our 25th anniversary. The delicate gold bracelet he surprised me with after our first child was born. My grandmother's antique brooch that she passed down to me when I got married. The pearl earrings I wore on our wedding day. Each piece represents a moment, a memory, a milestone in our life together. So this morning I went to my jewelry box to get the anniversary necklace, planning to wear it to the cemetery. I opened the box and my heart just stopped. It was practically empty. Just a few random pieces left. Some costume jewelry I barely wore. A broken chain I'd been meaning to fix. All the meaningful pieces were gone. I tore my house apart looking for them. Checked every drawer, every surface, even looked under the bed thinking maybe the box had fallen and scattered everything. Nothing. I was starting to panic, thinking someone had broken in, when I realized nothing else in the house was missing. Just my jewelry. That's when I called Sarah, crying and asking if she'd seen my jewelry when she was over last week. She got quiet on the phone, then said she'd come over right away. She arrived an hour later with coffee and this guilty look on her face that I recognized from when she was little and had done something wrong. She sat me down at the kitchen table and started with how much she loved me and how she was always thinking about the family. Then she dropped the bomb. My wants and feelings about my own belongings didn't matter anymore. I asked her why she didn't just ask me, and she said she wanted it to be a surprise for everyone. That she knew I'd say yes anyway, so what was the difference? When I told her there was a huge difference between giving something willingly and having it taken, she got defensive. She started talking about how she was my daughter, and she knew what was best for the family. How she was trying to create beautiful moments for her children with their great-grandmother's jewelry. How I should be grateful that she was thinking ahead and making sure these pieces stayed meaningful instead of just being sold off someday. I told her I wanted them back, that today was my anniversary, and I had planned to wear Frank's necklace to his grave. She looked at me like I was being unreasonable and said she couldn't just take back gifts she'd already given to her children, that it would hurt their feelings and make them think they'd done something wrong. When I kept insisting, she got frustrated and said I was being dramatic about objects, that Frank wouldn't want me clinging to things instead of focusing on family. That really got to me, because she was using my dead husband to justify stealing from me. She left, saying she needed time to think about how to handle this, but that I needed to understand she was trying to do something loving for the whole family. After she drove away, I sat in my empty house on what should have been my 50th anniversary, unable to wear my husband's gifts to visit his grave. I kept thinking about how she'd used her key to come into my house when I wasn't here and take my things. How she'd been planning this for months, watching me and calculating which pieces to take next. How she'd looked me in the eye during family dinners while she had my jewelry hidden away, waiting to surprise her kids with my memories. The worst part wasn't even that the jewelry was gone. It was realizing that my own daughter saw me as some old woman whose wishes didn't matter anymore. That she thought she could make decisions about my life and my belongings without even consulting me. That she was so sure she knew better than I did about what I wanted. I spent the rest of that day wondering if I was losing my mind. Was I being selfish? Was she did? The next day I decided to call my grandchildren directly. I needed to understand what they'd been told and how they felt about receiving these pieces. I started with Emma since she's the oldest and usually the most honest with me. When I asked her about the necklace, she got confused and said her mom had given her a pretty silver necklace for doing well on her SATs. She had no idea it was my anniversary gift from Frank or that it had any special meaning. She just thought it was something nice her mom had picked out for her. When I explained what it really was, she went quiet for a long time and then started crying. Jake was next, and I found out Sarah had taken even more than she'd admitted to me. She'd also given him Frank's watch, telling him his grandfather would have wanted him to have it. Jake had been proud to wear it to school, thinking it was this generous gift from his grandmother. He had no clue that Sarah had taken it from my bedroom without permission. Lily, being the youngest, didn't really understand the significance of what had happened, but she confirmed she'd gotten my grandmother's antique brooch. Sarah had told her it was a special present to make her feel grown up. The poor kid had been wearing a century-old family heirloom to middle school like it was costume jewelry. None of them knew these items had been taken from me. They all thought their mother had either bought them or that I'd asked her to distribute them. The worst part was seeing how excited they'd been to receive these meaningful pieces, not knowing they were essentially stolen goods. After talking to the kids, I called Sarah and demanded she return everything immediately. She refused, saying she'd already given them away and couldn't just take back gifts from her children. She kept insisting that I was making a big deal out of nothing and that the kids loved their presents. That's when I decided we needed to have this conversation face to face. I asked her to bring the whole family over for dinner that weekend. I figured if we were going to air this out, everyone should hear it directly from both sides. The dinner was a disaster from the start. Sarah walked in with this defensive attitude, like she was preparing for battle. Her husband tried to keep things light, but you could feel the tension in the room. The kids sensed something was wrong but didn't understand what. I waited until after, sneaking around behind my back. The kids started getting upset because their parents were yelling. Emma tried to say she'd give the necklace back, but Sarah shut her down and said no one was returning anything. She told me that I was being unreasonable, and that this was exactly why she hadn't asked permission in the first place, because she knew I'd react this way. Her husband finally spoke up and tried to mediate, saying maybe there was a compromise where I could have some pieces back and the kids could keep others. But Sarah wasn't having it. She said she was tired of walking on eggshells around me and that someone needed to make practical decisions about my belongings since I was getting older. That comment about my age really stung. She was basically saying I was too old to make decisions about my own property, like I was some senile old woman who couldn't be trusted with her own jewelry box. The fight escalated when I pointed out that she'd used her emergency key to enter my house without permission, multiple times. She said that as my daughter, she had every right to be concerned about my things, and that she was actually protecting me from having valuable items just sitting around. Sarah's husband looked uncomfortable and tried to get her to calm down, but she was on a roll. She accused me of always being controlling and never trusting her judgment. She said I'd never appreciated anything she did for the family, and that this was typical of how I treated her. The kids were crying at this point, and Jake asked why everyone was fighting about jewelry. Sarah told them their grandmother was upset because she didn't want them to have nice things, which was such a twisted version of what was actually happening. I tried to explain to the grandchildren that it wasn't about them having nice things. It was about asking permission before taking someone else's belongings. But Sarah kept interrupting and making it sound like I was the one being unreasonable. The evening ended with Sarah gathering her family and storming out. Before she left, she told me that if I couldn't let go of material possessions, then maybe we needed some space from each other. She said she wouldn't bring the kids around if I was going to make them feel bad about receiving gifts. That threat hit me hard, because I realized she was willing to use my grandchildren as weapons in this fight. She knew how much those kids meant to me, and was basically saying I had to choose between my belongings and my relationship. Unilateral decisions about my belongings, and then tried to make me the villain for objecting. How she was willing to cut off my access to my grandchildren rather than admit she'd done something wrong. I realized this wasn't really about the jewelry anymore. It was about respect and boundaries, and whether I was going to let my own daughter walk all over me just because I was getting older. I spent the next few days going back and forth about what to do, but one thing became clear. I couldn't let this stand. If I backed down now, it would just be the beginning of Sarah making more and more decisions about my life without consulting me. After that disastrous dinner, I didn't sleep well for days. I kept going over everything in my head, wondering if I was handling this all wrong. But the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Sarah had stolen from me, lied to her children, and then tried to make me the villain when I objected. I wasn't going to let her get away with it. The first thing I did was call my attorney. I'd been putting off updating my estate planning since Frank died, but this situation made it clear I needed to take action. I made an appointment for the following week and started thinking about what changes I wanted to make. While I was waiting for that appointment, I decided to reach out to my grandchildren individually. I couldn't go through Sarah anymore since she'd made it clear she was going to control my access to them. So I started texting them directly, asking if we could meet up without their parents around. Emma was the first to respond. She agreed to meet me for coffee after school, and she looked nervous the whole time. She apologized immediately for the fight at dinner and said she felt terrible about the whole situation. When I told her the full story about the anniversary necklace and what it meant to me, she started crying again. She said she had no idea her mother had taken it from my jewelry box without permission. She thought I'd given it to Sarah to pass along to her. Emma told me she'd barely worn it because it seemed too fancy for school, but now she understood why it felt so special when she put it on. Without me even asking, she said she wanted to give it back. She said knowing the real story behind it made her feel weird about keeping it, like she was holding on to something that wasn't really meant for her. I told her I appreciated just feeling generous. The idea that she'd been taking things from my house behind my back really bothered him. He wanted to return the watch right away, but I told him the same thing I'd told Emma, to think about it first. Lily was the trickiest because she's only 13, and I didn't want to put her in the middle of this mess more than she already was. When I explained about the brooch and how it had belonged to my grandmother, she seemed more confused than anything else. She said she'd give it back if that's what I wanted, but she didn't really understand why it mattered so much. A few days later, Emma texted me asking if she could come by the house. She showed up with the necklace in a small box, saying she couldn't keep it, knowing how much it meant to me. She said she told her mother she lost it at school, which I felt bad about, but I was grateful to have it back. Jake followed a couple days after that, bringing Frank's watch. He said he'd rather I have it and maybe pass it to him properly someday when I was ready, instead of keeping something that was taken without permission. He also lied to his mother, saying the clasp had broken and he'd lost it while playing basketball. I felt guilty about the kids having to lie, but I was also proud of them for understanding why this mattered. They got it in a way their mother refused to. These weren't just objects to be distributed at will. They were pieces of family history that deserved respect. Meanwhile, I went ahead with updating my will. I removed Sarah as executor and put my attorney in charge instead. I also created a detailed trust that specified exactly how my remaining belongings should be distributed, with clear instructions that nothing should be given away without following proper legal procedures. I wrote individual letters to each of my grandchildren explaining the history behind various family heirlooms, so they'd understand the significance of what they might inherit someday. I wanted them to know these stories before I was gone, but I also wanted to make sure Sarah couldn't twist the narrative like she had with the jewelry. The whole process took about 3 weeks, and I felt more in control than I had since this whole mess started. I was protecting myself legally, while also making sure my grandchildren would eventually get these meaningful pieces, just on my terms, not Sarah's. To their mother. When I calmly told her that I'd simply explained the truth about where those pieces came from, she exploded. She said I had no right to go behind her back and undermine her parenting. She accused me of bribing the kids or guilt-tripping them into giving the jewelry back. That's when I told her about the will changes. I figured she was going to find out eventually, and I wanted her to hear it from me. Her reaction was even worse than I expected. She said I was being manipulative and using money to punish her for trying to do something nice for her children. She accused me of being materialistic and caring more about objects than family relationships. She said Frank would be disgusted with how I was acting, and that I was destroying our family over some old jewelry that would probably just get lost or broken anyway. The conversation ended with her telling me she needed space to think about whether she wanted me in her life if this was how I was going to treat her. She said the kids were confused and upset about having to lie, and that I was putting them in an impossible position. It's been 6 weeks since that phone call, and Sarah hasn't spoken to me since. The grandchildren text me privately, apologizing for their mother's behavior and saying they don't understand why she's so angry. Emma and Jake both said they're glad they gave the jewelry back because it felt wrong to keep it. Some of my extended family members have taken Sarah's side, saying I'm being too harsh and that I should have just been grateful she wanted to share family heirlooms. Others think she was completely out of line and that I had every right to protect my belongings. I still go back and forth about whether I handled this right. Maybe I should have tried harder to find a compromise. Maybe changing my will was too extreme. But then I remember how violated I felt when I opened that empty jewelry box, and how Sarah refused to even acknowledge that she'd done anything wrong. Now I'm left wondering if my family will ever recover from this. Sarah might never forgive me for going around her to get those pieces back, or for changing my estate plans. But I also know that I couldn't let her think it was okay to make decisions about my life without consulting me. I had to draw a line somewhere, even if it cost me my relationship with my daughter. At my retirement party, they turned the speeches into a mock roast and left me humiliated. I'm 72 years old and just finished 40 years at Consolidated Manufacturing, where I started as a floor supervisor and worked my way up to plant manager. When I announced my retirement 6 months ago, my son David, who's 45, and my daughter Sarah, 42, insisted on throwing me a big celebration. They said I deserved it after all those years of hard work and providing for our family. They booked the Riverside Banquet Hall, the same place where we held Margaret's funeral reception 3 years ago. That should have been my first red flag, but I figured they just knew the venue and got a good deal. They invited about 60 people, nearly everyone from my department, some guys from the old crew I started with, neighbors from our street, my brother Tom and his wife, plus Sarah's in-laws and David's family. It was going to be bigger than any party I'd ever had in my life. For weeks leading up to it, I kept thinking about what people might say about my career. I wasn't expecting some grand tribute or anything, but I hoped maybe Jim Patterson would mention how I helped restructure the assembly line back in 2010 and saved the company about $2 million. Or maybe Bill Rodriguez would talk about how I fought to keep the plant open during the recession when corporate wanted to move everything to Mexico. I trained probably 200 employees over the years, helped dozens of them get promoted to supervisory roles. Hell, I even paid for Tommy Sullivan's kid to go to community college when Tommy couldn't afford it after his accident. The thing is, since Margaret passed, I've been feeling pretty isolated. The house is quiet. My daily routine is basically just me and the newspaper and watching the evening news. I was looking forward to this party as a way to feel connected again, to hear that my 40 years meant something to people. I wanted to walk away feeling proud of what I'd accomplished before settling into retirement. The day of the party, Sarah picked me up because she didn't want me driving at night anymore. Another thing that's been bothering me lately. Everyone treating me like I'm falling apart just because I'm in my 70s. But I went along with it because I didn't want to start any arguments before the party. She seemed to... David, Sarah, and their families. David's wife Lisa kept taking pictures of everything, and Sarah's husband Mark was being his usual quiet self. My grandson Tyler, David's oldest, who's 16 now, spent most of dinner on his phone, which annoyed me, but I didn't say anything. This was supposed to be a celebration. After dessert, David got up and tapped his glass to get everyone's attention. He thanked everyone for coming and started talking about what a dedicated father and worker I'd been. So far, so good. But then he started making jokes about how I'm still using the same flip phone I bought in 2005 and refuse to get a smartphone no matter how many times they try to convince me. People chuckled a little, which was fine, I guess. But then he really got going. He started talking about how I'm so set in my ways that I still drive to the bank every Friday to deposit my pension check, instead of setting up direct deposit. He made this whole bit about how I write everything down in a little notebook because I don't trust computers, and how I still balance my checkbook by hand every month, like it's 1975. The crowd was laughing harder now, and I could feel my face getting warm. This wasn't what I expected. Sarah joined her brother at the front and started adding her own material. She talked about how I fall asleep in my recliner every single night by 8 p.m. with the TV on, and how they have to call the landline instead of my cell phone because I never remember to charge it. She did this impression of me grunting and groaning every time I get up from a chair, which got a big laugh. Then she started talking about my hearing aid and how I'm always asking people to repeat themselves, but refuse to admit I need the volume turned up. I was starting to feel uncomfortable, but I figured maybe this was just how retirement parties went these days. Maybe I was being too sensitive. But then things took a turn that really caught me off guard. David started making comments about my appearance, joking about my bald spot and how I've been wearing the same style of wire-rimmed glasses since the Reagan administration. Sarah chimed in about what she called my old man shuffle and started walking around mimicking how I supposedly walk now. The worst part was when Sarah brought up my recent colonoscopy. She told the whole room about how I'm more embarrassed by the minute. The speeches kept getting worse from there. David and Sarah seemed to be feeding off each other's energy and the crowd's laughter. David started telling stories about what he called my prehistoric parenting methods and how I was apparently some kind of tyrant when they were kids. He talked about how I made them do chores before they could watch TV, and how I had this rule that homework had to be done at the kitchen table, where I could see it getting finished. The way he told it, you'd think I was running some kind of military boot camp instead of just trying to teach them responsibility. Sarah jumped in with her own stories about how strict I supposedly was. She told everyone about the time she came home past curfew when she was 17, and I made her come inside and explain where she'd been instead of just letting it slide. She made it sound like I was being unreasonable for wanting to know where my teenage daughter was at midnight on a school night. Then she did this exaggerated impression of my voice, making me sound like some gruff drill sergeant barking orders at helpless children. But what really got to me was when David started talking about how I terrorized them with my work ethic. He said I used to make them help me with yard work on weekends, and that Sarah would actually hide in her room when she heard my truck pulling into the driveway after work, because she knew I might have some project for her to help with. The whole room erupted in laughter like this was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. I remember those times completely differently. I was working 50-hour weeks to keep food on the table and a roof over their heads. When I came home and asked for help with yard work or fixing something around the house, I was trying to teach them that being part of a family means contributing and learning useful skills. Sarah hiding from me? That hurt more than I can explain. I thought we had a good relationship back then. I thought she understood that everything I did was for her and her brother's benefit. The crowd was eating it all up, though. People were laughing so hard that some of them had tears in their eyes. My old coworker Jim Patterson, who I thought might say something nice about my career, was chuckling along with everyone else. Even Chuck Morris, who drove all the way down from Milwaukee, seemed to think this was great entertainment. I kept looking around, hoping someone would realize this had gone fool who couldn't accept help. But the truth was, we couldn't afford to call a repair guy for every little thing that broke. David picked up where she left off and started talking about my appearance again. But this time, it got really personal. He made jokes about my bald spot getting bigger every year, and how I comb my remaining hair over it like I'm fooling anyone. He talked about my glasses being so old-fashioned that they look like something from a museum, and how I refuse to get new frames because these ones still work fine. Then he started making fun of my clothes, saying I've been wearing the same rotation of work shirts for the past decade, and that my idea of dressing up is putting on a clean pair of khakis. Sarah added her own commentary about my physical condition, talking about how I grunt and groan when I stand up, and how I need to hold on to things to keep my balance. She made jokes about my old man smell, and how I always have tissues stuffed in my pockets. The worst part was when she started mimicking how I supposedly clear my throat constantly and make these little sighing sounds throughout the day. Everyone was laughing harder than ever, but I felt like I was being dissected in front of all these people. But the absolute lowest point came when David brought up my health issues. He started talking about my recent prostate problems and how I have to get up multiple times during the night to use the bathroom. He made it into this whole comedy routine about me shuffling to the bathroom in my underwear and slippers, and how the floorboards creak so loud that it wakes up the whole house when I was staying with them after my surgery last year. Sarah took it even further by bringing up my colonoscopy again, but this time she went into detail about how I called her panicking about the prep instructions and how I was convinced something was going to go wrong. She told everyone about my anxiety leading up to the procedure and how I made her promise to call and check on me afterward. What she didn't mention was that I was scared because Margaret wasn't there anymore to help me through it, and my kids were the only family I had left to lean on. I could feel my face burning with embarrassment and anger. These weren't loving stories about a father and grandfather. These were mean-spirited attacks on everything about me. My appearance have been a celebration of my life's work into a public roasting of every personal thing they could think of. I couldn't take another minute of it. I quietly pushed my chair back and started walking toward the exit, hoping I could just disappear without making a scene. But apparently even leaving wasn't going to be that simple. As I was making my way to the exit, trying to keep whatever dignity I had left, Sarah noticed me leaving and called out loud enough for the whole room to hear. She asked where I was going and if I couldn't handle a little roasting. The way she said it made it sound like I was being a baby for not wanting to sit there and take more abuse. Then David chimed in, telling me not to be so sensitive and that I needed to learn to take a joke. Now everyone in the banquet hall was staring at me, and I felt even more humiliated than I had during the speeches. I didn't say anything back to them.
I just kept walking and got outside to wait for my ride. I'd come with Sarah, so I was stuck there until she decided she was ready to leave. I ended up calling a cab and going home by myself, which probably made me look even worse to everyone inside. The whole ride home I kept thinking about how this was supposed to be a celebration of 40 years of hard work, and instead it turned into the most embarrassing night of my life. The next morning I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. I kept going over the speeches in my head, trying to figure out if maybe I had overreacted. But the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Those weren't loving jokes between family members. That was straight-up mockery of everything about me, delivered in front of everyone I worked with for 4 decades. I decided to call David first, since he'd started the whole thing. I tried to explain to him how hurt I felt, and how I'd expected the evening to honor my career instead of making fun of my age and health problems. He brushed me off completely, saying everyone loved the speeches and that I was taking it way too seriously. He said it was all meant to be lighthearted, and that I should have been able to laugh at myself. When I told him there's a difference between gentle teasing at home and public humiliation, take their jokes. Sarah even said that Margaret would have thought the speeches were funny, which felt like a slap in the face. Margaret never would have sat there and watched our children humiliate me like that. She would have shut it down the minute it started getting mean. After both conversations went nowhere, I made a decision that I'm still standing by 3 weeks later. I told both of them that I wouldn't be attending family gatherings anymore if they couldn't treat me with basic respect and dignity. I said that if they wanted to have a relationship with me, they needed to understand that what they did was wrong and apologize for it. Otherwise, I was done being their target for entertainment. David tried to guilt me by saying I was going to miss out on seeing my grandchildren grow up over something so trivial. Sarah accused me of being stubborn and holding grudges like I always did when they were kids. But I stood firm. I'm 72 years old, and I've earned the right to be treated with respect, especially by my own children. The aftermath has been interesting, though. 3 of my former co-workers reached out to me privately in the days following the party. Jim Patterson called me at home and said he and his wife felt really uncomfortable during the speeches. He said they left right after David and Sarah finished talking, because it felt wrong to be laughing at someone who was obviously hurt by what was happening. Chuck Morris, who drove all the way from Milwaukee, sent me a card saying he thought my kids went too far and that the whole thing felt mean-spirited. My neighbor Jim from across the street stopped by the following weekend and told me that he and his wife actually left the party early because they felt so bad for me. He said they kept expecting someone to step in and change the subject, but it just kept getting worse. Hearing from these people helped me realize that I wasn't imagining things or being overly sensitive. Other people saw what I saw and felt uncomfortable about it too. But my kids are telling a completely different story to the rest of the family. My brother Tom called me last week, saying that David told him I ruined my own retirement party by storming out over some harmless jokes. Sarah apparently told her mother-in-law that I can't take any fun and that I've always been out of my retirement party and distanced myself from my children after they humiliated me in front of everyone I know. While I was in the hospital, they cleared out my library and donated my books without asking. I, 75, a retired English teacher, had spent 43 years building what I considered the crown jewel of my home, my personal library. Every single book in that collection meant something to me. There were first editions I'd hunted down at estate sales, signed copies from authors I'd met at conferences over the decades, and countless textbooks I'd annotated during my years in the classroom. My son David, 48, works as some kind of tech executive across town,
and has always rolled his eyes when I talked about my books. But I never thought he'd do what he did. The whole thing started when I had to go in for gallbladder surgery. Nothing major, really. The doctor said it was routine and I'd be out in 3 or 4 days at most. Since I live alone and David was the only family member with a flexible schedule, I gave him my house key just in case something went wrong. I told him he might need to water my plants and maybe grab my mail. That was it. Water the plants, get the mail. Simple enough for a grown man to handle. My library wasn't just a hobby or decoration. Over 2,000 books lined the walls of my living room, dining room, and hallway. Some people collect stamps or coins. I collected stories, knowledge, memories. I had books I'd owned since college, books my students had given me as gifts, books I'd discovered in tiny bookshops during summer vacations. There was my grandmother's 1943 cookbook, with her handwritten notes in the margins. A first edition copy of The Grapes of Wrath I'd found at an auction, and a signed copy of To Kill a Mockingbird I'd gotten when Harper Lee visited our school district back in the 80s. I'd always told my family that my library was the heart of my home. When David was growing up, he'd do his homework at the kitchen table while I graded papers surrounded by my books. When his sister visited with the grandkids, they'd pull picture books from the lower shelves. Everyone knew how much those books meant to me. I thought everyone understood. The surgery went fine. 3 days later, I was cleared to go home. David picked me up from the hospital and seemed unusually chatty during the drive, asking about my pain levels and whether I needed him to pick up groceries. A single book remained. The walls looked naked, wrong, like someone had stripped wallpaper off and left the bare plaster showing. I stood there staring at the empty shelves, trying to process what I was seeing. Maybe I was confused from the anesthesia. Maybe I was in the wrong house. But no, there was my couch, my coffee table, my reading lamp. Everything else was exactly where it should be except for every single one of my books. David was still talking behind me, something about how much better the space looked now, how clean and modern everything seemed. His voice sounded like it was coming from underwater. I walked into the dining room and found those shelves empty too. The hallway bookcase, completely bare. Even the cookbooks that lived on the kitchen counter were gone. I finally found my voice and asked David where my books were. He said he donated them all to Goodwill while I was in the hospital. Every single one. He said he'd been thinking about it for a while and decided to surprise me by clearing out all that clutter. He actually used the word clutter to describe my life's work. When I asked him how he could possibly think I wanted my books thrown away, he got defensive. He said nobody reads physical books anymore, that I could just get a Kindle if I really wanted to read something. He said the house looked so much better without all those dusty old books taking up space, that I could use the rooms for something more practical now. I tried to explain to him what he'd done. I told him about the first editions, the signed copies, the books that had been gifts from students and fellow teachers. I mentioned the financial value of some of those books, how I'd been planning to leave the collection to the local library when I died. David just shrugged and said maybe someone who actually needed books got them now. That's when it hit me that my own son had looked at everything I treasured most in this world and decided it was garbage. He'd spent an entire day going through my home, packing up 43 years of careful collecting and hauling it all away like he was cleaning out a hoarder's house. And he thought he was doing me a favor. I had to sit down. My legs felt shaky and my chest was tight. David kept talking about how I should be grateful, how much work it had been to box everything up and make multiple trips to the donation there and accept it. I started making lists from memory, trying to catalog everything I could remember owning. It was like trying to remember every conversation I'd ever had. The more I focused, the more details slipped away. I'd remember a blue spine with gold lettering and spend hours trying to recall the exact title. My signed copy of Maya Angelou's poetry collection. The complete works of Shakespeare,
I'd inherited from my mentor teacher, books I'd won as teaching awards, books my students had inscribed to me at graduation. By the end of the first week, I'd filled 3 notebooks with titles I could remember. 3 notebooks, and I knew I was barely scratching the surface. That's when I decided to get online and see if there were other people who understood what I was going through. I'd never been much for social media, but I found forums for book collectors and rare book enthusiasts. I posted about what had happened, half expecting people to tell me I was overreacting, like David had. Instead, I got dozens of responses from people who were horrified. They started asking me specific questions about what I'd lost. When I mentioned the Harper Lee signature, 3 different people told me that signed copies of To Kill a Mockingbird were selling for $15,000 to $20,000, depending on condition. My first edition Steinbeck novels, gone. My annotated teaching copies of classic literature that universities sometimes bought for their archives, gone. One collector sent me links to recently sold items on auction sites. A book I remembered owning had sold just last month for $8,000. Another person found a first edition I'd definitely had listed on a rare book dealer's website for $12,000. The numbers started adding up in ways that made me sick to my stomach. I called David to tell him what I'd learned. I thought maybe if he understood the financial impact of what he'd done, he'd help me try to track down some of the books, or at least acknowledge the magnitude of his mistake. Instead, he got angry with me for obsessing over it. He said I was making him feel guilty for trying to help, and that even if some books were worth money, I'd never sold them anyway, so what was the difference? That conversation changed everything for me. It wasn't ignorance anymore. Changed everything. A woman named Patricia called to tell me she'd bought a box of books at an estate sale that she thought might have come from my collection. She'd seen my posts in the collector forums and recognized some of the titles I'd mentioned. But here's what made my blood run cold. She said the estate sale wasn't at Goodwill. It was at a private estate sale company that specializes in selling valuable items. Patricia told me she'd seen a man there who matched David's description, and that he'd been talking to the estate sale staff about which items were worth the most money. She said he seemed very knowledgeable about book values and was asking detailed questions about pricing and commission rates. I thanked Patricia and hung up, then sat in my kitchen staring at the wall where my cookbook collection used to live. David hadn't just donated my books to charity like he'd claimed. He'd taken them to be appraised and sold. This wasn't spring cleaning or decluttering or even misguided helpfulness. This was theft. I called the estate sale company Patricia had mentioned. The woman who answered remembered David clearly because he'd brought in such a large, valuable collection. She said they'd sold most of the books over the course of 2 weekends and that the total sales had been just over $52,000. The company takes a 40% commission, which meant David had walked away with more than $30,000 from selling my life's work. When I confronted him about this, David finally dropped the act about doing me a favor. He said I was getting old and wouldn't live forever anyway, and that he'd just accelerated what was going to happen eventually. He said he'd put the money aside for my care if I ever needed assisted living, like he was some kind of financial planner looking out for my future. That's when I realized I was done with David. Not just angry, not just disappointed. Done. He'd looked at me like I was already dead and decided to start dividing up my estate early. He'd lied to my face for weeks about what he'd actually done with my books. And even when caught, he was trying to frame grand theft as elder care planning. I made an appointment with my lawyer the next day. If David wanted to treat me like I was already gone, then I'd make sure my actual death wouldn't benefit him at all. My lawyer, Margaret, has been handling my affairs for 15 years, handled my finances. That all changed the day I sat in Margaret's office and dictated new instructions. My house and remaining savings would go to the Public Library Foundation.
My jewelry and personal items would go to Jennifer, who had never stolen from me or treated my possessions like garbage. David would get exactly what he'd shown my book collection was worth to him. Nothing. Margaret asked if I was sure about cutting David out entirely. I told her that someone who steals $30,000 from their mother and lies about it for weeks doesn't deserve to inherit anything. She updated everything that afternoon. The online book collector communities became my lifeline during those first few months. These people understood what I'd lost in ways my own family never did. They helped me track down some of my books through dealer networks and auction sites. A collector in Oregon found my signed Maya Angelou collection and sold it back to me at cost. Someone in Texas located 3 of my first edition novels and shipped them to me for free, because they said what happened to me was every collector's worst nightmare. I managed to recover maybe 20 books out of the 2,000 David had stolen. 20 books. It was better than nothing, but it drove home just how much was gone forever. Each recovered book felt like finding a surviving photograph after a house fire. Precious, but also a painful reminder of everything else that was lost. David found out about the will change through Jennifer around Christmas. She'd mentioned something about estate planning during a family dinner, and David had made some comment about how he'd need to start thinking about what to do with my house when the time came. Jennifer told him he might want to reconsider that assumption. He called me that night, furious. He accused me of being vindictive and holding a grudge over some old books. He said I was punishing him for trying to help me, and that changing my will was a cruel overreaction to what he called a simple misunderstanding. I let him talk himself out, then told him that stealing $30,000 wasn't a misunderstanding. It was a felony. I said that lying about donating books to charity when he'd actually sold them for profit wasn't helpful. It was fraud. And I reminded him that he'd had multiple opportunities to come clean, and instead had chosen to gaslight me about being dramatic. David tried a different important than money or possessions, and that I should consider forgiving David for the sake of family unity. What she didn't understand was that this wasn't about forgiveness anymore. It was about trust. And you can't rebuild trust with someone who shows no genuine remorse for what they've done. The other family members took sides. My sister thought I was being too harsh. My nephew said David had always been selfish, and this was just the final straw. Jennifer's kids stopped talking to their uncle entirely when they found out what he'd done, which created even more drama at family gatherings. About 6 months after everything happened, I was browsing an online auction site when I found something that made my stomach drop. Someone was selling my complete set of annotated Shakespeare plays, the ones I'd inherited from my mentor teacher and had spent years adding my own notes to for classroom use. The seller had photographed my handwritten annotations and was marketing them as authentic teacher's edition with extensive scholarly notes. My own handwriting was being sold as a selling point. David hadn't just stolen my books. He'd stolen my intellectual work, my decades of teaching experience that I'd poured into those margins. Someone was making money off thoughts I'd written down 20 years ago. I saved screenshots of the auction listing and added them to the file I'd started keeping about everything David had taken. By then, the file was 3 inches thick. Photos of online listings, emails from collectors who'd found my books, records of recovery attempts, documentation of the financial losses. I'd become a detective investigating my own robbery. The hardest part was that David never seemed to understand what he'd actually stolen from me. He kept framing it as me being upset about losing some books, like I was a hoarder angry about decluttering. He couldn't grasp that those books were my legacy, my life's work, my connection to decades of students and memories and professional growth.
So now I spend my time rebuilding what I can and accepting what's gone forever. I've started buying new books again, but it's different now. Every purchase reminds me that this collection will...
For Thanksgiving, they sat me at a separate table in the garage while everyone else dined together. I'm 77 years old, and I thought I was going to have a normal family Thanksgiving with my daughter Sarah, who's 45. She's got 2 kids. My grandkids Tommy, 12, and Lisa, 8, and they live about 45 minutes away from me. Sarah's been hosting the family dinner for the past 3 years, ever since my wife Margaret passed. Before that, Margaret and I always hosted at our place, but after she died, I just didn't have it in me to do the big family gatherings anymore. Sarah stepped up and took over, which I appreciated. This year felt different, though. I was actually looking forward to it more than usual. Maybe it was because I'd been feeling pretty isolated lately. Or maybe it was just because the holidays always reminded me of Margaret, and I wanted to be around family. Either way, I spent 2 days making Margaret's cornbread recipe, the one she'd perfected over 40 years of marriage. I wrapped it up nice in foil, and even brought along the little card with the recipe written in her handwriting, thinking maybe Sarah would want to keep it going in the family. I got to Sarah's house around 2 p.m., which was when she'd told me to come. The driveway was already full of cars. Her husband Mark's sedan, plus what I assumed were his parents' car and maybe some other relatives. I grabbed my cornbread and headed to the front door, feeling pretty good about seeing everyone. Sarah answered the door looking frazzled. Her hair was a mess and she had flour on her shirt. She gave me a quick hug and took the cornbread without really looking at it, just set it on the counter with a bunch of other dishes. The house smelled amazing. Turkey, stuffing, all the traditional smells. And I could hear people talking and laughing from the dining room. Mark barely looked up from the football game when I walked in, just gave me a nod and went back to his beer. The kids were excited to see me, though. Tommy ran over and started telling me about some video game he was playing, and Lisa showed me a drawing she'd made at school. But before I could really talk to them, Sarah called them away to help with something in the kitchen. That's when I started noticing things were a little off. I walked toward the dining room to see who else was there, and I could see the table was a weird expression on her face. She put her hand on my arm and said we needed to talk. That's when she led me toward the garage door. I thought maybe she needed help carrying something, or wanted to show me something out there. But when she opened the door, I saw a small folding card table set up in the middle of the garage, with one metal folding chair next to it. There was a place setting there, one of the everyday plates, not the good china. At first, I didn't understand what I was looking at. Sarah started explaining how they were really tight on space this year, and how the kids needed to sit at the main table, and how this way I'd have more room and wouldn't be crowded. She kept saying it would be easier, that I'd understand. The whole time she was talking, I just stood there staring at that folding table. I asked her if this was where I was supposed to eat. She said yes, like it was the most normal thing in the world. I asked if I'd be joining everyone later, maybe for dessert or coffee, and she just said this was the arrangement for today. Then she closed the garage door behind us and left me standing there. The garage smelled like motor oil and old lawn equipment. There was a small space heater plugged in near the table, I guess so I wouldn't freeze, but it wasn't really warm enough. I could hear everything happening in the house, people talking, laughing, the sound of dishes clinking. It was like being next to a party you weren't invited to. I sat down in that metal chair and just tried to process what was happening. This wasn't about space. I'd been to plenty of cramped family dinners where we made it work. People sat on piano benches. We brought in kitchen chairs. Kids ate at the coffee table. We always figured it out because the whole point was being together. But here I was, alone in the garage, while my family ate Thanksgiving dinner without me. I could hear Tommy telling some story that was making everyone laugh. I could hear Mark's dad talking about golf. I could hear my granddaughter Lisa asking for more mashed potatoes. All of it happening just on the other side of the wall, like I didn't exist. Sarah brought me my plate around 4:30. It was a decent portion. Nothing. Margaret was alive. I sat there for about an hour, picking at my food and listening to my family have the time of their lives without me. Every few minutes I'd hear a burst of laughter from the dining room, or someone would make a toast, and it felt like a knife twisting in my chest. This was supposed to be about family, about being grateful for each other, and here I was, eating alone like I was in some kind of timeout. The worst part was that I could see into the kitchen through the little window in the garage door. Every time someone got up to refill their drink or grab something from the counter, I'd catch a glimpse of them. Mark walked by at one point, saw me sitting there, and just kept walking. Didn't even wave or acknowledge me. His sister came through to get more wine and looked right at me through that window. She had this uncomfortable expression on her face, like she knew something wasn't right, but she didn't do anything about it. I kept going back and forth in my head about what to do. Part of me wanted to march right into that dining room and demand to know what the hell was going on. I wanted to ask Sarah in front of everyone why her 77-year-old father was good enough to drive 45 minutes with homemade cornbread, but not good enough to sit at the family table. I wanted to see her try to explain this arrangement to her in-laws, who probably had no idea I was even there. But another part of me didn't want to cause a scene. I've never been the type to make a fuss, and I didn't want to ruin everyone else's holiday just because I was hurt. Margaret always said I was too much of a peacekeeper for my own good. She would have marched in there and raised hell. But I just sat in that cold garage, trying to convince myself that maybe Sarah really did think this was better somehow. Around 5 o'clock, I heard Mark's voice getting louder, telling some story about work that had everyone cracking up. Then I heard Tommy ask if he could have some of Grandpa's cornbread, and my heart jumped a little. Finally, someone was going to acknowledge that I'd brought something. But then I heard Sarah tell him that Grandpa's bread was for later, and the conversation moved on to something else. That's when it really hit. Pictures of everyone around the dining room table. He was posing them, getting different angles, making sure everyone looked good. Sarah was smiling and fixing Lisa's hair. Tommy was making faces at the camera. Mark's parents were holding up their wine glasses for a toast photo. I sat there watching them create memories of this perfect family Thanksgiving, and I realized I wasn't going to be in any of those pictures. Not because I was accidentally left out, or because someone forgot to include me, but because I wasn't really considered part of the family anymore. I was just the old man they had to accommodate out of obligation. That hurt worse than sitting alone. It hurt worse than the cold garage or the folding chair, or even being ignored. They were documenting this holiday like I wasn't even there, like my absence didn't matter at all. I could see Mark showing the photos to everyone, passing his phone around so they could all see how nice they looked. Sarah was already probably thinking about which ones she'd post on Facebook later. The perfect family gathering, complete with grandparents and grandchildren, and everyone looking happy and grateful. Except one person would be missing from every single shot. By the time they brought out dessert, I was done. I could hear them talking about pie and coffee, and Sarah called out to ask if I wanted anything sweet. I told her no thank you through the garage door, and that was probably the last thing I said to anyone that day. I sat there for another 30 minutes or so, listening to them finish up dinner and start moving around the house. Some people went to watch football in the living room. I could hear the kids playing upstairs. Sarah and Mark's sister were cleaning up in the kitchen, and at one point I heard Mark's sister say something about how nice it was that everyone could be together. Nobody corrected her to mention that not everyone was actually together. The final straw came when I heard Mark's parents saying their goodbyes around 7 p.m. They were thanking Sarah for a wonderful meal and talking about what a lovely family she had. Through the window, I watched them hug everyone and head out to their car. They walked right past the garage where I was sitting, and I don't think it even occurred to them that they hadn't said goodbye to me. That's when I realized I wasn't just hurt or disappointed anymore. I was furious, without saying goodbye to anyone. I could hear people still talking and laughing inside, and I realized they probably wouldn't even notice I was gone for another hour or so. That just confirmed what I already knew. I wasn't really part of this gathering anyway. The drive home was the longest 45 minutes of my life. I kept replaying everything in my head, getting angrier with each mile. By the time I got to my house, I was so worked up I couldn't even sit still. I paced around my kitchen for about an hour, going over every detail of what had happened. The more I thought about it, the clearer it became that this wasn't some innocent mistake or space issue. This was calculated. I spent the entire weekend thinking about it. Saturday morning, I woke up still mad, which never happens to me. I'm usually the type to cool down overnight and see things differently in the morning. But this felt different. This felt like something I couldn't just let slide. By Sunday, I'd made up my mind about what I was going to do. I waited until Monday evening to call Sarah because I wanted to make sure I had my thoughts together. When she answered, she sounded completely normal, like nothing had happened. She thanked me for coming to dinner and said she hoped I'd enjoyed myself. That's when I told her we needed to talk about Thanksgiving. I explained that I wasn't comfortable with how things went, and that if I wasn't welcome at the family table, I wouldn't be coming to family holidays anymore. I kept my voice calm and steady, even though inside I was still furious. Sarah immediately got defensive. She started going on about how I was being dramatic and making a big deal out of nothing. She said the garage table was practical, and that she thought I'd be more comfortable having my own space. She kept saying I was overreacting, that it wasn't personal, that she was just trying to make things work for everyone. I told her I'd been making things work at family dinners for 77 years, and I'd never seen anyone stick their father in the garage before. I said if space was really the issue, we could have figured something else out. But instead, she'd made a choice to exclude me from the family gathering. She got quiet for a minute, then said she didn't understand why I was making such a said but sad, because I realized this might be the end of family holidays for me, at least the way I'd always known them. But then something interesting started happening. Mark's sister called me the next day to apologize. She said she'd been uncomfortable during dinner but didn't know what to say at the time. She told me she'd talked to her husband about it afterward, and they both agreed it was wrong. She said if she'd realized what was happening beforehand, she would have spoken up. Then Mark's parents called. Apparently, Mark's sister had told them about the garage situation, and they were mortified. They said they'd assumed I'd just stepped out for some air when they didn't see me at the table, and they felt terrible for not saying goodbye. Mark's dad said if he'd known what Sarah had done, he would have insisted I take his seat at the table. Over the next few days, I got calls from a couple of other relatives who'd seen Sarah's Facebook photos and noticed I wasn't in any of them. My nephew called to ask if I'd been sick or something, since it wasn't like me to miss family photos. When I told him what had happened, he was shocked. But Sarah never budged. Every conversation we had, she stuck to her story that it was practical and that I was overreacting. She said other people were just stirring up drama where none existed. When Tommy called to ask if I was coming to Christmas, she told him that Grandpa was being stubborn and might not come this year. That's when I decided I was done trying to convince her that what she'd done was wrong. If she couldn't see it, or wouldn't admit it, then there was nothing more I could do. I started making my own plans instead. I called my neighbor Frank, whose wife had passed away a few years back, and asked if he wanted to have Christmas dinner together. He was thrilled, said he'd been dreading spending another holiday alone. Then I called a few other people from my senior center who I knew didn't have big family gatherings anymore. Before I knew it, I had 6 people coming over for Christmas dinner at my place. I was actually excited about it in a way I hadn't expected. No drama, no politics, no complicated family dynamics. Just good food and people who genuinely wanted to spend time together. Sarah called again a few weeks later to ask if I'd changed my mind about Christmas. When I told her about my plan,
That's too much to ask from my own daughter.
on my wedding anniversary, they threw out the chest of letters my late wife wrote me. I'm 81 years old, been a widower for 3 years now after losing my wife Margaret of 50 years. We had 2 kids together, Sarah, who's 48, and Mark, who's 45. Both of them live nearby and check on me regularly since Margaret passed. I've been living alone in the same house Margaret and I bought back in 1972, and honestly, most days I'm doing fine. I can still cook for myself, drive to the store, keep the place clean enough. But there was one thing that kept me going through the worst of it. This old wooden chest that sat on my nightstand, right where Margaret used to keep her jewelry box. Inside were all the letters and notes she'd written me over the years. I'm talking about everything. The love letters from when we were dating in our 20s. Little notes she'd slip into my lunchbox when I was working at the plant. Birthday cards where she'd write these long messages about how proud she was of me. Anniversary cards. Even grocery lists where she'd draw little hearts next to items like milk and bread. The chest wasn't fancy or anything, just something I'd made in shop class back in high school. Gave it to her for her birthday when we were still teenagers. She kept her diary in it for years. Then after we got married, she started putting the letters I'd write her when I was deployed overseas. After I came back, it became where we'd keep all our written stuff to each other. Every birthday, every anniversary, every random Tuesday when one of us wanted to say something special. When Margaret got sick, she made me promise I'd keep reading those letters. She said they were proof that someone had loved me completely for half a century, and that I shouldn't forget that even when she was gone. The kids knew how important that chest was to me. I'd shown them some of the letters over the years, especially the funny ones where their mom would complain about me leaving my socks on the floor or forgetting to take out the trash. Sarah and Mark would laugh and say it was like getting a peek into our secret world. After Margaret died, I'd open that chest maybe 2 or 3 times a week. Definitely every anniversary, every birthday of hers, and whenever the loneliness got too heavy. I'm gone. She's been after me for months about how the house is getting cluttered, how I need to let her help me organize things. I kept putting her off because, honestly, I like my clutter. I know where everything is, and it's not like the place is dirty or dangerous. But she seemed really insistent this time. Said she just wanted to help with dishes and laundry, maybe vacuum a bit. I should have said no, but she caught me on a day when I was feeling guilty about how much she worries about me. So I told her fine, but don't throw anything away without asking me first. She promised she'd just clean, not reorganize my whole life. I left Friday morning for Frank's place, had a good weekend with him. We talked about Margaret, about getting old, about how weird it is to be the last ones left from our old crowd. Frank's wife Betty made us her famous pot roast, and for a couple days I felt almost normal again. I got home Sunday evening around 6. The first thing I noticed was that Sarah had moved some furniture around in the living room. The couch was against a different wall, coffee table in a new spot. Then I went to the kitchen and saw she'd cleaned out some cabinets, organized everything by size and type. Part of me was annoyed, but I figured she meant well. I was tired from the drive,
so I headed straight to the bedroom to change clothes and maybe read a few letters before bed. It was our anniversary weekend after all, and I had this tradition of reading Margaret's very first letter to me, the one she sent when I was overseas. I walked over to my nightstand and reached for the chest. It wasn't there. At first I thought maybe Sarah had moved it somewhere safe while she was cleaning. I checked the dresser, the closet, even under the bed. Nothing. I went through every room in the house looking for it. Checked the garage, the basement, even the car, thinking maybe she'd put it there for some reason. Finally, I called her. It was almost 9 at night, but I was starting to panic. She answered on the second ring, sounding cheerful. I asked her where the chest was, trying to keep my voice calm. About was Margaret's handwriting on those letters, her voice in those words, everything that proved she'd loved me, sitting in some landfill now. I hung up the phone and sat in that empty bedroom, staring at the spot where my chest used to be, feeling like someone had just erased the last living piece of my wife from the world. I didn't sleep that night. Just sat on the edge of the bed staring at that empty nightstand, trying to wrap my head around what had happened. Part of me wanted to drive to the landfill and start digging through garbage. Part of me wanted to call Sarah back and scream at her until my voice gave out. But mostly I just felt hollow, like someone had reached inside my chest and scooped out everything that mattered. The next morning, Sarah showed up at my door with groceries, acting like nothing had happened. She walked right into my kitchen and started putting things away in the cabinets she'd reorganized, talking about how much better the house looked now that it was decluttered. I watched her for a few minutes, this woman who looked like my daughter but had just destroyed the most precious thing I owned. I told her we needed to talk about what she'd thrown away. She got this look on her face like she was dealing with a difficult child. She said she knew I was upset, but that I'd thank her eventually. That those letters were just pieces of paper that were keeping me stuck in the past. I tried to explain what those letters meant to me, how they weren't just paper. They were Margaret's voice. They were proof that someone had loved me completely for 50 years. They were the only way I could still hear her telling me she was proud of me, or reminding me to pick up milk on the way home, or saying she couldn't wait to grow old with me. Sarah just kept shaking her head. She said I was 81 years old and couldn't live in the past forever, that the letters were making me sad and preventing me from moving on with my life. She actually used the word hoarding at one point, like I was some kind of crazy person living in filth, instead of a man who kept his wife's letters in a small wooden box. I called Mark that afternoon, thinking maybe he'd understand. He came over that evening and we sat in the living room while I explained what had happened. I could see him trying to process it, take care of himself anymore. A couple of my neighbors even commented saying how sweet she was to help me out, but then her kids saw the post. My grandchildren, Emma and Jake, they're 19 and 16. Emma called me the next day, and I could tell she'd been crying. She asked if it was true that their mom had thrown away all of great-grandmother's letters. When I confirmed it, she got quiet for a long time. Then she said she would have given anything to read those letters someday, to know what kind of person Margaret was in her own words. Jake came over with Emma that weekend, and both of them apologized to me like they'd done something wrong. Emma said she'd always planned to ask me about the letters when she got older, maybe for a school project about family history, or her wedding day. Jake said he'd wanted to know what it looked like when someone loved someone else that completely, since all he saw on social media were people breaking up and getting divorced. That's when it really hit me what Sarah had taken away. It wasn't just my connection to Margaret. It was my grandchildren's chance to know their great-grandmother through her own words. All those letters where Margaret wrote about being proud of her kids, about watching them grow up,
about hoping she'd live to see her grandchildren get married. Gone. I tried talking to Sarah again after that conversation with the kids. I told her that Emma and Jake were heartbroken about the letters, that this wasn't just about me being sentimental. She got angry then, said I was turning her own children against her when all she'd done was try to help me heal. She said she'd watched me for 3 years, sitting in that bedroom reading old letters and crying, and she couldn't stand to see me torturing myself anymore. She thought if the letters were gone, I'd be forced to make new memories instead of living in old ones. The breaking point came when she said that keeping all those letters was selfish, that I was choosing my dead wife over my living family, that Margaret wouldn't have wanted me to spend the rest of my life reading about the past instead of enjoying my children and grandchildren. I told her she was wrong about that. Margaret would have wanted me to remember how much she loved me, because that's what love is. It doesn't just disappear when someone dies. Those letters weren't keeping me from living.
Bring it back. I told Sarah that day that she'd lost my trust and that our relationship would never be the same. She kept apologizing and crying, but I was done. Some things can't be undone, and some betrayals cut too deep to heal completely. After that final conversation with Sarah, I knew things between us had changed permanently. I wasn't going to pretend everything was fine or that time would magically heal this wound. Some betrayals are too deep for that, even when they come from family. The first thing I did was call my lawyer, Jim Peterson, who'd handled Margaret's estate. I made an appointment for the following week and told him I needed to make some changes to my will and create detailed documentation of my remaining possessions. Jim had known Margaret and me for 20 years, helped us with buying the house, setting up our wills when the kids were young. When I explained what Sarah had done, he just shook his head and said he'd seen this kind of thing before with adult children who thought they knew better than their parents. I spent the next month going through every room in my house with a notebook, writing down every item that had any significance. Photos, Margaret's jewelry, my military medals, the quilt her mother made us for our wedding, even small things like the coffee mug she used every morning. Next to each item, I wrote a detailed note about its history and importance. I wasn't taking any chances that someone would decide my remaining memories were just clutter. Jim helped me set up a partnership with the County Historical Society. Everything of significance would go there when I died, properly cataloged and preserved. They were thrilled to get items from a local family that had lived in the area for so long. The director, a nice woman named Carol, came to the house and photographed everything, said they'd create a proper exhibit about life in our town during the decades Margaret and I had lived here. I changed my will completely. Sarah and Mark would still get the house and any money left over, but everything personal, everything with emotional value, would go to the Historical Society. I left specific instructions that family members could visit and view the items there, but no one would ever again have the power to throw away pieces of my life without permission. The hardest part was dealing with the family record of the family history that had been destroyed. But Sarah, she was a different story. For a while she kept calling, alternating between apologizing and defending what she'd done. She'd say she was sorry I was hurt, but then in the same conversation she'd insist she'd been trying to help me heal. She never seemed to grasp that good intentions don't undo irreversible damage. She found out about the will changes when Jim's office sent her a copy of the updated documents, as required by law. She showed up at my house furious, saying I was being vindictive and punishing her whole family for one mistake. I told her it wasn't punishment, it was protection. I couldn't trust her judgment anymore when it came to what was important and what was disposable. The worst part was watching how it affected the grandchildren. Emma and Jake were caught in the middle, loving both their mother and their grandfather, but seeing clearly that their mom had done something terrible. Emma told me once that she'd tried to explain to her mother why the letters mattered, but Sarah just kept saying that dwelling on the past wasn't healthy.
I started a new routine to replace the one Sarah had destroyed. Instead of reading Margaret's letters, I began writing down every memory I could recall of our life together. I filled notebook after notebook with stories about our early dates, our wedding day, raising the kids, vacations we'd taken, quiet Sunday mornings in bed reading the paper. It wasn't the same as having her actual words, but it was something. I set up the spare bedroom as a kind of memory room, displaying the photos and mementos Sarah hadn't thrown away. I wrote detailed cards for each item, explaining its significance. Carol from the Historical Society said it was like creating a museum of my own life, and that's exactly what I wanted. When I died, people would know that these things mattered, that they represented real love and real lives lived. The relationship with Sarah never really recovered. She'd call occasionally, usually around holidays or my birthday, but the conversations were strained and formal. She'd ask how I was doing. I'd say I was fine, and would both pretend everything was normal. But it wasn't normal, and we both knew it. About 6 months after it happened, Sarah tried one more time to make things right. She came to the house, put it in a drawer. Not a special box, not on my nightstand, just in a drawer with the utility bills and insurance papers. She understood what that meant. Now, 2 years later, I still reach for that chest sometimes when I'm having a hard day. My hand goes to the nightstand automatically, and for just a second, I forget it's not there anymore. Then I remember, and the loss hits me all over again. Was I wrong to distance myself from my daughter after she threw away the only letters I had left from my wife? Some people might say yes, that family is more important than things, even precious things. But those letters weren't just things to me. They were proof that I had been truly loved, and now that proof is gone forever. At my grandson's wedding, they seated me behind a pillar where I couldn't see the ceremony. I'm Margaret, 79, and this whole disaster involves my daughter Lisa, 52, and my grandson Jake, 24, who was getting married to his fiancée Emma, 23. I need to give you some background here because what happened makes no sense without it. Jake has always been my special boy. When he was little, I was practically his second mother. Lisa and her husband both worked crazy hours at their corporate jobs, so I was the one picking Jake up from school 3 days a week. I taught him how to make chocolate chip cookies from scratch, helped him with his math homework when he was struggling in 4th grade, and listened to all his teenage heartbreak stories when some girl broke up with him in high school. Even as an adult, we stayed close. He'd call me every Sunday just to chat about his week. When he got engaged to Emma last year, I was one of the first people he told. He was so excited on the phone, talking about how much he loved her and how he couldn't wait for me to get to know her better. I was thrilled for him. For months leading up to the wedding, I was practically counting down the days. I knew it was going to be expensive. They booked this fancy reception hall downtown that probably cost more than I spend in 6 months. But I didn't care about the money. I started saving up from my Social Security checks because I wanted to look perfect for Jake's big day. I found this beautiful navy blue dress at Macy's during a sale, and I even splurged on matching shoes and a little purse. The week before the wedding, I got my hair done at the salon for the first time in months. I felt so elegant and ready to celebrate my grandson. The wedding was on a Saturday afternoon in October. I took a taxi to the venue because Lisa said parking would be difficult, and honestly, I didn't trust myself to drive in that busy downtown area anymore. When I walked into the reception hall, I was amazed at how beautiful everything looked. There were white flowers everywhere, fancy linens on all the tables, and this gorgeous archway set up at the front where Jake and Emma would exchange vows. I was feeling so proud and happy, thinking about how handsome Jake was going to look in his tuxedo, and how this was him, then looked around, trying to figure out if this was some kind of mistake. From where this chair was positioned, I couldn't see the altar area at all. The pillar was huge and completely blocked my view of where the ceremony would take place. I asked the usher if he was sure this was right, and he just checked his clipboard again and confirmed that yes, this was where Margaret Thompson was supposed to sit. I felt this sinking feeling in my stomach, but I tried to stay polite. I asked if maybe there had been some mix-up, explaining that I was Jake's grandmother, and wondering if perhaps I could sit somewhere with a better view. The usher looked uncomfortable and said he was just following the seating chart that had been given to him. He suggested I could talk to someone from the wedding party if I had concerns. So I sat down in this awful seat and looked around, trying to spot Lisa or Jake or anyone who could help me figure out what was going on. The ceremony was supposed to start in about 20 minutes, and people were still filing in and finding their seats. I watched as other guests, people I didn't even recognize, were being seated in the front rows with perfect views of everything. That's when I saw Mrs. Patterson, who I barely know except from church, being escorted to a seat in the third row. Mrs. Patterson is Emma's great aunt or something, and I've maybe spoken to her twice in my life. But there she was, settling into a prime seat, while I was stuck behind a pillar like some kind of afterthought. I finally spotted Lisa near the front of the room, fussing with some flowers and talking to the photographer. I got up from my terrible seat and made my way over to her, trying to stay calm, but feeling increasingly upset about the whole situation. When I reached her, I explained that there seemed to be a problem with my seating assignment. Lisa looked at me with this expression that I can only describe as annoyed. She said the seating had been very carefully planned, and that all the good seats were reserved for immediate family and important guests. The way she said it, with that particular tone, made it crystal clear that she didn't consider me to fall into either of those categories. I just stood there for a moment, trying to process what she had just said to life. I apparently didn't qualify as either one of those things. I sat down behind that massive pillar and just stared at it, wondering how I'd become so invisible to my own family. The ceremony was about to start, and I could hear the string quartet beginning to play. People around me were chatting excitedly and getting their phones ready to take pictures. Meanwhile, I was sitting there like I was in some kind of punishment corner, unable to see anything that was about to happen. When the music changed to signal the processional was starting, everyone stood up. I stood too, hoping that maybe from a standing position I could crane my neck around the pillar and catch at least a glimpse of Jake walking down the aisle. But it was hopeless. The pillar was too wide, and the people in front of me were too tall. I could hear the collective awe from the crowd as the bridesmaids walked down the aisle, but I saw nothing. Then I heard the wedding march begin, which meant Emma was making her entrance. Everyone was probably looking at her beautiful dress, watching her father walk her down the aisle, seeing Jake's face light up when he saw his bride. I heard people whispering about how gorgeous she looked, heard someone quietly crying happy tears. But I might as well have been listening to it on the radio for all I could see. The worst part was hearing Jake's voice when the ceremony actually started. I could hear him clearly because the microphones were good, but I couldn't see him at all. When he said his vows, I heard his voice crack with emotion, heard the crowd chuckle at some sweet moment he shared. I found myself tearing up just listening to him, thinking about the little boy I used to read bedtime stories to, now becoming a married man. But I was experiencing it like someone listening to a podcast, not like his grandmother who should have been watching with pride from the front row. During the vow exchange, I heard Emma start crying as she spoke about how much Jake meant to her. I heard the officiant make some joke that got everyone laughing. I heard the rings being exchanged and the final pronouncement that they were husband and wife. And then I heard the crowd erupt in cheers and applause as they had their first kiss as a married couple. I had missed all of it. I finally got up and made my way toward the cocktail area, hoping that maybe the reception portion would be better. But when I found my assigned table, I realized things weren't going to improve. My table was practically in a different zip code from where Jake and Emma would be sitting. It was tucked way in the back corner, and I was seated with people I'd never met before, some distant relatives from Emma's side who barely acknowledged me when I introduced myself. From my table, I had an obstructed view of the head table where Jake and Emma were sitting with their wedding party. There were centerpieces and other people's heads constantly blocking my line of sight. When they did their first dance, I could barely see them over the crowd of people who had gotten up to watch and take pictures. Everyone else seemed to have a perfect view, except me. The speeches were the hardest part. Jake's best man got up and told funny stories about their college days, and I could hear Jake laughing in the background, but I couldn't see his face. Lisa gave a speech about watching Jake grow up, and she mentioned how proud the whole family was of him. She talked about all the people who had been important in his life, but somehow managed to not mention me at all. It felt like she was actively erasing me from his story. When Emma's father spoke, he welcomed Jake into their family and talked about how grateful they were for everyone who had come to celebrate. He made a point of thanking the grandparents on both sides for their love and support, and I saw him gesture toward where Emma's grandparents were sitting, in clear view near the front. Then he made some general comment about Jake's family, but I was so far away and hidden that I felt like he was talking about someone else entirely. The evening just continued like that. Every special moment, the cake cutting, the bouquet toss, the anniversary dance, I experienced from a distance, straining to catch glimpses through gaps between other people. I felt like I was watching my grandson's wedding through a keyhole. Around 9 o'clock, I couldn't take it anymore. I was emotionally exhausted and my feet hurt from the new shoes. I found Lisa and told her I was feeling tired and needed to head home early. She barely looked up from her conversation with some business associate about my good stationery and spent the next hour writing everything down. I told him how excited I had been for his wedding, how much I had looked forward to watching him get married, and how devastating it was to be hidden behind that pillar like some kind of embarrassment. I explained that I understood weddings are complicated and expensive, but that being treated like I didn't matter had broken my heart. I kept the tone gentle because I didn't want him to think I was trying to cause drama or make his wedding about me. I just needed him to understand what had happened. I mailed the letter Sunday morning on my way to church. There was supposed to be a family brunch that day at Lisa's house, but I decided not to go. Lisa had called Saturday night to remind me about it, and I just told her I wasn't feeling well. It wasn't exactly a lie. I felt sick to my stomach thinking about sitting through another family event where I'd probably be treated like an afterthought. Instead, I called my friend Rose and asked if she wanted to have coffee. Rose and I have been friends for almost 40 years, and she's always been someone I can talk to honestly. We met at this little diner we used to go to when our kids were small, and I told her everything that had happened at the wedding. Rose was furious on my behalf. She said Lisa's behavior was absolutely inexcusable and that no grandmother should ever be treated that way at her grandson's wedding. It felt so good to have someone validate my feelings instead of making me feel like I was overreacting. Rose reminded me of all the times I had dropped everything to help Lisa when Jake was young, all the babysitting and school pickup duties and emergency childcare I had provided over the years. We spent 3 hours at that diner, and by the time I went home, I felt a little bit better. At least someone understood why I was so hurt. Monday and Tuesday passed without any word from Jake, and I started wondering if he had even gotten my letter yet. I began second-guessing myself, thinking maybe I should have just kept quiet and tried to get over it. But Wednesday evening, my phone rang, and it was Jake. He was practically crying on the phone. He apologized over and over, saying he had no idea about the seating arrangement and that he was horrified when he read my letter. He said Lisa had handled all the wedding plan. Felt such relief hearing from him. It was clear that he genuinely had no idea what had happened and that he was as upset about it as I was. We made plans to have dinner the following Saturday at my favorite restaurant, and for the first time since the wedding, I felt like maybe things would be okay between us. But then Lisa found out that I had written to Jake about the seating situation. She called me Thursday night, and she was absolutely livid. She said I had no business going to Jake behind her back and causing problems right after his wedding. She accused me of being dramatic and creating unnecessary family drama when I should have just understood that wedding planning is complicated, and sometimes people have to make tough choices about seating. Lisa said I was being selfish for not considering how difficult it was to accommodate everyone, and that I should have been grateful just to be included at all. She made it sound like I was some kind of burden that they had grudgingly allowed to attend. The conversation got pretty heated, with her saying I had overreacted, and me trying to explain that being hidden behind a pillar wasn't just poor seating. It was deliberately excluding me from my grandson's wedding. We ended up hanging up on each other, which had never happened before in all our years of occasional disagreements. I felt terrible about the fight, but I also felt angry that she was trying to make me the villain in this situation. The dinner with Jake the next Saturday was wonderful. He was so attentive and kept apologizing again for what had happened. He showed me pictures from the wedding on his phone, including some beautiful shots of the ceremony that I had completely missed. He promised that he would never let anything like that happen again, and that I would always have a place of honor at any future family events. But the situation with Lisa has only gotten worse. She's been cold to me ever since our fight, and she's made it clear that she thinks I caused unnecessary drama by writing that letter. Some other family members have apparently taken sides, with a few people saying I should have just kept quiet, and others agreeing that the seating situation was completely inappropriate. Now it's been 3 months since the wedding, and the family still feels divided. Jake keeps trying to smooth things over between Lisa and me, but she's stubborn and still insists that I overreact. When I moved into assisted living, they emptied my sewing room and tossed everything in the trash. I'm 76 years old and I've been sewing since I was 18. My son David is 52, and his wife Carol is 48, and they were the ones who handled my move to Sunset Manor Assisted Living after I took a bad fall last month. I have 4 grandchildren: Emma, who's 16, Tyler, who's 14, Sophia, who's 12, and Lucas, who's 10. For the past 30 years, my sewing room in the basement was my sanctuary. That's where I kept all my fabric organized by color and season, my hand-drawn patterns from decades of work, and the special projects I'd been working on for each of my grandchildren. The move happened way faster than I expected. I'd been in the hospital for a week after breaking my hip, and David called to say they'd found me a perfect spot at Sunset Manor that had just opened up. He said I needed to take it right away or lose the opportunity. I went straight from the hospital to the facility without even seeing my house one last time. David promised me he'd pack up all my important things and bring them over once I was settled. Before they discharged me, I made sure to give David a very detailed list of what to save from my sewing room. I told him about my portable Singer machine, my good scissors, and most importantly, the 4 quilts I'd been working on. Each one was about 60% finished and meant for a specific grandchild. Emma's had fabric from her old baby blankets worked into the pattern. Tyler's was going to be his graduation quilt with blues and grays. Sophia's was bright and cheerful with yellows and pinks. And Lucas's had little airplanes because he loves anything that flies. I'd been collecting fabric for these quilts for years. Some pieces came from old clothes the kids had outgrown that I'd saved. Others were special purchases I'd made when I found exactly the right color or pattern. I had boxes of fabric organized by project, and hand-drawn patterns that I'd spent hours perfecting. Some of those patterns dated back to the 1980s when David was still living at home. The first few days at Sunset Manor were rough. Everything was different, and I was still recovering from the fall. But I kept thinking about how nice it would be to have my sewing machine set up in my new room. The activities director had on about how they needed to get the house ready to sell quickly, and couldn't deal with all the bits and pieces scattered everywhere. Then David admitted they'd hired a junk removal service and cleared out the entire room in one afternoon. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. I asked about my fabric collection, and Carol waved her hand dismissively, saying it was mostly old scraps anyway. I asked about my patterns, and David said they looked like old paper and weren't worth keeping. Then I asked about the quilts. Carol said they looked old and moth-eaten, and she didn't think the kids would want them anyway. David nodded along and said they'd made an executive decision not to bother the grandchildren with questions about stuff like that. They never even asked Emma, Tyler, Sophia, or Lucas if they wanted the quilts I'd been making specifically for them. I sat there, trying to process what they were telling me. 58 years of sewing. Decades of collecting fabric and creating patterns. Hours and hours of work on those quilts, thinking about each grandchild while I stitched. All of it gone to a landfill because my son and daughter-in-law saw it as clutter. Carol kept talking about how they were trying to help me transition to a new phase of life and let go of things I didn't really need anymore. She said I should focus on the activities available at Sunset Manor instead of dwelling on old hobbies. David agreed and said they thought getting rid of everything would make it easier for me to adapt to my new living situation. I asked them if they understood that those weren't just random quilts. I explained that Emma's quilt had pieces of the dress I'd made for her first day of kindergarten. Tyler's included fabric from the curtains that had been in his nursery. Each quilt was full of family memories and stories. Carol just shrugged and said I could make new memories instead. That's when it hit me that they truly didn't understand what they'd thrown away. To them, my sewing room had been full of junk. To me, it had been full of love, creativity, and family history. They saw old fabric and I saw future heirlooms. They saw clutter and I saw years of careful planning and work. David tried to make me feel excited to give it to her for her 17th birthday next month. I'd planned to tell her the story behind each piece of fabric while we looked at it together. For the next few days, I couldn't sleep. I kept wondering if I was being dramatic or if what they'd done was really as devastating as it felt. Part of me thought maybe I should just accept it and move on, like Carol suggested. Maybe I was too attached to material things. But then I'd remember the hours I'd spent hand-stitching Emma's quilt, thinking about her growing up. And I knew this wasn't about being materialistic. The activities director at Sunset Manor kept trying to get me interested in their craft classes, but I couldn't bring myself to care. They had basic supplies and simple projects, nothing like the intricate work I'd been doing. I felt like a pianist being offered a toy keyboard, well-meaning, but it just reminded me of everything I'd lost. I called my neighbor Mrs. Patterson back at the old house to see if she knew anything about what had happened. She told me she'd seen the junk removal truck and felt terrible about it. She said she'd always admired my quilts and had actually hoped to ask me for sewing advice once I got settled. That conversation made me realize that strangers valued my work more than my own family did. A week after learning about the sewing room, I decided I needed to have a real conversation with my family about what they'd done. I wasn't looking for an apology anymore.
but I wanted them to understand the impact of their decision. I asked David to bring Carol and the grandchildren for a family meeting in the Sunset Manor common room. When they arrived, I could tell David was dreading the conversation. Carol looked annoyed before I even started talking. The grandchildren seemed confused about why they were there. I'd spent days thinking about what to say, so I kept my voice calm and measured. I told them I wanted to explain what they'd actually thrown away. I said those quilts weren't just fabric and thread. They were years of love and planning. I explained how I'd incorporated pieces of their childhood into each design. Emma's quilt had fabric from the dress I'd sewn for her first piano recital. Tyler's included pieces from his Little League uniform that I'd mended dozens. Spoke up. She asked about the quilt I'd been making for her, the one with pieces from her baby blankets. I could see genuine sadness in her face when she realized it was gone forever. Carol immediately snapped that it was just old rags anyway, and Emma didn't need more junk in her room. Emma started crying then, and I watched my daughter-in-law dismiss my granddaughter's feelings, just like she'd dismissed mine. Tyler looked angry and asked why no one had bothered to ask them what they wanted before throwing everything away. Carol told him not to be dramatic. That moment changed everything for me. Watching Carol be so callous toward Emma's tears made me realize this wasn't about decluttering or helping me transition. This was about control and a complete lack of respect for things they didn't personally value. Carol saw my decades of work as worthless, and now she was teaching my grandchildren to see it the same way. I made a decision right there in that common room. I told them I had some remaining sewing supplies and fabric that I'd kept in my bedroom closet at the old house. David perked up, probably thinking I was going to ask him to bring them over. Instead, I said I'd decided to donate everything to people who would actually appreciate it. David looked hurt and asked why I was giving family heirlooms to strangers. I almost laughed at that. Now suddenly they were family heirlooms, but when they were in my sewing room, they were clutter. Carol accused me of being spiteful and trying to make them feel guilty. Emma asked if she could have some of my supplies to learn sewing herself. Before I could answer, Carol said Emma had enough activities already and didn't need to waste time on old lady hobbies. That sealed it for me. I wasn't being spiteful. I was being practical. My sewing supplies needed to go to people who would value them and use them properly. I spent the rest of that meeting explaining my decision. I told them I'd rather see strangers create something beautiful with my materials than watch them collect dust or get thrown away again. Tyler said he understood, which surprised me. Sophia and Lucas were too young to really grasp what was happening, but Emma looked relieved. Also reached out to Mrs. Henderson, my next-door neighbor from the old house. She'd always complimented my quilts when she saw them hanging on the line, and I knew she did some crafting herself. She was so excited when I called that she came over to Sunset Manor the very next day. David had to go back to my old house anyway to finish packing up my bedroom, so I asked him to bring my remaining supplies. He wasn't happy about it, especially when I told him they were going to strangers instead of staying in the family. But he did it, probably because he felt guilty about the whole situation. When he arrived with 3 boxes of my leftover fabric, patterns, and my good scissors, I spent the entire afternoon going through everything with Sarah. She was amazed by the quality of my hand-drawn patterns and kept asking questions about different techniques I'd used. She took notes on everything, wanting to make sure she could explain the significance of each item to her students. One box had fabric I'd been saving for special projects. There was silk I'd bought on sale 5 years ago, wool pieces from an old coat I'd deconstructed, and cotton prints in colors I'd collected over decades. Sarah held up each piece like it was precious, which it was to me.
She understood that good fabric isn't just material, it's possibility. Mrs. Henderson took some of my quilting supplies and a few pieces of fabric she said reminded her of her grandmother's dresses. She got teary-eyed when I gave her my pincushion, the one shaped like a tomato that I'd used for probably 20 years. She promised to think of me every time she used it. The most emotional part was going through my pattern collection with Sarah. I had patterns I'd modified over the years, some drawn on brown paper bags when I couldn't afford proper pattern paper. I had notes written in the margins about adjustments I'd made for different family members. Sarah said her students would learn so much from seeing how an experienced seamstress thinks through problems and makes improvements. David stood in the corner during all of this, looking uncomfortable. At one point, he asked if I was sure I wanted to give away things that had been in our family for so long. I reminded him that he'd already thrown away most of my family's sewing history, so this was just finishing what he'd started. A week later, Sarah brought 3 of her students to meet me. One was Marie Technique Notes, and asked if she could copy some of my modifications for her own pattern collection. Robert surprised me the most. He said his wife had always wanted to make a quilt together, but they never found the time before she got sick. Now he wanted to make one in her memory, using some techniques she'd admired. I gave him one of my easier quilt patterns and walked him through the basics. The community center visit made me feel useful again in a way I hadn't experienced since moving to Sunset Manor. These people valued my knowledge and experience. They asked thoughtful questions and took notes on my suggestions. It reminded me why I'd loved sewing in the first place. 2 weeks after the donation, Mrs. Henderson visited me at Sunset Manor with a photo of a decorative pillow she'd made using fabric I'd given her. She said every time she looked at it, she thought about our conversations and felt inspired to try new projects. She was already planning a small wall hanging using another piece I'd shared with her. Sarah started bringing me regular updates from her classes. She said my patterns were being used constantly, and that several students had already completed their first successful projects using my techniques. One woman had made her first dress that actually fit properly. A man had finished a quilt square that he'd been struggling with for months. Then Maria came to visit with something that made me cry happy tears for the first time since this whole mess started. She brought a photo of her 8-year-old daughter wearing a dress Maria had made using one of my patterns and a piece of my fabric. The little girl was beaming in the picture, clearly proud of her homemade dress. Maria said her daughter had worn it to her school play and felt like a princess. That visit meant more to me than anything my own family had done since I moved to Sunset Manor. This child I'd never met was wearing something made with love and skill, using materials I'd provided. She valued it in a way my own grandchildren had never been allowed to value the things I'd made for them. My relationship with David and Carol is still strained. David feels hurt that I gave away what he now calls family heirlooms, conveniently forgetting that he'd labeled them junk just weeks earlier. Carol still thinks I was being spiteful and trying to make them feel guilty. Maybe I was, a little bit. But Emma has started visiting me. You, more than the family you're born with. On Mother's Day, they surprised me by repainting my house and erasing the mural my husband and I created together. I'm 78. Been living in this house for over 50 years with my late husband Frank until he passed 3 years ago. We raised our 3 kids here, Sarah, who's 52 now, Michael at 49, and Lisa, who just turned 46. This place holds every memory we made as a family, including the mural Frank and I painted on the side of the house when the kids were little. It wasn't anything fancy, just something we did one weekend when Sarah was maybe 8 and the twins were 5. Frank had this crazy idea that we should brighten up the plain white wall that faced the street. We painted flowers, mostly daisies because those were the only ones I could manage without them looking like blobs. Frank insisted on adding birds, though his looked more like flying potatoes if I'm being honest. The best part was getting each kid to put their handprints along the bottom in their favorite colors. Sarah picked purple, Michael wanted blue, and Lisa went with pink. Over the years, Neighbors always commented on how it made the whole street feel more welcoming and lived in. I had spent Mother's Day weekend at Sarah's house like I do most holidays now. She lives about an hour away and always insists I stay the whole weekend instead of just coming for dinner. I don't mind it, but I was ready to get back to my own space, my own bed, my own routine. I've never been one for long visits, even with my own children. When I pulled into my driveway Sunday evening around 6, I was surprised to see 3 cars already there. Sarah's minivan, Michael's truck, and Lisa's sedan. My first thought was that something was wrong. Why would they all be here when I wasn't expecting anyone? They were standing in my front yard with these huge grins on their faces, practically bouncing with excitement. That's when I noticed it. The entire house was a different color. What used to be the soft yellow Frank and I had chosen decades ago was now this bland, modern beige. Everything looked so sterile and cold. But the worst part, the part that made my stomach drop, was the side wall. It was just beige. Flat, empty beige where our mural used to be. Sarah rushed over to help. The kids kept talking, but I wasn't really hearing them. Something about how the old paint was faded anyway, how the mural looked childish for the neighborhood, how property values would benefit. Michael mentioned they'd even thrown away all the old paint cans from the garage to give me more storage space. That hit me like a punch to the chest. Those cans included the leftover paint from our mural. They hadn't just covered it up. They'd made sure I could never restore it. Sarah must have noticed I wasn't responding the way they expected, because she asked if I was okay, if I was overwhelmed by their generous gift. Overwhelmed was definitely the word for it, just not in the way she meant. I felt like I was watching my life being erased in real time. Frank has been gone 3 years, and that mural was one of the last things we created together that was still visible, still part of my daily life. I managed to say something about it being different, very different from what I was used to. Lisa jumped in to reassure me that I'd love it once I got used to it, that modern and clean was so much better than old and faded. She actually used the word dated to describe our mural. Dated. Like our family memories had an expiration date. Michael started explaining their reasoning, how they knew I didn't like change, but they also knew I'd never agree to updating the house if they asked. He seemed genuinely convinced he was doing me a favor by taking the choice away from me. He said Frank would have wanted me to have a nice, updated house, which felt like another slap. Frank loved that mural. He'd stand in the driveway sometimes just looking at it, pointing out details to visitors. The more they talked, the smaller I felt. They had this whole narrative worked out, where I was the elderly mother who didn't know what was best for herself, who needed her children to make decisions about her own home. They'd planned this for weeks, maybe months, timing it perfectly for when I'd be away so I couldn't stop them. I kept thinking about Frank, about how we'd spent that long weekend painting together while the kids ran around getting in the way. How proud we were when we finished, even though we both knew it wasn't going to win any art. Irreplaceable. I knew I had to say something, but I also knew that whatever came out of my mouth was going to change everything between us. I finally found my voice and asked them why they hadn't talked to me about this first. The question seemed to catch them off guard, like it had never occurred to them that I might want input on changes to my own house. Sarah was the first to respond, explaining that they wanted it to be a surprise and knew I would have said no if they'd asked. She said it like that justified everything, like my potential objection was just stubbornness they needed to work around. Michael jumped in to support her, saying they all agreed I needed this update whether I realized it or not. He kept emphasizing how much better the house looked now, how neighbors would appreciate the improvement. Lisa nodded along, adding that the mural had been barely visible anyway from all the fading over the years. She made it sound like they were putting it out of its misery, rather than destroying something meaningful. That's when I made my mistake. I told them the mural had meant something to me, that it wasn't just old paint on a wall. The silence that followed was deafening. I could see them exchanging those looks, the ones adult children give each other when they think their parent is being difficult or irrational. Sarah was the first to speak, using that gentle voice people reserve for children and the elderly. She said she understood it had sentimental value, but that sometimes we have to let go of things that are holding us back. Michael got more direct about it. He said Dad wouldn't want me clinging to the past, that he'd want me to embrace improvements and modern updates. The audacity of him telling me what Frank would have wanted, especially when Frank was the one who'd insisted we add that ridiculous butterfly to the mural because he thought it needed more whimsy. Frank loved that wall. He'd point it out to anyone who visited, telling them the story of how we'd painted it and how the kids had gotten paint in their hair. I tried to explain that this wasn't about clinging to the past, but about preserving something we'd created together. Lisa interrupted me to say that I could create new memories, that I didn't need old, faded paint to remember Dad. She actually suggested I take up a hobby instead, maybe join a painting Mother's Day, or doing something nice for me. This was about them, and their vision of what my life should look like. They were embarrassed by the mural, embarrassed by their elderly mother who lived in a house with childish paintings on the side. They'd been talking about this among themselves, probably for months, building up their case for why it needed to go. I asked them point blank if they were ashamed of the mural, if that's what this was really about. The denials came fast and loud, but I could see the truth in their faces. Sarah tried to deflect by saying it wasn't about shame. It was about helping me maintain a respectable home. Michael said something about neighborhood standards. Lisa just looked uncomfortable and stayed quiet. But the moment that broke everything was when Michael mentioned they'd already thrown away the old paint cans from the garage. He said it like it was another helpful service they'd provided, clearing out clutter I didn't need anymore. Those cans included the leftover paint from our mural project. Frank had kept them all these years, touching up spots that weathered or faded. They weren't just paint cans. They were the possibility of restoration, of maintaining something we'd built together. I realized in that moment that this wasn't just thoughtlessness or misguided good intentions. They had systematically erased every trace of the mural, made sure I couldn't bring it back even if I wanted to. They'd planned this erasure completely, right down to disposing of the evidence that had ever existed. The anger that had been building finally found its voice. I told them they had no right to make decisions about my home without consulting me. I said I didn't care how much they'd spent or how good their intentions were. They had crossed a line that shouldn't have been crossed. Sarah tried to interrupt with more justifications, but I kept going. I told them I was old, not incompetent, and I was perfectly capable of deciding what my own house should look like. Lisa finally spoke up to say they were just trying to help, that they thought I'd be happy with the surprise. She had tears in her eyes, but I couldn't tell if they were from guilt or frustration that their gift wasn't being received the way they'd expected. Michael got defensive, saying they'd done a generous thing and I was being ungrateful. He actually used that word. They'd done was right and good and necessary. The sun had finished setting, and the porch light was casting shadows across their faces. These people I'd raised, whose handprints had been part of what they'd just destroyed, were treating me like an obstacle to their vision of improvement. I told them I needed them to leave. All of them, right now. I said I was tired and needed time to process their surprise. But really, I just couldn't stand there listening to them justify erasing Frank from my daily life one more minute.
The hurt and confusion on their faces almost made me back down, but I held firm. They gathered their things and left, probably thinking I just needed time to come around to appreciating what they'd done. But standing alone in my driveway, looking at that empty wall, I knew I wasn't going to come around to anything. I was going to find a way to bring back what they'd taken from me. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept walking to the window and looking out at that blank wall, feeling like part of my house had died. Around 3 a.m, I gave up on sleep and went to the closet where I keep all our old photo albums. I hadn't looked through them in months, but I knew there had to be pictures of the mural from over the years. It took me almost 2 hours to find what I was looking for, but there they were. Photos from birthday parties and holidays where you could see the mural in the background. A picture from Sarah's high school graduation party where she was standing right in front of it. One of Frank pointing at his butterfly during Michael's wedding reception, making some joke to his brother-in-law. Even a few close-up shots I'd taken specifically of the mural when we first finished it, wanting to document our amateur masterpiece. As soon as it was a decent hour, I called my neighbor Mrs. Chen. She teaches art at the elementary school and has always been friendly when we run into each other at the mailbox. I figured if anyone could help me, it would be her. When I explained what had happened and asked if she knew anyone who could recreate a mural from photographs, she didn't even hesitate. She said she'd be happy to do it herself and could start that weekend. The whole project,
Mrs. Rodriguez from next door brought her teenage grandson over to see it. She told him about how she used to bring him and his sister to look at the original mural when they were little, how it had been a neighborhood landmark for years. That's when I realized this hadn't just been about me and Frank. The mural had meant something to other people too. Mrs. Rodriguez mentioned how she'd missed it, how the street felt different without it. The young couple from 2 houses down said they'd been hoping someone would paint something colorful there again, because their toddler had always pointed at that wall, asking where the pictures went. Sunday morning, Mrs. Chen added the finishing touches. The handprints were the last thing she did, carefully placing each one exactly where it had been in the photos. When she finished Sarah's purple print, I started crying. Not sad tears, but relief. It was like Frank had come back to the house, like our family history was visible again. The mural looked almost exactly like the original, maybe even better, since Mrs. Chen is actually skilled with a paintbrush. She'd managed to capture all our amateur charm while making everything cleaner and more vibrant than we'd ever achieved. When she was packing up her supplies, I tried to pay her the $800 we'd agreed on, but she only took $500. She said it had been an honor to restore something that meant so much to the community. That evening, I called all 3 of my kids and asked them to come over for a family meeting. I didn't tell them about the mural, just said there were things we needed to discuss after what had happened on Mother's Day. They all showed up Tuesday evening, probably expecting me to apologize for being ungrateful or difficult. The looks on their faces when they saw the restored mural were priceless. Sarah's mouth actually fell open. Michael looked like he was calculating how much I'd spent. Lisa just stared at it without saying anything. I let them process it for a few minutes before I started talking. I told them that I would not accept any more surprises involving my home. I explained that this house is my sanctuary and my memory keeper, and they had no right to change it without my permission. I said I understood they thought they were being helpful, but help means asking what someone needs, not deciding for them. Sarah tried to interrupt with something about how they were just trying to tell. Lisa were more defensive. Michael kept bringing up the money they'd spent on the original paint job, like that gave them some kind of ownership over my house. Lisa said I was being stubborn and living in the past instead of embracing positive changes. The tension has carried over into every family gathering since then. Michael made a comment at Lisa's birthday dinner about how I'd wasted money recreating something that was already gone. Lisa posted pictures of her newly renovated kitchen on social media with a caption about loving modern updates, which felt like a dig at me. Sarah tries to play peacekeeper, but I can tell she's caught between supporting me and not wanting to upset her siblings. The neighbors have been wonderful, though. People I barely knew before have stopped by to compliment the restored mural. Mrs. Rodriguez brings her grandkids by regularly now, telling them the story of the family who painted pictures on their house. The mail carrier mentioned that it makes her route more cheerful. Even teenagers walking home from school sometimes pause to look at it. But my kids remain split. Some days I wonder if I made the right choice, if restoring the mural and setting those boundaries was worth the ongoing family tension. Other days I look at that wall and see Frank's butterfly and our children's little handprints, and I know I couldn't have done anything else. The mural is back where it belongs, and my house feels like home again, even if some relationships are still strained because of it. For my 80th birthday, they held a party but introduced me as a guest of honor, and then ignored me the whole night. I'm 80 years old, and let me tell you, I wasn't expecting much for this milestone birthday. My 3 kids, David, who's 52, Sarah at 49, and my youngest, Michael, who just turned 45. They've all got their own lives, their own problems. But about a month ago, Sarah calls me up, all excited, saying they want to throw me a proper celebration at Romano's, this Italian restaurant downtown that's supposed to be fancy. David gets on the phone too and says, "Dad, you're turning 80. This is huge. We need to do this right." Honestly, I got caught up in their enthusiasm. Our family never did big birthday parties. Growing up, my parents would maybe make a cake if we were lucky. When my kids were little, we'd do the backyard thing with a few neighborhood kids, nothing elaborate. Even my own birthdays over the years were pretty quiet. Dinner at home. Maybe my late wife would make my favorite pot roast. The kids would give me a card they made at school. Simple stuff. But 80 does feel different, you know? Like a real milestone. So when Sarah kept going on about how special this was going to be, I started thinking about it differently. Maybe I could share some stories about watching them grow up. Tell them about their mother when she was young. The usual grandfather stuff. I even practiced a little speech in my head about how proud I was of all of them. The week leading up to it, they kept asking if I needed anything, if I wanted them to invite anyone specific. I gave them my brother Tom's number and mentioned a couple neighbors I'm friendly with. Sarah said she was handling the guest list and not to worry about it. David said they'd take care of everything, and I should just show up ready to celebrate. The night of the party, I put on my good shirt, the blue one Sarah bought me last Christmas, and took a cab to Romano's. The place was packed when I walked in. Had to be at least 30 people there, maybe more. I recognized some faces right away. My kids, obviously. My brother Tom. Helen from next door. The Johnsons from down the street.
Birthday! The whole room erupted in applause and cheering. People were clapping, some were whistling. A few shouted, "Happy birthday!" I waved at everyone, feeling pretty good about the whole thing. This was nice. This was what I'd been hoping for. David handed the microphone back to the DJ, patted me on the shoulder, and said the drinks were flowing and I should enjoy myself. But then something strange started happening. Within maybe 10 minutes of that announcement, David was already over at a corner table with 3 guys I'd never seen before. Turns out they were his golf buddies from the country club. Sarah was up at the bar area talking to this blonde woman who I later found out was her college roommate. And Michael, my youngest, he was outside in the parking lot on what he said was an important work call. I'm standing there by myself, near what I thought was going to be the head table, but it wasn't really set up like that. It was just a regular table, and not even in the center of the room. Actually, now that I think about it, it was pretty close to the bathroom, which meant people kept walking past me all night to use the facilities. I figured maybe this was just how these things worked. People needed time to get drinks, catch up with each other, that sort of thing. So I sat down and waited for things to get going. Helen came over and chatted with me for a few minutes, asked how I was feeling about turning 80, the usual small talk. But then her husband wanted to introduce her to someone, and off she went. Tom, my brother, he made an effort, sat with me for maybe 20 minutes, talking about the old neighborhood, asking about my doctor appointments, complaining about his arthritis. But then Sarah came over and pulled him away, because she wanted him to meet her friend's husband, who apparently also lived in Florida now. That's when I started noticing that most of the conversations in the room were happening without me. I'd try to join groups that were standing around talking, and they'd acknowledge me politely, maybe ask how I was feeling, but then go right back to whatever they were discussing before I walked up. A lot of it was stuff I couldn't really contribute to anyway. Sarah's friends talking about their kids' college applications, unless I was right next to them. And every time I tried to get up and mingle, I felt like I was interrupting something or imposing on people who were clearly having their own good time. That's when it really started to sink in that something was wrong with this whole situation. The night just kept getting worse from there. Around 9 p.m., I'm watching Sarah's college roommate tell this animated story to a group of about 6 people near the bar. Everyone's cracking up, leaning in to hear better, the whole deal. I figured maybe this was my chance to actually join a conversation, so I walked over and stood at the edge of their little circle. The second I got there, the laughter just died, like someone had flipped a switch. They all turned and looked at me with these polite but awkward smiles. A couple people said hello, asked how I was enjoying my party. I said it was great, tried to ask what they were all laughing about. Sarah's friend, I think her name was Lisa, she gave me this tight smile and said, "Oh, just some silly college stories. Nothing important." Then she picked up her story again, but quieter this time. Way quieter, and I could tell she was waiting for me to leave. The whole group had this energy like they were being polite to the old man, but really wanted to get back to their fun conversation without me there. So I smiled, said something about letting them get back to it, and walked away feeling like an idiot. That's when it really hit me. I wasn't actually the guest of honor at this party. I was more like a prop. The excuse they needed to throw a party, but not someone who was actually supposed to participate in it. This whole thing was just my kid's social event that happened to have my birthday as the theme. I went back to my table near the bathroom and just started watching everyone. Really watching. David was over in the corner buying rounds for his golf buddies, slapping backs, telling stories. He looked happier and more animated than I'd seen him in months. Sarah was taking selfies with different groups of people, posting stuff on her phone, having the time of her life with people I'd never seen before in my life. Michael had finally gotten off his work call, but instead of coming to check on me, he immediately got pulled into some conversation with a guy in it to get back to whatever they were doing before. A few made genuine small talk for a minute or two, but then they'd excuse themselves to find someone else to talk to. Around 10 p.m., things got even more ridiculous. The DJ announces that it's time for the birthday cake, so everyone gathers around this big table they'd set up near the kitchen. Sarah and Michael are flanking me on either side for photos, while David's lighting the candles. Everyone's singing happy birthday. I'm blowing out the candles. People are clapping and cheering. For about 3 minutes, I actually felt like this was my party. Then they cut the cake. People took their pieces. Someone handed me the first slice.
and everyone immediately scattered back to their conversations. Just like that. No toasts, no speeches, no stories about growing up or family memories. Sarah took a few more photos of me holding my cake, probably for Facebook, and then she was back to talking to her college friend. I kept waiting for someone to ask me to say something, or for David to make another announcement, or for literally anyone to treat this like an actual birthday celebration instead of just a cake intermission during their regular party. But nope. Cake was served, photos were taken, and everyone went right back to ignoring the birthday boy. That's when I realized how completely invisible I was at my own celebration. I could have been anyone sitting at that table. A random old man they'd invited out of politeness. The whole guest of honor thing was just something they said to make the party official. But it didn't actually mean anything. The breaking point came around 10:30. I'm sitting at my table, watching my 49-year-old daughter do shots with her girlfriends like she's 25 again. David's group is getting louder and more obnoxious, talking about golf scores and complaining about their wives. Michael's still deep in his business conversation, completely oblivious to everything else happening around him. And I'm just sitting there, like a piece of furniture. People are stepping around my chair to get to the bathroom. The DJ is playing music that's way too the restaurant to wait outside. Nobody even noticed I was leaving until I was already sitting in the taxi pulling away from Romano's. The cab ride home was probably the quietest 20 minutes I'd had all evening. The driver was this young kid, maybe in his 20s, and he kept glancing at me in the rearview mirror like he was wondering why some old man was leaving a party alone on a Saturday night. I just stared out the window and tried to process what had just happened. I got home around 11 p.m., paid the driver, and went straight to bed. Didn't even turn on the TV or check my messages. I just wanted the whole night to be over. But of course, that's when my phone started buzzing. First text came from Sarah around 11:45 asking where I went. Then another one 5 minutes later saying they were looking for me, and nobody knew where I was. I turned the phone off and went to sleep. Sunday morning, I woke up to 17 missed calls and about a dozen text messages. All 3 kids had called multiple times, plus a few messages from Tom asking if I was okay. I made my coffee, sat down at the kitchen table and called David back first since he was the oldest. He was not happy. Started right in about how I'd disappeared without telling anyone, how worried they all were, how rude it was to just leave without saying goodbye. I let him finish his whole speech, then told him exactly what I thought about the previous night. I said, if you're going to throw me a birthday party, make it actually about celebrating together, not about you guys having a night out with your friends while I sit in the corner like a piece of furniture. David got defensive immediately, said I was being unfair, that there were plenty of people there who wanted to talk to me, that I should have made more effort to mingle instead of just sitting at one table all night. I told him I tried to mingle, but every conversation I joined either died when I showed up, or people were clearly waiting for me to leave so they could get back to their fun. Sarah called about an hour after I hung up with David, and she was even more upset. She went on about how much work she'd put into planning this party, how expensive Romano's was, how she'd coordinated everyone's schedules to make this happen. Then she said I was being too sensitive, and that I'd ruined. Noticed I seemed quiet during the party, but he thought I looked fine when he saw me, so how was he supposed to know I was upset? I told him that was exactly the problem. He saw me for maybe 2 minutes total all night between his work call and his business conversations. He said work was crazy right now, and he couldn't just ignore important calls, even at family events. I told all 3 of them the same thing. I don't want big parties anymore, if I'm just going to be ignored at my own celebration. If they want to get together and catch up, let's do dinner at someone's house where we can actually talk. If they want to have parties with their friends, go ahead. But don't use my birthday as an excuse and then act like I'm being difficult when I point out that I'm not actually included. The conversation with Michael ended badly. He said I was being dramatic and that plenty of 80-year-olds would be grateful their kids threw them any party at all. That stung, but it also proved my point. This wasn't about gratitude or being appreciative. This was about basic respect and inclusion. Over the next few days, I got calls from some of the people who'd been at the party. My neighbor Helen called Tuesday morning and said she'd been looking for me at the end of the night to say goodbye, but couldn't find me anywhere. She didn't even realize I'd left until she was driving home and didn't see me in the parking lot. Tom called and said he'd assumed I was in the bathroom or outside getting air when people started leaving. That's what really got me. I was so invisible at my own birthday party that people didn't notice I'd left until they were already going home. My own brother didn't realize I was gone. People I'd known for years couldn't find me because they'd forgotten I was supposed to be there in the first place. Sarah called again Friday, less angry this time. She said she'd been thinking about what I said, and maybe they could have done things differently. But then she asked if I was planning to apologize to David and Michael for walking out, because they were both still upset about it. I told her I wasn't apologizing for leaving a party where I was being ignored. The whole thing has left me wondering if I'm losing my mind, or if this really was as disrespectful as it felt. My kids keep saying I overreacted, that I should have tried harder to enjoy myself, that I ruined 80th birthday party, after realizing I was just decoration and not really part of the celebration. During my grandson's graduation, they told me to stay in the car because my cane would slow things down. I'm 77 years old, and I had been looking forward to Tyler's high school graduation for months. My daughter Sarah, who's 45, was supposed to drive me to the ceremony at the big arena downtown. Tyler is 18 now, and he's always been my special boy. Ever since he was little, maybe 6 or 7, he'd climb up on my lap and promise me that when he graduated high school, I'd be right there in the front row watching him walk across that stage. He'd say it with such conviction, like it was the most important promise he'd ever make. I've been using a cane for the past 3 years since my hip replacement. It's not the prettiest thing, but it gets me where I need to go. The morning of graduation, I spent extra time polishing that cane until it gleamed. I wanted to look my best for Tyler's big day. I wore my navy blue dress, the one I save for special occasions, and I'd even gotten my hair done the day before at the salon. I was ready by 8 a.m., even though we didn't need to leave until noon. Tyler had given me his graduation announcement weeks earlier. He'd written a little note on the back that said, "Can't wait for you to see me walk, Grandma. Love you." I kept that announcement on my refrigerator and looked at it every morning while I had my coffee. This kid had worked so hard. He'd struggled with math his sophomore year, and I'd helped him with homework at my kitchen table more times than I could count. Seeing him graduate felt like a victory for both of us. The venue was this massive sports arena on the other side of town. I'd never been there before, but I knew it was where they held all the big events. Sarah had warned me it would be crowded, but honestly, I was expecting that. High school graduations are big deals. Families come from all over to watch their kids graduate. The morning of graduation, Sarah seemed more stressed than usual. She kept checking her phone and muttering about traffic and parking. I was just excited. I had my purse ready with tissues because I knew I'd cry when Tyler's name got called. I'd been practicing not crying too loudly so I wouldn't embarrass him. But let's be honest, I was going to be a mess no matter what. We left my house graduating. But then I saw the lines. Long, snaking lines of people waiting to get through security. Sarah parked the car, and we both looked at the chaos ahead of us. There had to be hundreds of people waiting, and I could see more cars pulling in behind us.
The security checkpoint was at the main entrance, and from there you had to either take stairs or wait for elevators to get to the arena level. Sarah sat in the driver's seat for a minute, just staring at those lines. She was gripping the steering wheel so tight her knuckles were white. I could see the wheels turning in her head, and I started getting this sinking feeling in my stomach. She turned to me and said we needed to talk about the logistics. The crowds were going to be insane, she said. Security was going to take forever. Then there were all those stairs. And if the elevators were packed, we'd be waiting even longer. She kept talking about timing and how we might miss Tyler's name being called if we got stuck somewhere in the process. I told her I was fine with waiting. I'd been looking forward to this day for years. I had my cane, I'd worn comfortable shoes, and I was prepared for crowds. But Sarah kept shaking her head. She said she was worried about me getting knocked over or having trouble keeping up. Then she said it. Maybe I should just wait in the car. It would be easier for everyone, she said. Less stressful. I could listen to music or take a nap, and she'd come back and tell me all about it afterward. She said it like it was the most reasonable suggestion in the world. I stared at her. I honestly couldn't believe what I was hearing. Wait in the car? Miss Tyler's graduation? I told her absolutely not. I'd been planning this day for months. Tyler was expecting me to be there. I had every right to watch my grandson graduate. But Sarah was already making up her mind. She said the crowds were dangerous for someone my age. What if I fell? What if we got separated? What if I couldn't keep up and we missed the ceremony entirely? She made it sound like I was being unreasonable for wanting to go inside. I kept protesting, but she wasn't listening. Lives. When Sarah and her husband finally came back, Tyler was with them in his cap and gown. The first thing he said when he saw me was asking why I hadn't been inside. He'd looked for me in the crowd when they called his name. That evening, I couldn't stop thinking about Tyler's face when he asked where I'd been. He looked so confused and hurt. Sarah had mumbled something about me not feeling well, but I could see Tyler didn't buy it. He knows me better than that. I've never missed anything important in his life if I could help it. I waited until around 8 o'clock, after I figured Sarah would be done with all the graduation dinner celebrations, and I called Tyler directly on his cell phone. My hands were shaking a little when I dialed. I'd been going back and forth all afternoon about whether to tell him the truth or just let it go. When he answered, he sounded tired but happy. He started telling me about the ceremony, about how his friend Jake had tripped walking across the stage, about how the principal's speech had gone on forever. Then he stopped mid-sentence and asked me again why I hadn't been there. He said he'd saved me a seat with the family and everything. I took a deep breath and told him exactly what had happened. How Sarah had decided it was too much trouble for me to go inside. How she'd left me in the parking lot for 2 hours while everyone else watched him graduate. How I'd missed the most important moment of his young life because my own daughter thought I was too much of an inconvenience. The silence on the other end of the phone lasted so long I thought we'd been disconnected. Then Tyler exploded. I'd never heard him that angry before, not even when he was a little kid having tantrums. He was furious with his mother. He kept saying he couldn't believe she'd do that to me, that it was supposed to be my day too. He hung up to go confront Sarah right away. I sat there holding the phone, part of me proud that my grandson was defending me, but also terrified that I'd just caused a huge family fight. About 30 minutes later, my phone started ringing. It was Sarah, and she was livid. She launched into this whole speech about how I was being manipulative, going behind her back to Tyler like that. She said some huge favor she was doing me.
That's when something inside me just snapped. I started thinking about all the other times Sarah had made decisions for me without asking. Last Christmas, when she told everyone I was too tired for the family dinner and had them come to my house instead, even though I'd wanted to go to her place. The time she canceled my doctor's appointment because she decided the weather was too bad for me to go out, without even asking if I wanted to reschedule. All these little ways she'd been slowly cutting me out of things because she'd decided what I could and couldn't handle. But this wasn't just about me feeling left out. I kept thinking about Tyler's face, how he'd looked for me in that crowd when they called his name. I was supposed to be there for that moment. We'd talked about it for years, and Sarah had stolen that from both of us because she couldn't be bothered to deal with the inconvenience of helping me navigate some crowds. The fight escalated when Tyler came back home and got on the phone. He laid into his mother about disrespecting me and leaving me behind. Sarah's husband tried to play peacekeeper, saying we all needed to calm down and that it wasn't that big a deal. That just made Tyler angrier. He told his stepfather that it was a huge deal to him and to me, and if they couldn't understand that, they had bigger problems than just this graduation. Sarah kept defending herself, saying she'd made a judgment call in the moment. She insisted those crowds really were dangerous and that I would have struggled. She made it sound like she was being responsible and forward-thinking, but I could hear the guilt in her voice underneath all the defensiveness. Tyler told his mother that he was ashamed of how she'd treated me. He said I'd helped him with homework, been to every school play and baseball game I could manage, and I deserved better than being left in a parking lot on his graduation day. He said some pretty harsh things about her priorities and her character. That's when Sarah really lost it. She started crying and saying Tyler was being cruel and that I was turning him against her. She accused me of manipulating the situation and making her look like the bad guy when she'd just been trying to do what was best for everyone. I finally told her that if she really thought leaving me in that car was what was best for me, then mother, and to promise me that when he graduated from college, he'd personally make sure I had the best seat in the house. He sounded so grown up, so determined. But I could also hear how hurt he was that his graduation day had turned into this family drama. I went to bed that night feeling vindicated, but also exhausted. Part of me wondered if I really was overreacting, if I should just let it go for the sake of family peace. But every time I thought about those 2 hours in that parking lot, listening to other families celebrating while I sat alone, the anger came flooding back. The next morning, I called the senior transport service that my church uses for members who need rides to appointments. I'd always been too proud to use it before, but sitting in that parking lot had been a real wake-up call about how dependent I'd become on Sarah for getting around. The woman on the phone was incredibly nice and said they could arrange regular rides for me to church, doctor visits, grocery shopping, whatever I needed. It wasn't cheap, but it was worth it to know I wouldn't have to rely on Sarah's judgment calls about what I could and couldn't handle. Sarah called me later that week, asking if I needed a ride to Tyler's younger sister Emma's soccer game. I told her no thank you. I'd make my own arrangements. She got quiet for a minute, then asked if I was really going to keep punishing her over this. I said I wasn't punishing anyone. I was just taking responsibility for my own transportation, so situations like graduation wouldn't happen again. The following week, Tyler showed up at my door with his cap and gown. He said he wanted to recreate some graduation photos just for me, since I'd missed the real ceremony. We spent about an hour in my backyard taking pictures. He wore his cap and gown, and I got all dressed up again in my navy blue dress. My neighbor, Mrs. Chen, came over and took photos of us together. Tyler pretended to walk across my back patio while I cheered and clapped. It was silly, but it meant everything to me. Looking at those photos afterward, I felt this mix of joy
and sadness. Joy because Tyler had thought to do something so sweet for me. But Emma's birthday party a month later, she made some comment about how I was still being dramatic about graduation day. Her husband nodded along like he always does, but I noticed Tyler didn't let it slide. He told his mother that what she did wasn't okay, and that she needed to stop minimizing it. Some of the extended family started weighing in with their opinions. My brother-in-law suggested I should let it go for the sake of family harmony. My cousin said Sarah probably had good intentions, and I should focus on that instead of holding grudges. It amazed me how many people thought I should just get over being abandoned in a parking lot because family peace was more important than my feelings. Sarah kept calling, asking for other favors. Could I babysit Emma while she went to work functions? Could I help with family dinners? Could I watch the house while they went out of town? I said yes to most of these requests because they didn't involve depending on her for transportation. But every time she asked, there was this tension underneath. She was testing whether I'd really stick to my boundaries about rides. Tyler became much more protective of me after graduation. He started checking in more often, making sure I had everything I needed. When Sarah would make comments about my age or limitations, Tyler would shut it down immediately. He'd gotten taller over the summer, and his voice had gotten deeper, and suddenly he seemed less like my little grandson and more like a young man who was genuinely looking out for me. The senior transport service turned out to be a godsend. The drivers were professional and patient, and I started feeling more independent than I had in years. I could go to church without worrying about whether Sarah was in a good mood or had time to drive me. I could schedule my own doctor appointments without having to work around her schedule. I even started going to the senior center occasionally for their lunch programs. Fall came and went, and the family dynamics slowly started shifting. Sarah still seemed resentful that I'd involved Tyler in our conflict, but she was more careful about how she talked to me about my limitations. Tyler was getting college acceptance letters and was excited about his future plans. Every time he mentioned college graduation, he'd look at me and say something about how we'd do it right next time. Emma, who's only 13, usually drop it. I brought my own transportation to everything and left when I was ready to go, instead of being dependent on someone else's timeline. Tyler visited me during his winter break and told me he'd been thinking a lot about graduation day and what it meant about how our family treats people. He said it had made him more aware of how often people get dismissed or left out, just because including them takes a little extra effort. He promised me that when he has his own family someday, he'll never leave anyone sitting in a parking lot. Now Tyler's college acceptance letters are coming in regularly, and I'm already making plans for how I'll get to his college graduation. I've looked into the senior transport service's long-distance options, and I'm even considering asking my sister Carol to make it a road trip with me. The point is, I'm not waiting for Sarah to decide whether I'm worth the trouble of including. Was I wrong to cut off rides and favors for my daughter after she left me in the car during my grandson's graduation? She keeps saying I'm punishing the whole family for one mistake, but I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't really a mistake at all. It was a choice to leave me behind because I was inconvenient.